You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Volume 2 of Transforming the Soul, a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim, and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. Lecture 1 is entitled Spiritual Science and Language, given on the 20th of January, 1910. It is fascinating to look at the various expressions of man's being from the point of view of the kind of spiritual science we represent here. For as we, so to speak, work our way around human life, as we have done in these lectures, and look at it from its different sides, we can get an impression of human life as a whole. Today we shall speak about that universal expression of the human spirit, which is manifest in language. And next time our title will be Laughing and Weeping, when we shall look at a kind of related means of expression, which, although it is connected with language, is entirely different. Whenever we discuss language, we never fail to feel that the whole subject of language touches on the essence of man's being, his very dignity and significance. The innermost part of our being, all our thoughts, feelings, and impulses of will, find their way to our fellow human beings and unite us with them by means of language. It is language that gives us the feeling of being able to extend our being infinitely, of having the ability to ray out into the environment. Yet, on the other hand, anyone who can enter into the inner life of a significant personality will be able to feel how language can also become a tyrant, a force that can exert power over our inner life. We ourselves can notice, if we care to, how inadequately and weakly we are able to express our own understanding of the special and tender feelings and thoughts we cherish within our souls. And we feel, too, how even the language we have grown up with forces us into specific modes of thought. Everyone must be aware how dependent we are on language where our thinking is concerned. Our concepts frequently cling to words, and when not yet fully mature, a person will easily confuse a word or what the word has instilled into him with the concept. Hence, the inability of some people to construct for themselves a conceptual framework that reaches beyond what is contained in the words commonly used in their environment. And we know, too, that the character of a whole people who speak a common language is in a certain way dependent on this language. At least the person who observes national character and the character of languages in their context must realize that the way in which individuals are able to express through sounds what is in their souls works back in its turn on the strength and weakness of their character, on the way their temperament expresses itself, even on their whole attitude to life. The configuration of a language can tell quite a lot about the character of a people. And since a people share a common language, the individual is dependent on a common element, an average quantity, as it were, of which is prevalent among the people. He is thus subject to a certain tyranny, the rule of communality. If you get the feeling, however, that our individual spiritual life on the one hand and the spiritual life of the communalities on the other is laid down, so to speak, in the language, then what one could call the mystery of language could seem to have a special significance. Something could certainly be learned about human soul life if one were to observe how this expresses itself in the particular vehicle of language. The mystery of a language, its origin and its development through the various ages, has always been a puzzling question for certain special branches of science. But it cannot be said that these disciplines have been particularly successful in our age in uncovering the secret of language. This is why we shall be having a little look today, in outline, aphoristically, so to speak, at language, its development and its connection with the human being from a spiritual scientific point of view, in the way we have been doing with regard to human beings and their evolution. What seems so mysterious to start with is that we make use of a word to describe an object, an idea, or a procedure. In what way is that particular combination of sounds, which form a word or sentence, connected with that which comes from us and signifies the object? External science has tried to put together all kinds of experiences with a great number of combinations, but this method has proved unsatisfactory. The question, which is so simple and yet so difficult to answer, is this: on encountering some object or activity in the outer world, what made human beings produce one particular sound from out of themselves as an echo to it? From a certain point of view, the matter was thought to be quite simple. They imagined, for example, that speech would have been formed by imitating, with an ability in our speech organs, sounds heard outside, such as the sounds made by animals, or something knocking against something else. Rather like when children hear a dog barking and making the sounds bow wow, and they imitate it and call the dog a bow wow. This kind of word formation could be called onomatopoeic, an imitation of the sound. This was held by certain directions of thought to be the original foundation of sound and word formation. Of course, the question of how human beings came to name creatures which did not emit a sound remains unanswered. The great linguistic researcher Max Müller, realizing the unsatisfactory nature of such a theory, ridiculed it by calling it the bow wow theory. He set up another theory in its place, which his opponents, in turn, called mystical, giving the word a sense in which it should not be used. For what Max Müller meant by it was that each object possesses something like a tone. Everything, in a certain sense, has a tone. Not only glass when it is dropped or the bell when it is struck, but everything. And the ability of human beings to establish a relationship between their soul and this tone, which is, as it were, the inner being of the object, calls forth the possibility in the soul of expressing this inner sound nature of the object. Thus the essence of a bell can be experienced in imitating the sound as bim-bum, and Max Müller's opponents returned his ridicule by calling his theory the bim-bum theory. A more detailed examination would show that something unsatisfactory always remains when trying to characterize outwardly in this way the things human beings experience as an echo in themselves, responding to the nature of things outside. We shall have to penetrate more deeply into the inner nature of the human being. In the light of spiritual science, the human being is, after all, a very complicated being. To start with, we can see that human beings have a physical body within which are the same laws and substances that we can also find in the mineral world. Then, spiritual science tells us of a second higher member of the human being, the etheric or life body, and further of the member that we call the bearer of pleasure and pain, instinct, desire, and passion, the astral body, which for spiritual science is just as real, if not more real, a member of human nature than what we see with our eyes and touch with our hands. And the fourth member of the human being we called the bearer of the ego. We realized that at the present stage human development consists of the ego working on the transformation of the other three members of the human being. And we pointed to the fact that in the far future the ego will have transformed these three members to such an extent that there will be nothing left of what nature or the spiritual forces in nature have made of these three members. The astral body, the bearer of pleasure and pain, joy and sorrow, of all the surging life of inner pictures, sensations and perceptions, arose initially within our participation, that is, without the work of our ego. But now the ego has become active there, purifying, cleansing, and mastering all the qualities and activities of the astral body. If the ego has still not done much work on the astral body, human beings are slaves to their instincts and desires. But when they purify these and transform them into virtues, when they have brought logical order into their will-o'-the-wisp thinking, then a part of the astral body has been transformed and has changed from a product in which the ego takes no part into a product of the ego. When the ego will have consciously achieved this work, of which today, at this stage in evolution, only a start has been made, it will have this name of Spirit Self, or to use a term from Oriental philosophy, Manas. When the ego works not only in the astral body, but in a different and more intensive way in the etheric body, the name given to this part of the etheric body, transformed by the ego, is Life Spirit, or with a term from Oriental philosophy, Buddhi. And when the ego has, at last, become so strong, and this will happen only in the far distant future, that it transforms the physical body and regulates its laws, so that the ego thoroughly permeates it and masters its whole life, this part of the physical body is called Spirit Man, or also, because this task starts with controlling the breathing process, with a term from Oriental philosophy, Atman, which is connected with breathing. Parenthesis, German to breathe is Atmen. Close parenthesis. Initially, then, we see the human being as a four-membered being, consisting of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego. And just as we have three members of our being deriving from the past, we are also able to speak of three members of the human being developing in the future, created by the work of the ego. We can therefore speak of a seven-membered human being by adding to the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, and the ego, the Spirit Self, Life Spirit, and Spirit Man. But when we regard these last three members as something distant, belonging to the future evolution of humankind, we have to add that the human being is to a certain extent already at present preparing for such a development. Consciously, the human being will work with his ego on the physical, etheric, and astral bodies only in the far distant future. But in the subconscious, that is, out of a dimly conscious activity, the ego has already transformed these three members of its being. The results are already in existence. The inner members of the human being that we described in previous lectures were only able to come about because of the work the ego did on them. From the astral body, it fashioned the sentient soul as a kind of inner mirror image of the sentient body. While the sentient body transmits what we call gratification, parenthesis, as far as man is concerned, sentient body and astral body are synonymous, and without the sentient body we would have no gratification, close parenthesis. This is mirrored internally in the soul as desire. So we ascribe desire to the soul. So, the two things, that is, the astral body and the transformed astral body or sentient body, belong together, just as gratification and desire belong together. In the past, the ego worked similarly on the etheric body. This led to human beings acquiring within them, in their souls, the rational or perceptive soul, so that the rational soul, which is at the same time the bearer of memory, is connected with a subconscious transformation performed by the ego in the etheric body. And finally, the ego also already worked in the past on the transformation of the physical body, so as to enable human beings to have their present form. And what resulted from this transformation is what we call the consciousness soul, by means of which human beings can acquire knowledge of the outer world. In this way, too, we can speak of a seven-membered being, for through the preparatory subconscious work of the ego, there arose the three soul members, the sentient soul, rational soul, and consciousness soul. But all this was done by an unconscious or subconscious activity of the ego on its sheaths. These three sheaths, the physical body, the etheric body, and the astral body, what complicated entities they are. What a miracle of construction is the human physical body. And if we examine it in greater detail, we would find that it is much more complex than just the part which the ego has transformed into the consciousness soul, and which can be called the physical bearer of the consciousness soul. Similarly, the etheric body is much more complicated than what we call the bearer of the rational or perceptive soul. And the astral body, too, is more complicated than what we call the bearer of the sentient soul. These parts are certainly in a poor state compared with what existed before the human being had an ego. This is why in spiritual science we speak of the human being as having come into existence way back in the past, the first beginnings of the physical body being a gift from spiritual beings. This was followed by the etheric body, later on by the astral body, and finally by the ego. Therefore, the human physical body has passed through 4 stages of evolution. First, the physical body interrelated directly with the spiritual world. Then it was worked on and interwoven with the etheric body, becoming thereby more complicated. Then it became interwoven with the astral body, which made it more complicated again. Then the ego was added, and only the work of the latter on the physical body transformed part of the physical body and made it into the bearer of human consciousness, the capacity with which we can acquire knowledge of the outer world. But this physical body has much more to do than bring us knowledge of the outer world by means of our senses and our brain. It has to carry out a number of activities which form the basis of our consciousness, but which take place completely outside the sphere of the brain. The same applies to the etheric body and to the astral body. Now, if we realize that everything we have around us in the outer world is spirit, that there is a spiritual foundation to everything material, etheric, and astral, as we have emphasized so often, then we have to acknowledge that just as the ego itself works as a spiritual force from the inside outward in the course of the development of the 3 sheaths, so must spiritual beings, or we could equally well call them spiritual activities, have worked on our physical body, etheric body, and astral body before the ego became operative and took the work further. We are looking back at a time in which, so to speak, active work was being done on our astral body, etheric body, and physical body, of a similar kind to the work the ego does on these 3 sheaths. That is to say, spiritual creativity, spiritual activity worked on our sheaths, giving them form, movement, and configuration, until the ego was ready to become established within them. We have to speak of there being spiritual participation in human development until the ego became active, and that there are within us spiritual activities which presuppose ego activity, and which were there before the ego could take over. If we exclude for a moment all the work the ego has done to create out of the 3 sheaths, the sentient soul, rational or perceptive soul, and consciousness soul, and look at the structure, inner movement, and activity of these 3 sheaths, we have to admit that before the ego began to be active, a spiritual activity was working in us. This is why in spiritual science we speak of human beings as they are today, as having an individual soul, a soul interwoven with an ego. which makes every human being into a self-contained individuality. But before this happened, human beings issued from a group soul, a soul entity such as we still refer to today in the animal world as group soul. What we address in each person as the individual soul, we find in animals as the foundation of a whole species or kind. A whole animal species has one animal group soul in common. Whereas each human being has an individual soul, animals share one group soul. So before human beings became individual souls, another soul was working in the three sheaths of their being, of which we have knowledge today only through spiritual science. A soul that was the precursor of our individual ego. And this precursor of our ego, this soul of a species, this group soul of human beings, which then passed on to the ego the three sheaths they had been working on, the physical body, etheric body, and astral body, so that the ego might continue to transform them, this group soul being also transformed from within itself, the physical body, etheric body, and astral body, and ordered them according to itself. And the final activity, fundamental to us human beings, before we were endowed with an ego, forms the basis of what we call human speech. When we therefore consider what preceded the life of our consciousness soul, our rational or perceptive soul, and our sentient soul, we arrive at work performed on our soul before it was interwoven with the ego, the result of which is laid down in what is expressed today in speech. What is the outer expression of what we call the four members of the human being based on? Purely externally, how is this expressed in the physical body? The physical body of a plant looks different from the physical body of a human being. Why? Because in a plant only the physical body and the etheric body are present, whereas in the human physical body the astral body and the ego are also active. What is active inwardly also refashions the physical body accordingly. What effect did it have on the physical body that an etheric body permeated it? The glandular system is the outer physical expression in man and animal of the etheric body, meaning that the etheric body is the architect or sculptor of what we call the glandular system. The astral body is the creator of what we call the nervous system. That is why we only have the right to speak of a nervous system in those beings in which an astral body is present. What is the expression in a human being of his ego? It is the blood system, and specifically when the blood is under the influence of the warmth of inner life. All the activity the ego expends on human beings, when the result is to be incorporated into the physical body, is channeled via the blood. This is why blood is such a special fluid, to quote from Goethe's Faust. When the ego elaborates the sentient soul, the rational soul, and the consciousness soul, its achievements only penetrate into the physical body, because the ego has the ability to affect the physical body via the blood. Our blood is the mediator for the astral body and ego and all their activities. Who would have any doubt, even on a superficial level, that just as a person's ego works on the consciousness soul, rational soul, and sentient soul, it also refashions its physical body? Who would deny that a person's physiognomical expression is an elaboration of what lives and works inwardly? And who would not agree that even inner thought activity, if it takes hold of a person's whole heart, can also, in the course of a person's life, have a transforming effect on the brain? Our brain is a tool that adapts itself to the requirements of our thinking. But if we consider the transforming effect, done in an artistic kind of way, that a person's ego can have on his own external being, it is very small. There is very little we can achieve through our blood by setting it in motion through our inner warmth. Those spiritual beings whose work preceded the work of our ego managed to achieve more, for they were able to make use of a more effective means, and under their influence the human form became an overall expression of what these spiritual beings made of the human being. What medium did they use for their work? They used no other medium than air. Just as we use our inner warmth to make our blood pulsate, activating it in our own form, so did the beings working on us use the air. And what proceeded from the work these beings carried out on us through the medium of the air gave us our form as human beings. It could seem strange that we are speaking here of spiritual forces working on the human being in the far distant past through the medium of air. But it will not be the first time I have said that it would be a misjudgment to think of the soul and spirit life of our inner being only as a product of our mental imaginings, and not to realize that where we get this from is the entire outer world. Anyone who claims that concepts and ideas could arise in us, even if there were no ideas out there, might just as well claim that they can drink from an empty glass. Our ideas would be nothing else than froth and bubble, unless they were the very thing that also lives in things outside us as their inherent law. What we bring alive again in ourselves, we get from the environment. That is why we can say that everything that surrounds us materially is interwoven with spiritual beings. Strange as it may sound, what surrounds us as air is not really the substance chemistry says it is, but within it, actively working, are spiritual beings, spiritual forces. And just as we can work a little bit at forming our physical body by means of the blood's warmth emanating from our ego, and this needs stressing, these beings that preceded the ego worked most powerfully at forming the outer physical structure of the human being by means of the air. And this is the important thing here. What makes us human is our larynx and everything that has to do with it. This wonderful artistic organ of the larynx, together with the other organs that serve speech and voice, and which have been built into us from outside, was created out of the spiritual element in the air. Goethe said very aptly with regard to the eye, EYE, the eye is fashioned by the light, for the light. If in the sense of Schopenhauer, the emphasis is put only on the fact that without an eye sensitive to light, we would have no impression of light, that is saying only a half-truth. The other half of the truth would be that we would not have eyes at all if, in the far distant past, the light had not, as it were, built eyes into us out of organs as yet undefined. Therefore we must regard light not merely as that abstract entity that is described as light in physics today. In place of that, we have to come to realize that light is a being hidden in mystery, one that is capable of creating eyes. Similarly, we can say that there lives and works in the air a being who is capable at a certain moment of impressing into man the intricate organ of the larynx and everything to do with it. And the rest of the human form, down to the smallest detail, has been formed and sculpted so that human beings now, at the present age, are, as it were, a further continuation of their speech organs. Our speech organs are, in our present stage, the determining factor where our human form is concerned. This is why it is precisely speech that raises human beings above the animals. For that particular being whom we call the spirit of the air also worked at fashioning the animals. But this work did not extend to giving them a speech organ, such as human beings have. We realize then that human beings already possessed a speech organ before they arrived at the point of having their present thinking, life of feeling, and their will. That is to say, everything that has to do with the ego. Now we shall find it understandable that these spiritual forces could only work on the physical body in such a manner that human beings finally became like an appendix to their speech organs, in that they continued the development of the astral body, etheric body, and physical body by means of the shaping forces of the air. After human beings had become capable of possessing an organ that corresponded to what we have called the spiritual beings of the air, similarly to the way the eyes correspond to the spiritual beings of the light, they could fashion into this what their ego developed in itself in the way of reason, consciousness, feeling awareness, and emotion. So, let us look for a threefold activity in the subconscious, going on in the physical body, etheric body, and astral body, which was taking place, as it were, previous to the advent of the ego. We can find clues if we can remember that this was the group soul, and that the group soul worked in an incomplete way in the animals. This has to be taken into account when we look at the work the spiritual forces performed in the astral body before the arrival of the ego. We have to exclude everything to do with the human eye, capital, and keep in mind the group eye working out of the dark depths. In the astral body, desire and gratification face one another on an imperfect level. Desire could, as it were, become ensouled, could become an inner quality, because it already had a precursor in the astral body. Just as desire and gratification face one another in the astral body, imagery, symbolism, and outer stimulus face one another in the etheric body. Let me read it again. Just as desire and gratification face one another in the astral body, imagery, symbolism, and outer stimulus face one another in the etheric body. It is most important that we distinguish the activity of our ether body, preceding the ego, from the activity going on in it after the advent of the ego. When the ego is active as rational or perceptive soul, then, at the present stage of human evolution, it seeks a truth which is as close as it can get to a faithful picture of things outside. What does not correspond exactly to outer things is called untrue. The spiritual forces active before the advent of the ego did not work like that. They worked more in imagery and symbols, rather like dream functions. A dream works in the following manner. Someone dreams, for instance, of a shot being fired, and when he wakes up he sees that his bedside chair has fallen over. The outer happening, outer impression, the chair falling over, is transformed in the dream into an image, the shot. The spiritual beings preceding the ego worked in this symbolic way, and we ourselves shall again work this way when, through initiation, we work our way up to a higher spiritual activity, where we shall again be endeavoring, but now with full consciousness, to pass from the merely abstract outside world toward a symbolic, imaginative approach. Then these spiritual beings working in the human physical body transformed it into what can be called a correspondence between outer happenings, outer facts, and imitation. Imitation is something which, for example, we find in children when the other soul forces have hardly been developed. Imitation is something that belongs to the subconscious nature of the human being. This is why education should start with imitation, because before the ego begins to bring order into its inner activities, the drive to imitate is present as a natural drive. All that we have just presented as the physical body's urge to imitate when confronted by things going on outside, the symbolizing of the etheric body when confronted by outer stimulus, and what we can call the matching of desire and gratification in the astral body, can be thought of as having been elaborated with the help of the instrument of the air, so that a sculpted, artistic impress of it was brought about in our larynx and our whole speech apparatus. We shall then be able to say that these beings preceding the ego worked into human beings in such a way that with the help of the air they formed and fashioned them so that the air could come to expression in them in this threefold way. For when we look at our speech faculty, really and truly, we have to ask, does it consist of the sound we utter? No, it is not the sound. What happens is that our ego sets in motion what has been created into us by the air. In the same way as we set our eyes in motion in order to take in the outer light, the eye itself existing for this purpose, our ego leads us to set in motion those organs which have been formed out of the spiritual element in the air. We set the organs in motion through the force of the ego, taking hold of the organs that correspond to the spirit of the air. Then we have to wait until the spirit of the air that formed the organs gives us in return, as an echo of the air activity within us, the gift of the sound. We do not create the sound ourselves, any more than the single parts of a pipe create sound. What we create ourselves is the activity the ego can engender by making use of the organs built of the spiritual element of air. Then, in order for the word to sound forth, we have to leave it to the spirits of the air to set the air in motion again by means of the activity that created the organs. Now we can indeed see that language is based on this threefold correspondence we have been describing. But what corresponds to what? What does imitation in the physical body depend on? It is based on our imitating in the movements of our speech organs those outer activities and objects which make an impression on us, and reproducing them as sound in the same way as a painter imitates a scene that consists of quite different elements than paint, canvas, light, and dark. Similar to the way the painter imitates with light and dark, we imitate the environment with our organs, which were formed out of the element of air. This is why what we produce in sound is a real imitation of the essence of things, and our consonants and vowels are nothing else than an image and an imitation of the things outside us that make an impression on us. The activity in the etheric body is pictorial. Symbolism is built into it. The first elements of our speech were created by imitation, but then its further development happened by it, so to speak, breaking away from outer impressions and being worked upon by the etheric body through symbolism, when, as in dreams, speech now no longer resembled outer impressions, but became independent of them. What went on in us was then purely symbolic and no longer mere imitation. And finally, desire and gratification and all the inner life expressed in the astral body made further changes in the development of speech. Joy and sorrow, a whole host of inner experiences, pour out in sound and bring a subjective element into it. What started merely as imitation and was then transformed into a speech symbol in an independent sound or word image is now transformed further by being shot through with inner human experience, such as pain and joy, pleasure, sorrow, horror, and fear. What struggles free in the sound must always be in correspondence with something outside. Yet when the soul expresses its inner experiences in sound, it has first to search for the corresponding outer experience. We have to realize that this is how it is with the third element, the soul element. Otherwise, it would be a mere sounding forth that did not accord with anything else. What happens here we can see in our children when they learn to speak. We can watch how babies begin to transform a feeling into sound. When they first call out mama or da, this is, to begin with, just excitement being turned into a sound. It is only externalizing something inside them. But when the baby expresses itself like this, and the mother or father respond, then it notices that the joy it has expressed corresponds to an outer happening. The baby does not, of course, ask how it happens that its cry corresponds to the coming of its mother or father. The inner experience of joy or pain allies itself with an outer expression, and what streams out from within connects with the outer impression. This is a third way in which speech works. It is true to say that speech originated just as much by internal imitation of something outside as by outer reality being linked to our inner experience. All this takes place without the participation of the ego. It is only at a later stage that the ego takes over this activity. We see then that the forces in existence previous to the ego were at work in the configuration upon which the human speech ability is based. And because the ego came on the scene after the foundation of speech had already been created, language then adapted to the ordering influence of the ego. So, the oral expressions corresponding to the sentient body are now taken over by the sentient soul, and the images and symbols corresponding to the etheric body are taken over by the rational soul. The human being pours into the sound what he experiences in the rational soul, and, similarly, fills it with what is experienced in the consciousness soul, which initially was only imitation. Through this process, those areas of our language gradually came into existence that reproduce inner experiences of the soul. This is why, to understand the essence of language, we have to realize that there is something in us that was there before the arrival of the ego, and that was then developed by the ego. We cannot expect then that language is entirely a product of the ego, that it represents the spiritual aspect in us, everything that is intimately related to our individual personality, but have to realize that we must never look on language as a direct expression of the ego. The spirit of language works, for instance, symbolically in the etheric body and imitatively in the physical body. And all this is combined with its activity in the sentient soul, squeezing inner experiences out of it, so that the sound becomes an expression of our inner life. Taking all this into consideration, we should be justified in saying that language did not develop according to the way the conscious ego works today. But if we want to compare the development of language with anything, we can only compare it with artistic creation. We can no more expect that language copies what is meant to represent than we can expect that when an artist imitates, the picture will correspond to reality. Language only imitates the outer world as any picture or artist imitates outer reality. We could say that before human beings were ego-conscious, We could say that before human beings were ego-conscious beings, in the way they are today, an artist was at work in them as the spirit of the language, and our ego has entered a place where previously an artist was at work. This is put rather pictorially, but it expresses a truth. We are looking at a subconscious activity and feel that here we have something which made us, ourselves, into speaking human beings, as works of art. Therefore, we should see language as analogous to a work of art. In this respect, we must not forget that we should examine such work of art in the light of the medium by means of which it has been created. Language, too, then, will have to be looked at within certain limits. If this were borne in mind, it would preclude from the outset such pedantic works as Fritz Mautner's titled Kritik der Sprache. Here the critique of language is based on quite wrong premises, namely, that if we survey human languages, they do not in any way represent objective reality. But is that their function in the first place? Is it possible for them to do so? There is just as little chance of language representing reality as there is for a picture to represent outer reality in the colors on the canvas and the use of light and shadow. The spirit of language which underlies human activity has to be grasped with artistic feeling. This could only be given in rough outline. But if we know that in humankind there was an artist at work forming language, then we shall understand, however different the various languages are, that right down to each separate language, the artistic element was at work in all sorts of different ways. So we shall see that this spirit of language, let us call this being working in the air the spirit of language, when it manifests at a relatively low stage of humankind, works in an atomistic way that constructs everything from the single parts. We then have an example of a language that is so constructed that the whole sentence is put together out of various sound pictures. If, for instance, in Chinese we have the sound shi and pian, we have two atoms of language formation. The one syllable shi means song, singing, and pian means book. If we put the two sound pictures together, shipian, it would be doing the same thing as, in English, arriving at the combination poetry book. This is a small example of how the Chinese language forms its concepts and mental images. If we reflect on the things we have been considering today, we can also understand now the essence of such a wonderfully formed language as the Hebrew language, for instance. This language has a foundation of certain sound images that actually consist only of consonants. When speaking it, a person inserts vowels in between these consonants, taking as an example the consonants Q, T, L, and inserting an A, and then again an A. Then, whilst the word formed solely out of consonants was just an imitation of an external sound picture, through the addition of vowels the word katl arises, meaning to kill. There is an interesting development here in that to kill, as a sound image, came about initially by the speech organs simply imitating the outer pictures. Then the soul continues the process, and inner experience is added by way of the vowels. Further development is carried out on the sound on the sound image, so that to kill is referred to a subject. This is basically the way the whole of the Hebrew language is constituted, and it brings to expression the interaction of all those elements of language formation that we have mentioned as contributing to the structure of language. Symbolism, that is, what we have found to be the way the spirit of language is active in the etheric body, which is the primary agent in the Hebrew language, demonstrates just those characteristic features of the Hebrew language that build on the sound images acquired by imitation and transforms them into symbols through the insertion of vowels. Therefore, all the words of the Hebrew language are formed in principle in such a way that they relate to things in the environment in the way symbols do. In contrast, everything occurring in Indo-Germanic languages is prompted more by what we have called the inner expression of the astral body, the speaker's inner being. The astral body is something that is already connected with consciousness. When people confront the outer world, they distinguish themselves from it. If people face the world from the point of view of the etheric body, they fuse with it, become one with it. Not until things are mirrored in our consciousness do we distinguish ourselves from them. This whole working of the astral body with its inner experiences is in contrast to the Semitic languages expressed in such a wonderful way in the Indo-Germanic languages, in that they have the verb to be, the establishing of the fact that there is an existence outside themselves. This is possible because with our consciousness we distinguish ourselves from what makes an impression on us from outside. Therefore, if people wanted to say in Hebrew, God is good, they could not do so directly, for they cannot reproduce the word is as an expression of being, because this arises out of the opposition of the astral body and the outer world. The etheric body makes simple statements. This is why in the Hebrew language you would have to say God the good. It is not confrontation of subject and object that is being described. The Indo-Germanic languages in particular are the ones that show a confrontation with the outer world, ones whose main characteristic is the perception of the outer world. They, in turn, affect human beings in that they support inwardness, that is, all those things that provide the foundations for developing a strong personality, a strong ego. This is already evident in the language. Everything I have been able to give you today might be considered by some people to be only unsatisfactory indications, for the simple reason that one would have to speak for a fortnight if one wanted to describe things belonging to this field in greater detail. Nevertheless, those who have attended these lectures fairly regularly, and who have entered into the essential nature of the matter, will see that such indications are not unjustified. They may possibly show that if we begin to look at language in this spiritual scientific way, it will lead in principle to the realization that language cannot be understood in any other way than by endeavoring to take hold of it with an artistic sense, which one must first acquire. That is why all scholarship must fail if people are not willing to participate in the creative act and recreate what the artistic spirit of language carried out in human beings before the ego became active in us. The secrets of language can only be understood with the help of an artistic sense, because only a creative sense can recreate. No scholarly abstractions will ever make a work of art comprehensible. Only those ideas illuminate a work of art which are able to recreate in a productive way as ideas the things which the artist is capable of expressing by other means, color, sound, and so on. An artistic sense is the only thing that can comprehend an artist, and it is only someone with artistic feeling for language who can understand the spiritual creativity that created language. That is one of the tasks that spiritual science is called upon to do in respect of language. The other task is something which is of significance on a practical level. When we realize that language is the creation of a pre-human artist, we shall also be able to rise to activating our artistic sense when we want to say something worth saying. But there is little feeling for this in the present time, when not much progress has been made in fostering a living feeling for language. Today, anyone who opens their mouths thinks they can say things in an old way. But we need to realize that we have to create in ourselves a direct connection between what we have to say and how we say it. We have to reawaken the linguistic artist in us in all realms. People today are quite happy if what they want to say comes out anyhow, not minding what form it takes. How many people realize that an artistic feeling for language is necessary for expressing anything? And this is absolutely essential in the field of spiritual science. Take a look at spiritual scientific writings. you will find that true spiritual scientists will have seriously worked at them to form each sentence creatively, and that the position of the verb is not arbitrary. Each sentence arising in this way is a birth, because it has to be experienced inwardly in the soul directly as form, not merely as a thought. And the sentences, if they are, say, 3, will not have an arbitrary connection. For not only the first, but also the third will have had to have been conceived before the middle one is formed, because the effect of the middle sentence depends on the continuing effect of the first sentence, which can be carried on into the following one. In spiritual science, it is impossible to work without a creatively active sense of language. Anything else is wrong. It is important that we free ourselves from being slavishly tied to words. But we shall not be able to do this by thinking that any word will do to express a certain thought. That already is a wrong approach to forming language. We shall never find words to express supersensible facts from those coined to apply to the sense world. Anyone capable of asking what word one should use to describe the etheric body or the astral body in a really concrete manner has not understood anything of this. But a person who has understood something of this will realize, I will find out what the etheric body is if I start by investigating it from one particular aspect, and find that it has to do with artistically formed reflex images. Then I investigate the matter from 3 more aspects. The matter has then been presented from 4 different sides, so that now if we give a spoken presentation, we shall, so to speak, pass through all the aspects and be presenting artistic reflex images of it. If one is not aware of this, one will achieve nothing but abstractions and a sclerotic reproduction of what one already knows. This is why progress in spiritual science will always be associated with what we might call furthering the development of the inner sense for language and its inner formative power. In this way, spiritual science will have a beneficial effect on our present-day style of speaking. It will be able to reform the terrible linguistic style of people today who do not have the slightest notion of the creativity of language. If they did have, not so many people who can hardly speak and write would embark on literary careers. A long time ago, the awareness was lost of the fact that to write prose, for example, shows a far greater capacity than to write verse. Only the prose written today is obviously of a far lower caliber. But spiritual science is here to act as a stimulus in those fields associated with the deepest aspirations of humankind. For the active work spiritual science will do in these fields will fulfill the visions of the greatest personalities. By means of thoughts, spiritual science will gain access to supersensible worlds and become capable of decanting thought into sound pictures, so that our language can again become a medium of communication for what souls see with supersensible sight. Then spiritual science will have become the very thing that will verify for a multitude of people the truth to which the following words regarding the most significant realms of our inner life testify, quote, immeasurably deep is the thought, and its winged agent is the word. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Transforming the Soul, Volume 2, translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim, and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. This is Lecture 2, entitled Laughing and Weeping, given on the 3rd of February, 1910. In a series of lectures on spiritual scientific facts, it might well appear to some people as if the subject to be discussed today were a matter of little importance. But that is just what can often be called a failing in the kind of presentations that take their way into higher realms of existence, that there is a neglect of things belonging to immediate everyday realities. When lectures set out to deal with the eternal nature of life, or its finality, with the highest capacities of the soul and weighty matters of the evolution of the world and of humankind, and perhaps even more exalted things still, people are generally happy not to get involved in such apparently commonplace matters as those we are to examine today. But everyone who endeavors to reach the realms of spiritual life along the path described in these lectures will become more and more convinced that to advance quietly, step by step, from the familiar to the less familiar is a very healthy approach. Besides, you will know from many examples that the most outstanding minds, in fact human consciousness altogether, have regarded laughter and tears by no means as merely commonplace. After all, the consciousness that is at work in legends and the great traditions of humankind, so often much wiser than single individual consciousness, has given the great Zarathustra, who became so immensely important for Eastern culture, the famous Zarathustra smile, and the consciousness of legends sees a special significance in the fact that this great man came smiling into the world. And out of a profound understanding of world history, we are told further that in response to this smile, all creatures on earth rejoiced, while all the evil spirits and adversaries on earth fled away. If we now pass on from the kind of consciousness at work in traditional legends to the works of an outstanding individual, we have good reason to remember the figure of Faust, into whom Goethe put so many of his own feelings and ideas. When Faust, despairing of all existence, comes near to killing himself, he hears the Easter bells ring out and cries, "Tears spring forth, the earth holds me again." Goethe, the poet, uses tears here as a symbol of the state of soul which enables Faust, after experiencing the most bitter despair, to find his way back into the world. This brings home to us, if we care to think about it, that laughter and tears are actually related to meaningful things. But you may well believe that it is easier to speculate on the nature of spirit than to look for the spirit where it manifests in the world immediately around us. And we can find the spirit, the human spirit to start with, in its actual being, precisely in the soul expressions that we call laughing and weeping. We can understand them only if we regard them as expressions of a person's inner spiritual life. But in order to do this, we have not only to accept an inner spiritual being, but understand what it is. All the lectures in our present winter series have been devoted to doing just this. Therefore, we need give only a brief indication of the being of man as seen by spiritual science. For if we are to understand laughing and weeping, we have to place them on this foundation. We have seen that human beings, from the point of view of their whole being, consist of a physical body which they have in common with the whole mineral realm, an etheric body which they have in common with everything that is of the nature of plants, and also an astral body which they have in common with the animal kingdom, and which is the bearer of pleasure and pain, joy and sorrow, terror and amazement, and also of all the ideas which appear and fade again in our soul life from awakening until going to sleep. Human beings consist in the first place of these three outer sheaths, and these form an outer covering for the human ego, by means of which human beings will become the crown of earthly creation. This ego sets to work on the life of the soul consisting of the three members, the sentient soul, the lowest member, the rational or the perceptive soul, which is the next one, and the third one, the consciousness soul. And we have seen how the ego works to bring human beings ever nearer to perfection. What is this whole activity of the ego within the human soul based on? Let us look at various ways the ego expresses itself. Suppose that the ego, this deepest center of our spiritual life, encounters some object or being in the outer world. The ego does not remain indifferent to it, but expresses itself in a particular way. It has an experience in the soul, one way or the other, according to whether the encounter pleases it or displeases it. The ego may exult at some occurrence, or it may be plunged into deepest sadness. It may recoil in terror, or it may lovingly contemplate or embrace the source of the event. Or it can have the inner experience of understanding or not understanding whatever is involved. From our observations of the ego's activities between waking and sleeping, we can see how it tries to bring itself into harmony with the outer world. If a particular object pleases it, and we have the feeling of being warmed by it, then a bond is formed between us and the object. A part of us wraps itself around it. Basically, this is what we do with our whole environment. Our entire waking life, as regards our inner soul processes, appears to us as the creation of a harmony between our ego and the rest of the world. The experiences that come to us through the objects and beings in the outer world and are reflected in what goes on in our soul life work not only on the three members of our soul, where the ego dwells, but also on the astral, etheric, and physical body. We have already given examples of how the relation established by the ego between itself and any object or being not only stirs the emotions of the astral body and brings change into the currents and movements of the etheric body, but also affects the physical body. Who has not noticed that people will turn pale when they experience something that frightens them? This means that the relationship formed by the ego between itself and the thing that frightens it has had an effect right into the physical body, and has brought a different movement into the blood than it normally has. The blood withdraws, so to speak, from the outer extremities, so that the person turns pale. Another especially characteristic example is the blush of shame. When we feel that our relationship with someone in our environment is such that we would like to disappear for a moment, the blood mounts to our face. Here we have two examples of a definite influence on the blood caused by the ego's relation to the outer world. Many other examples could be given of how the ego expresses itself in the astral, etheric, and physical bodies. The ego's search for harmony, or for a certain relationship between itself and the environment, can lead to various specific consequences. In some cases, we may feel that we have found the right position the ego should have regarding the object or being. Even if we are afraid of someone, and have good reason for it, the ego may feel, if it gets the chance to think properly about it afterward, that even this feeling of fear provided a harmonious relationship with the environment. The ego feels especially in tune with its environment, if it has been trying to understand one or another thing in the outer world and succeeds. Then it feels united with these things, as though it had gone out of itself and immersed itself in them, which brings a feeling of conviction that the connection is a right one. Or it may be that the ego lives with other people in an affectionate relationship. Then it feels happy and satisfied that there is an harmonious relationship between itself and the outer world. These feelings of contentment, starting in the ego, are then passed on to its sheaths. It may happen, however, that there is an occasion when the ego fails to create this harmony. That is, it fails to achieve the kind of relationship generally accepted as normal. The ego could then find itself in a peculiar position. Suppose the ego encounters something it cannot understand, and therefore cannot find a reason that would justify its existence. It tries in vain to form a relationship to it. Yet it has to take up a definite position with regard to it. Let's take a concrete example. We encounter something which we do not want to understand because it does not seem worth our while giving our attention to it, as we feel that if we were to go into the matter thoroughly, we would have to devote too much thought and effort to it. In such a case, we have to set up a sort of barrier against it so as to keep ourselves free of it. We want to find ourselves, but we do so this time not by immersing ourselves in the thing outside, but by withdrawing our forces from it, and by raising ourselves above it, thus enhancing our self-awareness. The feeling that then comes over us is one of liberation. Our ego feels it would lose something if it were to immerse itself in the other thing, and that it has to consolidate its forces. When this occurs, clairvoyant observation sees the ego withdrawing the astral body, as it were, from the impressions which could be made on it by the environment or the other being. An impression will of course be made on our physical body, unless we close our eyes or stop up our ears. But because we have less control over our physical body than our astral body, we withdraw our astral body for a moment from our physical body and also from our etheric body, thus protecting it from the reach of the other being. This withdrawal of the astral body, which would otherwise expend its energies in the physical body to keep its forces together, appears to clairvoyant observation as though the astral body were expanding. When it is liberated like this, it spreads out, as it were. When we raise ourselves above another being, we make our astral body expand like elastic and go slack, whereas it is normally in a state of tension. By doing this, we liberate ourselves from a bond of any kind with the other being. We withdraw into ourselves, as it were, and raise ourselves above the whole situation. And because everything that happens in the astral body comes to expression in the physical expression of this expansion of the astral body is laughing or smiling. Every time we laugh or smile in this sort of situation, it is connected with an elastic expansion of the astral body. Accordingly, the combination of an expansion of the astral body and laughter or smiling indicates that we are raising ourselves above what is happening around us, because we do not want to apply our understanding to it, and from our standpoint are right not to do so. So, when it comes to it, anything we are not intending to understand will cause an expansion of our astral body and give rise to laughter. Satirical papers have been in the habit of depicting public figures with huge heads and tiny bodies, which is a grotesque way of expressing the significance of these people for their time. Any attempt to apply our reason to it would be futile, for there is no principle according to which such a huge head would be joined to such a tiny body. Applying our reason to it would be a waste of energy and mental power. The only satisfying thing is to raise ourselves above the object, in this case above the impression it makes on our physical body, and becomes free in our ego and expand our astral body. For what the ego experiences is passed on in the first place to the astral body, and the corresponding physiognomical expression is laughter. It may happen, however, that we cannot find the relationship to our environment that our soul needs. Suppose that for some time we have loved someone who is not only closely associated with our daily life, but whose very presence is indispensable to our inner life. Then this person is snatched away from us for a time, and with the loss of the person a part of our soul life falls away. A bond between ourselves and a being in the outer world is broken. Because of the attachment that has arisen through this relationship, the soul is justified in going in search of this bond. Something has been torn out of the ego, and the effect on the ego is passed on to the astral body. Now, because the astral body cannot find what it is looking for, it contracts, or more explicitly, the ego compresses the astral body. This can always be clairvoyantly observed when a person is grieving over a loss. That because the ego has partly withdrawn, it compresses the astral body. Just as the expanded astral body loses tension and creates in the physical body the physiognomical expression of laughter or smiling, a contracted astral body penetrates more deeply into all the forces of the physical body and contracts it too. And the physiognomical expression of this series of contractions, first of the ego, then of the astral, and then of the physical body, is the shedding of tears. The astral body, having, as it were, been left with gaps and wanting to fill them by contracting, draws in substance from its environment. And in so doing, it compresses the physical body and squeezes out the latter's substances in the form of tears. So what do tears also indicate? In its grief, the ego has lost something. It contracts because it has become depleted and feels its selfhood less strongly than before. For its unique strength is all the stronger the richer the experiences are that it gathers from the outer world. Not only do we give something to those we love, but enrich our own souls by doing so. And when the experiences love gives us are torn from us, and the astral body receives gaps and contracts, it tries to regain the forces it has lost by putting pressure on itself. It tries to counteract its depletion by making itself richer again. The tears are not merely an outflow. They are a sort of compensation for the depleted ego. Whereas the ego formerly felt enriched by the outer world, now it feels strengthened in it. Let me read that again. Whereas the ego formerly felt enriched by the outer world, now it feels strengthened in that it produces the tears itself. What people lose in ego consciousness on a spiritual level, they try to compensate for by spurring themselves on to an act of producing something in themselves, the shedding of tears. If an ego that has suffered a loss lets go as far as shedding tears, these tears, in raising the ego's consciousness to an awareness of its loss, give it a certain subconscious feeling of well-being. One could even say that tears are, in a way, an incentive to a kind of inner wallowing. But it does restore a balance. You will all know of people who, when they are in the depths of misery, find comfort in tears. You will know, too, that people who cannot cry find it much harder to bear sorrow than do the kind of people who can easily find comfort in tears. So we see that it is the ego, the center of the human being, that cannot achieve a satisfying relationship with the outer world, and then either raises itself to inner freedom through laughter, or submerges itself in order to gain strength after a deprivation through tears. Therefore, we will find it comprehensible that the having of an ego, which is what makes us human, is from a certain point of view a requisite for laughter and tears. When we observe a newborn baby, we find that it can neither laugh nor cry. Real laughing and crying begin only around the 36th to 40th day of life. The reason for this is that although it is already clear that an ego from a previous incarnation is living in the child, the ego does not begin to work formatively in the child in the first days. It is not immediately open to relating to the outer world. When human beings come into the world, then all that they are and everything to do with them comes from two directions. From one side they get the attributes and active elements acquired from father and mother, grandparents and so on, namely the qualities and abilities in the line of heredity. But all this is worked on by the individuality, by the person's ego, that goes from one life to another and brings into it its own soul qualities. When a child enters existence at birth, we see at first only an undefined physiognomy, and quite undefined also are the talents, capacities, and special characteristics which will emerge later on. But presently we see the creatively working ego, with the power of development it has brought from previous lives, actively making the child's unformed features more and more clearly defined, and modifying what has been given in the line of heredity. We see the inherited qualities blending with those which pass from one incarnation to another. You will be able to find more about the growth and development of the human being in my recently published book titled Occult Science, an Outline, Reader's Aside, also known as An Outline of Esoteric Science, end of Reader's Aside, in the earlier chapters of which these things are discussed in a way suitable for the present-day mind. We have seen how the ego works its way to being expressed in the child. But it is some time before the ego can begin to transform body and soul. Therefore, we enter existence showing, in the first few days, only our inherited characteristics. The ego, meanwhile, remains deeply hidden, waiting until it can impress on the undefined physiognomy the qualities it has brought from previous lives, from which it will elaborate. Read that again. The ego, meanwhile, remains deeply hidden, waiting until it can impress on the undefined physiognomy the qualities it has brought from previous lives, which it will elaborate day by day, year by year. Before the child has acquired the individual character that is uniquely its own, it is impossible that its ego can give vent to any relationship with regard to the outer world by way of laughing or crying. For this requires the ego, the most individual part of us, as it seeks for a connecting link to bring it into harmony with its environment. Only the ego can express itself in laughter or tears. For when we consider laughing and weeping, we are dealing with the deepest and most inward spirituality in man. Those who refuse to admit any real difference between man and animal will of course find analogies to laughing and weeping in the animal kingdom. But anyone who understands these things properly will agree with the German poet who says that the closest an animal gets to weeping is howling, and the nearest thing in the animal world to laughing is grinning. There is a deep truth in this. And it can be put into words by saying that animals do not rise to egohood, such as resides in a human being, but are ruled by laws which appear to resemble human selfhood, but which are so implanted in them that they remain outside them throughout life. Animals cannot achieve individuality. This essential difference between human beings and animals has already been mentioned here, and it was said that what interests us in animals is comprised in the species to which it belongs. Ask yourself whether what interests you in a particular species of animal is spread out over such a great diversity of characteristics as you would find between human parents and their offspring. The main characteristics of an animal are those of its type or species. In the human realm, each person has their own individual characteristics, their own biography, and this is what concerns us, whereas in animals it is the history of the species. Certainly there are many dog owners and cat owners who declare that they could write a biography of their pet, and I even knew a schoolmaster who regularly set his pupils the exercise of writing the biography of a pen. The fact that a thought can be applied to anything is not the point. What matters is that our understanding should work in its way through to the essential nature of a being or a subject matter. Individual biography is significant for human beings, but not for animals. For the essential part of human beings is the individuality which moves on and develops from life to life, whereas in animals it is the species that lives on and evolves. Where there is reluctance to admit to the importance of the biographical element, this is not because the significance that attaches to it is any less than is given to natural scientific laws belonging to the outer world, but because the person who refuses to admit it cannot feel the importance of phenomena of any kind. In spiritual science, the enduring element that informs the species is called the animal's group soul or group ego, and we regard it as a reality. Therefore we speak of the animal having its ego outside itself. We do not deny the animal an ego, but we speak of the group ego which directs the animal from outside. With human beings, on the other hand, we speak of an individual I entering into their innermost part and directing the individuality at the core of their being in such a way that they can enter into a personal relationship with the beings of their environment. The relationships that animals establish under the guidance of the external group ego have a general character. What one or another animal likes or dislikes, hates or fears is typical of its species, modified only in minor details among domestic animals or those who live with humans. In human beings, what love and hate, fear, sympathy and antipathy signify for them goes through a development in them from incarnation to incarnation in an individual way. Therefore, the special situation in which human beings liberate themselves from something in their environment and express their relief physiognomically in laughter, or in the opposite case, where we look for a relationship we cannot find and express our frustration in tears. All this is something of which only human beings are capable. And the more the individuality of the child makes itself evident above the level of an animal, the more it shows its humanity through laughter and tears. If we want to take a true view of life, we must not attach primary importance to such crude facts as the similarities of bone and muscle in man and animal, or to a possible resemblance between the other organs. We must look in subtler aspects of human nature for the characteristics that are the essential evidence of man's status as the highest of earthly beings. If anyone cannot see the significance of such facts as laughter and tears for bringing out the difference between human beings and animals, one has to say, there is no helping a person who is not able to rise to the facts that matter most in coming to understand man in his spirituality. The facts we are now considering in the light of spiritual science can of course illumine certain natural scientific findings, but only if the facts are put back into the context of a great spiritual scientific whole. There is something else that is connected with laughing and weeping in human beings. If we observe a person laughing or crying, we shall find that not only is this expressed in the physiognomy of the face, but that also a change in the breathing occurs. When sorrow goes as deep as tears, and this sorrow leads to such compression of the astral body that the physical body is also compressed, the in-breathing becomes shorter and shorter, and the out-breathing longer. With laughter, the opposite occurs. The in-breathing is long and the out-breathing short. When a person's astral body goes slack, and the physical body does too, right into its finer details, the situation resembles that of a hollow space from which all the air is pumped out. Then immediately the outside air rushes in. A kind of liberation of the outer corporeality occurs in laughter, and then a long breath of air is drawn in. When we cry, the opposite happens. We compress the astral body, and with it the physical body, and the compression causes an out-breathing in one long stretch. Here again we have an instance of the connection between the bodily expression of a manifestation of life and a soul expression brought about by the presence of the ego. If we take these physiological facts, they will illumine in a wonderful way a spiritual scientific fact which is recorded in a picture in the ancient religious records of humankind. As a rule, spiritual scientific facts come to expression in pictures. Let us remember the significant passage in the Old Testament which presents man being raised to his present level of humanity when Yahweh, or Jehovah, breathes into him the living breath, thus making him a living soul. This is the moment when the birth of selfhood is impressed on our attention. In the Old Testament, the functioning of the breathing process is shown as the expression of the actual egohood of man, and breathing is brought into relation with man's inner soul forces. If we recall that laughing and weeping are a unique expression of the human ego, then we appreciate the intimate connection between our breathing process and our inner ensouling. And then, in the light of such knowledge, we come to regard the ancient religious records with the humility engendered in us by this deep and true understanding. For spiritual science, these records are not necessary. Even if they were destroyed in a great catastrophe, spiritual scientific research has the means of discovering for itself what is at the root of them. But when the facts are found, and later the same facts are found to be unmistakably rendered in the pictorial language of the old records, our understanding of these records is greatly enhanced. We feel that they must originate from seers who knew what the spiritual researcher discovers, and spiritual vision converses with spiritual vision across the millennia. And from this knowledge we acquire the right attitude toward these records. When we hear tell of how God breathed his own living breath into man, whereby man became an ego that could find itself, we can see precisely in such a study as this one on laughing and weeping, how true to human nature is this symbolically portrayed event. I shall refer to only a few more particulars, otherwise it would take us too far. Someone might say to me, "You have started at the wrong end. You ought to have started with the external facts. You should look for the spiritual element where it appears purely as a natural occurrence, for example, when a person is tickled." That is the most basic example of laughing. How do you reconcile that with all your fantasies about the expansion of the astral body and so forth? Oh, this is a wonderful example of the expansion of the astral body, for everything is present here that has been described as a characteristic, though at a lower pitch. If someone is tickled on the sole of their foot, it is something they cannot feel involved in with their reasoning powers. They do not like it and reject it. They would only understand it if they were to tickle themselves, but then they would not laugh because they would know who was doing it. When someone else tickles them, however, there is something incomprehensible about it. Then the ego rises up and tries to liberate both itself and the astral body. This freeing of the astral body from inappropriate contact expresses itself in laughter that is not motivated. It is par excellence a releasing of the ego on a basic level from the attack made on it by being tickled on the foot when there is no reasonable explanation for it. Laughing at a joke or at something that is funny is on the same level as this. We laugh at a joke because laughter brings us into the right relationship with it. Things are brought together in a joke which in serious life cannot combine. For if they could be grasped logically, they would not be funny. A joke sets up relationships which, unless we happen to be fools, do not call for direct understanding, but only for us to go so far as to combine the things in a certain play of the mind. Directly we feel we have got the trick, we free ourselves and rise above the content of the joke. This freeing oneself and raising oneself above something is always found when laughing occurs, just as looking for something one cannot find, and therefore contracting within oneself, is always the cause of weeping. But this kind of relationship to the outer world may or may not be justified. It may be fitting that we want to liberate ourselves by laughing, or alternatively our particular mental disposition may make us either unwilling or unable to understand what is going on. Then our laughter will not arise out of the situation, but out of our own limitations. This is always the case when an immature person laughs at someone else because he cannot understand him. If an immature human being fails to find in the other person the ordinary, limited qualities he expects to find, he does not think it necessary to apply understanding. So he tries to free himself from it, perhaps just because he does not want to understand it. This can easily lead to the habit of becoming free of everything by laughing. In fact, certain people often get like this. They laugh or grouse about everything. They do not want to understand anything, so they puff up their astral body and are forever laughing. Basically, it is the same thing. It is just that, on the one hand, it may seem justified not to want to approach it with understanding, and on the other hand, it can be unjustified. It can also happen that someone makes calculated use of this form of expression. Consider a speaker who calculates the effect his words will have on his bearers, on his hearers, for instance, how to get them to agree with him, and so on. He obviously reckons with the way people can experience things. Now and then it might be justified for him to refer to things so trivial or so far below the sphere of understanding of some of his listeners that he can risk describing them so that the minds of his listeners will not connect very strongly with the subject in question. In fact, by doing so, this will be just the thing to liberate them from the trivialities that surround the subject, which he really wants to get them to understand. Here the speaker will be justified in assuming that his listeners share his attitude of rejecting the matters in question. But there are also speakers who always want to get the laugh on their side. I have heard them saying, "If I am to win, I must stimulate laughter, so that I will have the laughs on my side. For if I have as good as won." This may, however, spring from inner dishonesty. For anyone who appeals to laughter is evoking a response which is intended to lift his audience above themselves. But if he presents the matter in such a way that his hearers need not try to understand it, but can laugh at it only because it has been brought down to a level where it appears trivial, then he is counting on human vanity, even though his listeners may not be aware of it. There is also a certain way, too, in which it is possible to win people over, by stirring in them the feelings of comfort and well-being, which I have described as being associated with tears. If people are brought to imagine that they have lost something, they may then long for this thing they cannot find. Then, by contracting their ego, they feel their selfhood strengthened. An appeal of this kind to the emotions is then often nothing more than an appeal to human selfishness. All these things can therefore be grossly misused, for emotion and grief, mocking and scorn, accompanied by laughing and crying, are all connected with strengthening or liberating the ego, and so with human egohood, with egoism. When therefore such appeals are made, it may be that selfishness is being addressed, and selfishness can also destroy the bonds between man and man. In other lectures we have seen that the ego not only works on the sentient soul, the rational soul, and the consciousness soul, but that this work is intended also to make the ego stronger and more rounded. So we shall readily understand that laughing and weeping can in a certain respect be a means of education. It is no wonder then that we rank among the great sources of education for human development those dramatic creations, the effect of which is to stimulate the soul forces that find expression in laughter and tears. Tragedy presents us with a spectacle that does indeed contract the astral body and so impart firmness and inner cohesion to the ego. Comedy, on the other hand, expands the astral body inasmuch as people raise themselves above follies and coincidences, and it thereby encourages the liberation of the ego. We can see now the connection there is with human development when tragedies and comedies are brought before us in artistic form. Those who can observe human nature with regard to the smallest things will find that everyday experiences can also lead to an understanding of the greatest actualities. The sort of things that are presented to us in art, for instance, show us that in human nature there is a kind of pendulum that has to swing to and fro between what leads on the one hand to tears and on the other to laughter. The ego can progress only by being in movement. If the pendulum were at rest, the ego would not be able to increase or develop, and would succumb to inner death. It is the right thing for human development that the ego should be able, on the one side, to free itself through laughter, and on the other side to search for itself, leading to tears. But between two polarities there has to be a balance. Therefore the ego will only find completion when it has found a balance, and never in swinging to and fro between exaltation and despair. It will only be able to find itself at the moment of rest, which can lead just as well in the one direction as in the other. Human beings must become progressively the steerers and directors of their own lives. If we really understand laughing and weeping, we shall know they are manifestations of the Spirit, and realize that human beings virtually become transparent when we see them making use of laughter as an outer expression of an inner feeling of liberation, and expressing with the help of tears an inner feeling of being strengthened after the ego has suffered a loss in the external world. Laughing and weeping are two opposite poles by means of which the world's secrets are made manifest. If we ask what a laugh expressed by the human face actually is, we now know that it is the Spirit telling us that here we see human beings endeavoring to find liberation from being entangled in things unworthy of them, and raising themselves with a smile above the things they may never allow to enslave them. And tears in our eyes are telling us of the spiritual fact that even when people feel that the thread is broken linking them to another living creature, they are still endeavoring to find the bridge. And when they strengthen their ego through tears, they are emphatically saying, I belong to the world, and the world belongs to me, for I cannot bear being torn away from it. And now we understand how this liberation, rising above everything base and evil, found its justified expression in the Zarathustra smile, and how right people were to say that all the creatures on earth rejoiced when he smiled, and all the evil spirits fled. For that smile was the symbol in world history of the elevation of the free being of the ego above everything in which it must not get entangled. If, however, the ego should come to the point of saying that existence is worthless, and that it does not want to have anything more to do with the world, yet the strength should spring up in the soul which brings to consciousness the affirmation, the world belongs to me and I belong to the world, then this feeling is rendered by Goethe in the words, quote, tears flow forth, the earth holds me again, close quote. These words give voice to a conviction that we cannot allow ourselves to be excluded from all that the earth signifies, and that with our tears we assert our intimate connection with it when it seems taken from us. This finds its justification in the deep secrets of the world. Tears announce our solidarity with the world, and the smile on our face shows our liberation from everything that is below us. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Transforming the Soul, Volume 2. Used to be known as Metamorphosis of the Soul. And this is translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim, and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. This is Lecture 3, entitled What is Mysticism? Given on the 10th of February 1910. The concept of mysticism is one with regard to which total confusion is widespread today. Not long ago I heard a cultured scholar declare that Goethe should also be numbered among the mystics, for he had admitted the existence of an area that is dark and inscrutable. And we can go as far as to say that a lot of people would agree with that opinion. The word mysticism and mystical, to an even greater extent, is applied to anything and everything. If a particular subject matter is baffling, to the extent that one's response hovers between not knowing and a dim inkling, one will call it mystical or mysterious. or when people are tempted to fall back on an easy line of thought in the direction of psychology and admit they really do not know anything about it and follow the more or less obvious course of forbidding anyone else to know anything about it either, they will then dismiss it as mystical. In fact, things that people are only allowed to have vague feelings about are often made an object of mysticism. We only have to look at the subject of mysticism historically, however, and we shall acquire quite a different view of what great minds have understood by it, and above all, what they believed it offered them. We shall then have our eyes open to the fact that there have been individuals who, far from regarding the content of mysticism as obscure and inscrutable, have spoken of its goal as attainable only by means of a higher clarity, a brighter light in the soul, so much so that to them the clarity that other sciences can give leaves off where the clarity of mysticism begins. That was the conviction of those who believed they had experienced real mysticism. We come across mysticism in the earliest periods of human evolution. However, what was called mysticism in the Egyptian mysteries and among the Asiatic peoples and the Greeks, which have often been mentioned here, is so far removed from our conceptual life today that right from the outset it is somewhat difficult to give any idea of mysticism if we go by those old forms of mystical experience. We can come nearest to our present-day way of thinking if we start from the still fairly recent forms of mysticism found among the German mystics from Meister Eckhart onward, roughly the 13th, 14th century, and which reached a certain culmination in that incomparable mystic, Angelus Silesius. If we examine their mysticism, we find that they were looking to find a true knowledge of the deepest foundations of the world, by way of a purely inward soul experience, above all by the liberation of the soul from all external impressions, so that the soul would turn away from the life of the outer world and endeavor to plunge into the depths of its own inner life. If the mystic would, as it were, forget everything conveyed by his senses and reasoning powers, and live entirely in his own soul, then he would feel that through the power of his own soul's forces, he had the ability to see beyond his own thinking, feeling, and willing, to the place from which the soul originated, the divine spiritual foundation of things. And because the mystic considered the soul to be the most precious form of existence, the child of divine spirituality, he firmly believed he had found the source of the soul to which it must also return. In other words, the mystic was of the opinion that his outer sense impressions formed a veil through which human cognition cannot directly penetrate to the divine foundations of the world. The inner experiences of the soul, however, form a much thinner obstacle, so that it is possible to penetrate through this to the divine ground, which is the foundation from which external phenomena spring. This is the mystical path of Meister Eckhart, Johannes Tauler and Suso, and other mystics of that age, through to Angelus Silesius. We must of course realize that these mystics believed that if they took this path, they would find more than what came to them as an immediate result of their inner search. In the course of this winter's lectures, we have occupied ourselves with inner soul exploration from a great many aspects. We have been able to show that when we look into what is rightly called man's inner being, the first thing we find is the darkest depths of the soul, where it is still subject to emotions such as fear, horror, anxiety, and hope. In fact, the whole gamut of pleasure and pain, joy and sorrow. We called this part of the soul the sentient soul. We went on to distinguish in these dark depths of soul life what we call the rational or perceptive soul, to which we attain when the ego, the center of our soul life, assimilates external impressions and quietly allows what emerges in the sentient soul to live itself out and find equilibrium. We also said that inner truth, as we may call it, arises in the rational soul. When the ego then works further on what it has acquired on its way to the rational soul, then it works its way up to the consciousness soul, where a clear ego awareness is now possible, leading the way from what is merely the inner life to a real knowing of the world. With these three members of the soul life in mind, we have the substance of what we find when first entering into our inner being. And we find out how the ego works on these three members. Those mystics who sought for knowledge in the way described certainly believed they would find something else by delving into the depths of their souls. For them, the soul members we have just named were only a kind of veil they had to pass through to reach the springs of existence. And above all, they believed that when they reached this source, they would go through the inner experience that is presented in recorded history as the life and death of the Christ. Now, when the mystical descent into the soul occurs, even if only in the medieval sense, the process is, of course, the following. The mystic, to start with, confronts the outer world with the many impressions it makes on his ears, his eyes, and his other senses, and he assimilates light, color, sound, warmth, and so on with his power of reason. But as he does this, he is aware that he is still a slave of the outer world, and cannot penetrate through the veil to the source of these impressions. Yet his soul retains conceptual images as pictures of the outer world, and especially does it retain the feelings it has had whilst receiving these impressions. And the pleasure, the pain, the sympathy or antipathy he feels moves him more than the cold, dispassionate mental images did. His ego, with its interests and its whole inner life, directs him toward the world and the impressions it makes on him. So the first time he turns away from this outer world, he still retains the mental images and memories and all his subjective feelings. So at first his inner life appears to him to be a repetition, a reflected image of external life. Is the soul left empty when it exerts itself to forget everything mirrored in it from the outer world, to obliterate all the impressions and mental images connecting it to the world outside? The actual mystical experience is that the soul has another possibility, that when it banishes not only its memories but also its feelings, it still has some content. It feels that impressions of the outer world with their bright images and their effect upon it suppress something which exists in the soul's hidden depths. Mystics feel that when they are open to the outer world, its life is like a powerful light which blots out the more delicate experiences in the soul. And when they erase all the impressions from outside, the inner spark, as Eckhart calls it, shines forth, and they then experience something which has apparently not existed before, because it was imperceptible in face of the dazzle of the outer world. Mystics realize that there is no comparison between outer and inner experience, because these are radically different. We cannot enter into the inner being of things outside, because they only show us their exterior, and we realize that behind colors and sounds there is something which we have to regard at present as hidden from us. But with regard to our inner soul experience, we ourselves are inside them and are part of them. And if we have the gift of being able to open ourselves to the inner light, then we see things in their true being. Whereas the things of the outer world arise and then wither, are born and then die, this process does not apply to soul matters. Here we do not have to deal with exteriors, but with the thing itself in its reality. It is precisely through this inner knowledge that we gain assurance that there is something imperishable in ourselves, and that it is akin to what we must acquire as a concept of spirit. the primal ground of everything material. This experience leads mystics to feel that they must kill off and overcome all their former experiences, that their ordinary soul life has to die, and then their real soul, the victor over birth and death, will arise in them. This awakening of the inner core of the soul after the death of ordinary soul life is experienced by the mystic as an inner resurrection, as an imitation of the historical life, death, and resurrection of the Christ. Thus they see the Christ event taking place in their soul and spirit as an inner mystical experience. Seeing the way this path leads, we realize that it must lead to what may be called a unity of all experience. For it belongs to the nature of our soul life that we pass from the multiplicity of sense perceptions, the flow and ebb of perceptions and feelings, and the rich variety of thoughts, to a simplification, for the simple reason that the ego, the central point of our life, is always working to create unity in our whole soul life. It is clear, then, that as mystics tread the path of soul experiences, these are presented to them in such a way that all plurality strives toward the unity prescribed by the ego. Accordingly, in all mystics, we find an outlook which could be called spiritual monism. And having attained the knowledge that the inner being of the soul has qualities radically different from those found in the external world, mystics experience in their inner being the consonance of the soul's core with the divine spiritual foundation of the world, which they, therefore, represent as a unity. What I have now been saying should be regarded simply as a descriptive account. It is impossible to reproduce in modern form what mystics reveal, except by taking them as unique soul experiences. Then the otherness of the other's experience can be compared with one's own. But outer criticism is not possible, because not having experienced it yourself, you can only know of it second-hand. But from the standpoint on which these lectures are based, we can form a clear picture of the mystic's path. It is essentially a path into the inner life, and the history of human development shows it to be one of the paths taken by the human spirit in its search for enlightenment. Various opinions as to which is the right path may be held, but if we are to give a clear answer to the question, what is mysticism, we must throw some light on the other path which can be pursued. The mystic's path leads him to unity, to one divine spiritual being. This happens when he follows the path that leads him into his inner being, where his ego gives him the unity of soul experience. The other path is the one that the human spirit has always taken when it seeks to pierce through the veil of the outer world to the foundations of existence. Here, in conjunction with many other things, it has been primarily human thinking which has endeavored to reach a deeper understanding of what lies behind the surface of things as perceived by the senses and grasped by ordinary intelligence. In contrast to mysticism, where does such a path necessarily lead? Taking the whole situation into account, it can only lead from the manifold variety of outer phenomena to the conclusion that a similar multiplicity must exist in the spiritual foundations of existence. In modern times, such men as Leibniz and Herbart, who followed this way of thought, have found that it is not possible to explain the abundance of external phenomena in terms of any underlying unity. In brief, they found the true antithesis of all mysticism, monadology, a view that sees the world as founded in the activities of a multiplicity of monads, of spiritual beings. I cannot go further into this today, but a deeper study of spiritual evolution would show that all those who sought for unity on the outer path deluded themselves, for they projected outward as a kind of shadow play the unity that is only experienced mystically in their inner being, and believed that this unity was also the basis of the external world and could be apprehended by thinking, because it was really to be found there. But if thinking is sound, it finds no way of reaching a unity in the outer world, but realizes that the motley profusion we meet with must arise out of the interworking of a variety of beings, monads, who mutually influence one another. Mysticism leads to unity because the ego works as an integrated entity, as the center of the soul. But the path via the external world leads by necessity to plurality, to monadology, and thus to a view that a great many spiritual beings must cooperate in order to bring about our image of the world, because as soon as we become observers of the world, we behold it through a number of organs and build up our knowledge out of a great number of different observations. Now we come to a matter of infinite importance, which has to be spoken of at some time, but which has received far too little attention in the history of thought. Mysticism leads to unity, but the fact of it regarding the divine ground of the world as a unity derives from the inner constitution of the soul, from its ego-centered nature. The ego sets its seal of unity if a person looks up to the divine spirit as a mystic. Contemplation of the external world leads to the plurality of monads. But it is only one way of observing the outer world, and the way in which it appears to us that brings about plurality, and which therefore prompted Leibniz and Herbart to postulate multiplicity as the foundation of the world. Deeper research into the matter leads to the realization that unity and plurality are concepts that cannot be applied when we are actually speaking of the divine spiritual ground of the world, that neither unity nor multiplicity can serve to describe it. Instead, we must say that the divine spiritual transcends what these two concepts mean to us at present, and these cannot fathom it. This is indeed a principle which throws light on many things that we see as a dispute between world conceptions, the dispute between monism and pluralism, so often portrayed as opposites in philosophical debates. If the disputants would only realize that their concepts are inadequate for any approach to the divine ground of the world, they might come to see the subject of their debate in the right light. We have now discovered what the actual essence of mysticism is. We can say that it is an inner experience, but one whose nature it is to be capable of leading the mystic to real knowledge. Even if he cannot justifiably say that the unity he experiences is objective truth, for its appearance of unity derives from his own ego, he is justified in saying that he experiences spiritual substance because he himself is within it. If we now pass on from this general account of mysticism to individual mystics, we quite frequently come upon the same sort of thing to which the opponents of mysticism refer, namely, that the inner experience of the various individuals takes on different forms, that the experiences of one mystic do not entirely agree with those of another. However, if we think clearly, we need not be particularly surprised, for if two people have different experiences of something, it by no means follows that their reports are untrue. If one person sees a tree from the right and another sees it from the left, and each describes it from his own point of view, it will be the same tree, and both descriptions may be correct. This simple example can help us to see why the soul experiences of different mystics vary. After all, a mystic does not encounter his inner life as a completely blank sheet. However much it may be his ideal to obliterate external experiences, and to withdraw his attention from them completely, they will still leave a trace in his soul, and this makes a difference. He will also still be under the influence of the national characteristics he grew up with and the experiences he has had in life. Even if he discards from his soul every outer experience he has had, his inner experiences will still have to be described in concepts and words drawn from his life hitherto. Two mystics may experience exactly the same thing, even if they describe it differently as a result of their earlier lives. It is only when we are able, through our own personal experience, to allow for these individual variations in description and representation that we can come to recognize that fundamentally the essence of the experience is always the same. It is just as though you were to photograph a tree from various angles. The photographs would look different, but they would all be of the same tree. There is another point which might, in a sense, be considered an objection to mystical experience. And as I must speak quite objectively, with no bias one way or the other, I have to say that this objection is valid and applies to all forms of mysticism. Just because mystical experience is such an intimate and inner matter, and has an individual character derived from the mystic's earlier years, it is extraordinarily difficult for anything he says, so closely concerned is it with his own soul, to be properly understood or assimilated by another soul. The most intimate aspects of mysticism must always remain intimate and very hard to communicate, however earnestly one may try to understand and enter into what is said. Why is this? It is because two mystics, if both are far enough advanced, may have the same experiences, and anyone well disposed will then recognize that they are speaking of the same thing. But they will have passed through different experiences during their earlier years, and this will give their mysticism an individual coloring. Hence the expressions used by a mystic and his style of utterance, insofar as they derive from his pre-mystical life, will always remain somewhat incomprehensible unless we make an effort to understand his personal background, and so come to see why he speaks as he does. This, however, will direct our attention from what is universally valid to the personality of the mystic himself. And this is a tendency that can be observed in the history of mysticism. Especially with the deepest mystics, we must set aside any idea of the knowledge they have acquired being imparted and assimilated by other people. Mystical knowledge cannot at all easily be made part of general human knowledge. But this only goes to strengthen our interest in the personality of the mystic, and it is infinitely attractive to study a mystic's personality, insofar as a universal image is reflected in him. What the mystic describes and values only because it leads him to the foundations and sources of existence will in itself have little interest for us as regards what it tells us objectively about the world. What interests us will be the subjective side of it, and its bearing on the mystic as an individual. In looking then at the mystic and his mysticism, we shall find value in precisely what the mystic is trying to overcome, in the personal, the immediate, his attitude to the world. We can certainly learn a great deal about the depths of human nature if we look at the history of humankind through the eyes of a series of mystics, but it will be very hard for us, this can never be too strongly emphasized, to say that anything any of the mystics tell us can have any direct validity for us. This perhaps is an objective proof that mysticism is the opposite of monadology, which aims at reflecting on the outside world, which everyone has in common. Its systems may contain error after error, but they can be discussed and something made of them from whatever point of development the individual has reached. In this sense, one of their errors would be thinkable only as being due to the level of development of the particular individual. The mysticism I have been describing here can therefore be extremely appealing, but we shall recognize its limits quite objectively if we allow our souls to assimilate what has just been said about it. Further light is thrown on mysticism if we assess it in relation to the method of spiritual science, a method drawn from the deeper levels of present-day spiritual life, with the aim of penetrating to the primal foundations of existence. If a subject gives difficulty because of the subtlety of its ideas, the best way of understanding it, as a rule, is to compare it with something to which it is related. You have often heard it said that there is a path of ascent to the higher worlds. In a certain sense, it is a threefold path. We have pointed to the outward path and also to the inner path, taken not by the mystics of the old mysteries, but by the medieval mystics, and we have defined the limits of the latter. We will now turn our gaze from both of these and look at what can be called the actual spiritual scientific path, or the path of spiritual scientific research. We have already said that this way of knowledge does not consist in our simply taking one particular path, either the outward path leading to the foundations of the sense world and, therefore, to plurality, nor the inner path to the foundations of our own soul life, to the mystical unity of the world. Spiritual science emphasizes that we are not bound to follow only those paths which our own immediate knowledge opens to us, but that we possess hidden, slumbering faculties of cognition, and that starting from them, we find other paths than the two just mentioned. What is anyone who takes either of the characterized paths actually doing? He is confirming that he will remain as he is, as he has become. He can go forth from himself and endeavor to pierce the veil of the sense world and penetrate the foundations of existence, or he can obliterate his outer experiences and allow the inner spark that is otherwise crowded out by the outside world to shine forth. The essential thing in spiritual science, however, is that human beings do not want their cognitional faculties to remain as they are, but realize that just as they have developed up to the point they have reached today, they can, by applying the appropriate method, develop their souls further and acquire cognitional faculties of a higher nature than those they already have. If we were to compare what we have just said with the mystical approach, we would have to say, by eliminating outer impressions, we can certainly find the inner spark and watch the way it shines out when other things have been blotted out. But all the same, we were only observing what was already there. Spiritual science, however, is not content with that. When it arrives at the spark of inner light, it does not stop there, but works at creating the conditions that will turn the little spark into a much stronger light. We are going to take both the outer and the inner way, but as we are developing new faculties of cognition, we do not straightaway take either the outer or the inner one. The characteristic nature of the path of modern spiritual scientific research is that, unlike medieval mysticism, plurality, or the old mystery teachings, it shows the way to develop inner faculties of cognition so that the outer and the inner way become united. Thus we follow a path that leads equally to both goals. Why is this? This is achieved because the development of higher faculties, according to the methods of spiritual science, leads human beings to knowledge by way of three stages. The first stage that reaches out beyond ordinary knowledge is called imaginative knowledge. The second step is inspirational knowledge, and the third step is the real meaning of intuitive knowledge. How is the first stage attained, and what is accomplished in the soul for higher faculties to arise? You will see by the manner in which they come about how pluralism and mysticism are transcended along this path. The example which is particularly helpful in leading to an understanding of imaginative knowledge has been mentioned more than once. It is an example of the methods applied by spiritual scientists, one among many, and is presented best in the form of a dialogue between a master and his pupil. A teacher who wanted to teach a pupil how to acquire those greater faculties of cognition which lead to imagination would say to him, quote, "Look at a plant, how it grows out of the soil, unfolding leaf after leaf until it blossoms. Then compare this with a human being. Human beings have capacities the plant does not have, for they have mental images, feelings, and sensations which mirror the world outside. They have what we call human consciousness. But they have had to pay for this consciousness by taking on board, along their way to becoming man, those passions, impulses, and desires which can lead them into error, wrongdoing, and evil. The plant grows according to its inherent laws, unfolding its being accordingly, with the green sap showing us its pure nature. Unless we indulge in wild fancies, we cannot attribute to it any desires, passions, or impulses which could divert it from its proper path. If, however, we observe the outer expression of our life of consciousness, of our ego, namely the blood, which is our equivalent to the green chlorophyll in the plant, we shall realize that this blood that circulates within us is an expression both of our advance to a higher stage of consciousness and also of our passions and desires which drag us down. Then, the teacher might continue, imagine human beings developing further, and by way of their ego becoming master over error, evil, and ugliness, over everything that is trying to drag them down into evil, that they purify and cleanse their passions and emotions. Imagine human beings striving to realize a great ideal, when their blood will no longer be an expression of any passions, but of their mastery over everything that might drag them down. Their red blood is then comparable to what the green plant sap has become in the red rose. Just as the red rose shows us the plant sap in all its purity, then translating this onto a higher level, the red blood in human beings who have worked to purify it shows what they have become when they have mastered all that would drag them down." Close quote. These are the thoughts and feelings the teacher can evoke in the perceptive soul of his pupil. And if the pupil is not a veritable blockhead, but can enter with his feelings into the whole secret symbolized by this comparison, his soul will be stirred, and the symbolic picture that appears to his spiritual eye, will be a real experience. The symbol can be the rose cross, the black cross representing what has been killed off in man's lower nature, and the roses representing the red blood that has been cleansed and purified to the point where it has become an undefiled expression of the higher soul he now has within him. Thus the black cross with the red roses is a symbolic summing up of what the soul experiences in this dialogue between the pupil and the teacher. If the pupil has won through to this symbol with his heart's blood, if he has opened himself heart and soul to all these thoughts and feelings it involves, so that he does not merely set it before himself as a belief, but if with pain and struggle he has won through to a heightened experience of its very essence, he will know that this image, and other similar ones, call forth something in his soul no longer merely the same little spark, but a new force of cognition that empowers him to look at the world in a new way. He has not remained as he was before, but has raised his soul to a further stage of development. And if he does this again and again, he will finally attain to imaginative knowledge, which shows him that there is more in the world yet. And now let us call to mind how the path to this came about. Did we say to ourselves, we will take the outer path and seek for the foundation of things? We only partly said this. We told ourselves that we were going to go into the outer world, but we were not going to look for the foundation of things, not for molecules and atoms. In fact, we were not even going to take from the outer world what it offered us. The black cross is not something that would arise in our soul if we did not have wood outside. Nor is the red rose something we could construct in our soul without receiving an impression of one from the world outside. So there is no doubt about it that the content in our soul has been taken from the external world. And we cannot say, as the mystic does, that we have obliterated everything outside us and turned our attention completely away from the outside world. What we can say is that we have taken from the world what it can give us of itself, but not in the form in which nature gives it. For the rose cross is not found in nature, but only the elements with which we construct the symbol of the rose cross. What prompted us then to combine roses and cross to form a symbol? The process in our own soul prompted us. So, there is the experience we can have in our soul when we devote ourselves to the outer world, and what we can experience in the outer world when we do not merely stare at it as it is, but deepen our understanding of it. And this leads us to have an inner mystical experience of what arises from comparing the plant with the human being in the process of development. But we have renounced doing what the mystic does by taking up this soul experience directly. And we offer it to what the world has to give. And with the help of what the world can give inwardly, we build up a symbol in which outer and inner mystical life flow together. We could never say that the rose cross is a truth for either the sense world or the inner world, for no one could construct a rose cross in the inner world without receiving an impression of one from the outer world. The symbol is a fusion of what the soul can, from out of its own strength, experience inwardly, and what it can receive from outside. Therefore, it presents itself to us as something that leads neither directly to the outer world nor the inner world, but works as a force. If we set it before us as a meditation, this force brings forth a new spiritual eye, EYE, with which to see into the spiritual world, which previously we could not find either in the inner world or in the outer world. And when it begins to dawn on us that what we are now experiencing in imaginative knowledge is showing us that what lives at the foundation of the world and what we have in our own soul being are one and the same. If we now ascend to inspirational knowledge, we have to strip something away from our picture. We have to do something which is very close to what the mystic does when he enters into himself. We have to forget the roses and the cross, and although it is difficult, it has to be done. We have to put the whole content of the symbolic picture out of our minds. And now, we look at the effort the soul made to create the symbol of the black cross, representing the human being overcoming his passions. The soul's inner experience is what we have to look at. And by entering deeply into the mystical experience had by the soul, we arrive at inspirational cognition. With the awakening of this new faculty, we not only see the little spark within us, but we see it brightening into a powerful flame of cognitional force, by means of which we experience something that reveals itself to be fully related to our inner being, and yet fully independent of it. For we are aware that our soul activity is not only an inner process, but has exercised itself on something external. So that even here in this purely mystical concentrate, there is a knowing that is entirely of an inner nature, which is nevertheless also a knowing of something that is connected with the outer world. Now, we have to do something that is the direct opposite of what a mystic does, something similar to what natural science does. We have to go forth into the external world. This is the difficult part, but essential if intuitive knowledge is to be attained. We must now turn our attention away from our own activity and forget the process of setting up the rose cross. If we are patient and carry out our exercise long enough in the right way, we shall see that we are left with something which we know for certain is entirely independent of our own inner experience, has no subjective coloring, and yet shows by its objective nature that it is akin to the central point of the human being, the ego. In order to reach intuitive knowledge, we go out from ourselves and yet come to something which is closely akin to our inner being. So we rise from our own inner experience to the spiritual, which we now no longer experience within ourselves, but in the outer world. At the level of imaginative knowledge, we do something which is just as much mysticism as it is monadology, and raises us above them both. At the inspirational level, we take a step at the level which the mystic does at a lower level, because as a human being he stays as he is. At the intuitive level, we take a step which leads us out into the world. For not being the same as we were, we are now on the appropriate level. Thus, on the path of spiritual research, by ascending through imagination, inspiration, and intuition, we overcome the shadow sides of both pluralism and ordinary mysticism. Now, we can give an answer to the question, what is mysticism? It is an undertaking whereby the soul aims to find the divine spiritual source of existence through immersing itself in its own inner being. Basically, spiritual scientific cognition must also take this mystical path, but there is the awareness that preparation must first be made so as not to set out prematurely. Mysticism is thus an enterprise that springs from a justified urge in the human soul, one that is right in principle, but which should be undertaken only after the soul has first endeavored to make progress in imaginative cognition. If we try to immerse our ordinary human life in mysticism, there is a danger that we may not have made ourselves sufficiently free in ourselves to form anything else but a picture of the world that is colored by our own personality. If, however, we have raised ourselves to imaginative knowledge, we will have poured ourselves out into something drawn from the outer world, and we shall have acquired the right to be a mystic. Every attempt at mysticism should therefore be undertaken at the proper level of development. Harm is done if we try to achieve mystical knowledge before we are ready for it. In justified mysticism, accordingly, we can recognize with regard to spiritual science a stage that enables us to understand the real aim and intention of spiritual research. There is hardly anything from which we can learn as much in this respect as we can from devoting ourselves to a study of the mystics. The mystics can help us wrestle our way up to the findings of spiritual research. But we must not imagine that the genuine spiritual researcher, by recognizing something as justifiably being called mysticism, is denying the need for making any further progress. It is just for this reason that spiritual researchers find it justified. But people will need to have raised themselves to a certain level of development if the methods of mysticism are to yield results that are not merely subjective, but can be accepted as genuine truths regarding the spiritual world. So, we can finally say that the question, what is mysticism, can be answered by stating that mysticism is a venture of the human soul that is often carried out too early in the course of development. So we need not say much about the dangers a premature practice of mysticism can incur. It involves a descent into the depths of the human soul before the mystic has prepared himself in such a way that his inner being can become one with the outer world. He will then often be inclined to shut himself off from the outer world, and fundamentally this is only a subtle, superior kind of egoism. This often applies to mystics who turn away from the outer world and indulge in those feelings of rapture, exaltation, and liberation which flood into their souls when this blissful mood pervades their inner being, their inner life. This egotism can be overcome, however, if the ego is constrained to go forth and let its activity flow into the creating of symbols connected with the outer world. Then a symbol formed on the imaginative level can lead to a truth that removes egoism. Mysticism is justified, and what Angela Silesia says is true. Quote, "If you transcend yourself in God's prevailing, then in your spirit will ascension reign." Close quote. Or in rhyme, quote, "Transcend yourself, be open to God's grace, then in your spirit ascension will take place." Let me read that again. "Transcend yourself, be open to God's grace, then in your spirit ascension will take place." Close quote. It is indeed true that by developing their souls, people do not only reach their inner being, but also spiritual realms which underlie the outer world. But they must be utterly serious about transcending themselves, and this must not be confused with a mere brooding in themselves just as they are. They must take absolutely seriously the first half of the first line, "when you transcend yourself," and just as seriously the second half of the line, "to let God prevail." For we are not letting him prevail if we draw back from any aspect of the divine revelation. We shall not be truly making way for God to prevail if we withdraw only from the outer world. We shall only be doing so if we are able to sacrifice our inner being to what comes to meet us as revealed by the outer world. If we have this attitude with regard to our spiritual scientific knowledge, we shall have the right understanding for the second line of Angela Silesius' statement. Not until we let the divine foundation of the outer and the inner world prevail in us can we hope to ascend to a spiritual realm which is colored neither by our own inner world nor by the outer world, a realm that is of the same essence as the infinite world of stars shining in on us, as the air enveloping our earth, as the green plant cover, and the life of the rivers and the oceans. It is of the same divine spiritual substance with which we connect in thinking, feeling, and willing with the world which is of a divine spiritual nature, both in its outer and its inner being. An example such as this shows us that it is not enough to take a statement like this one by Angela Silesius and just swallow it. We have to take it on the right level, the only level on which it can be understood really and truly and from all aspects. Then we shall see that mysticism, because it is right in essence, can indeed lead us to the point where we shall be mature enough gradually to see into spiritual realms. And that mysticism in the highest and truest sense can make real for us what can be found in the beautiful words of Angela Silesius. Quote, "When you lift yourself up above yourself and truly let the divine spiritual ground of worlds prevail in you, then in you an ascension to the divine spiritual foundations of existence will be celebrated." Close quote. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Transforming the Soul. This is Volume 2, translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim, and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. This is Lecture 4, entitled The Nature of Prayer, given on the 17th of February, 1910. In the lecture on mysticism, we spoke of the particular form of inner withdrawal which appeared in the Middle Ages from the time of Meister Eckhart to that of Angela Silesius. Its particular characteristic is that mystics attempt to free themselves of all the experiences stimulated in them by the outer world, so that when this has happened, they will encounter a different world, one that is, of course, always there, but which is outshone by the overpowering effects from outside. To start with, this inner world, which shines with such a weak light that it can easily be overlooked, is called, therefore, a small spark. But they are sure that this inconspicuous little spark of their soul experiences can be fanned into a powerful flame, which will illuminate the sources and foundations of existence. In other words, which will lead them along the paths of the soul to the knowledge of their own origin, which can indeed be called inspired knowledge. In the course of the lecture, we heard that the medieval mystics presumed that this small spark had to grow by itself unchanged. In contrast to this, we emphasized that modern spiritual research calls for conscious development of these soul forces, a development based on the will, so that seekers will attain to higher forms of cognition, which we called imaginative, inspirational, and intuitive knowledge. So, this medieval mystical withdrawal presented itself to us as a starting point toward genuine higher spiritual research, which, although it begins its search of the spirit by developing the inner life, yet through taking its own independent way, comes forth from the inner life and is led to the sources and foundations of all existence, to where our own soul belongs. The mysticism of the Middle Ages, then, was a kind of first step to real spiritual research. If we have the ability to immerse ourselves in the inner fervor of Meister Eckhart, and to recognize the immeasurable force of the spiritual knowledge Johannes Tauler received through mystical devotion, if we appreciate how deeply Valentin Weigel or Jakob Böhme were led later on to the secrets of existence, through all that they acquired from this kind of mystical devotion, though they certainly advanced beyond it, if we understand how the transformation wrought in Angelus Silesius precisely by way of such mystical devotion, and that he became capable not only of gaining illuminating insights into the great laws of the spiritual world order, but of giving heart-warmingly beautiful expression in his writings to the world's secrets, if we recognize all this, we shall appreciate the power and depth of this medieval mysticism, and what an infinite amount of help there is in this mysticism for those who themselves are intent on going the ways of spiritual research. Medieval mysticism can therefore be regarded, particularly in the light of last week's lecture, as a wonderful and comprehensive preparatory schooling for spiritual scientific research. And how could it be otherwise? After all, the aim of the spiritual researcher is to develop, by way of his own inner forces, the little spark of which the mystics speak. The only difference between them is that the mystics believed that they could surrender themselves with quiet devotion to the small spark, and that it would come to shine ever more brightly of its own accord. Whereas the spiritual researcher is convinced that we must use our capacities and forces placed by the wisdom of the world in the service of our will, to enkindle the spark to a brighter flame. If then the mystic frame of mind is a good preparation for a spiritual investigation, in fact, pointing altogether in that direction, there is, on the other hand, a preparatory step to mystical devotion, an activity of soul that in its true nature is called prayer, and this is what we shall be looking into more closely today. Just as mystics become capable of practicing looking inward because they have, to a certain extent, perhaps unconsciously, acquired the right mood by developing themselves, Anyone else who wants to work their way along paths that can lead to this mystical devotion will find genuine prayer to be a first step. During recent centuries, the nature of prayer has been misunderstood in all sorts of ways by one or another spiritual movement. Therefore, it will not be easy to get to a true understanding of it. If, however, we bear in mind that recent centuries have been especially marked by the emergence of egoistic spiritual trends, which have laid hold of wide circles of people, we shall not be surprised that prayer has been dragged down to the level of egoistic desire. We could go as far as to say that prayer can hardly be more utterly misunderstood than when it is filled with some form of egoism. In this lecture, we shall try to study prayer absolutely independently of any sectarian or other influences, and entirely in the light of spiritual science. As a first indication, we might say that while the mystic presupposes that he will find in his soul some kind of little spark which his mystical devotion will make to shine ever more brightly, prayer is intended to engender the spark, the person's very own soul force. And prayer, from whatever presuppositions it proceeds, proves its effectiveness precisely by either stirring the soul to discover the little spark, if it is there, gleaming but hidden, or to kindle it in the first place. If we want to investigate the nature of prayer and our need to pray, we shall have to look at a characterization of the soul in depth, bearing in mind the words of the ancient Greek sage Heraclitus, quoted in an earlier lecture, which apply here par excellence. Quote, "Never will you find the boundaries of the soul, by whatever paths you search, so all-embracing are the soul's secrets." Close quote. And when, as we pray, we are at first merely going in search of the soul's secrets, the tender feelings stirred by prayer can give even the simplest person some inkling of the infinite expanses of the life of the soul. We have to come to realize that the soul is involved in a process of living evolution, and it not only comes from the past and progresses into the future, but at every moment of its life, in the present, it contains something of the past, and even, in a way, of the future. The effects of the past and the effects coming toward us, as though from the future, reach into the now, especially where our soul's life is concerned. It will seem to anyone who looks more deeply into the life of the soul that two streams, one from the past and one from the future, are continually meeting there. It might seem strange if, in any other sphere of life, people were to talk of future events rushing toward them. For it is easy to say that what is going to happen in the future obviously has not happened yet. Therefore, we cannot say that it is, quote, rushing toward us, close quote. On the other hand, it is easy enough to say we are influenced by the past. Who could deny that our energy or idleness of yesterday has some effect on us today? But we ought not to deny the reality of the future either. For we can observe in our soul itself the intrusion of future events, although they have not yet happened. For is there not such a thing as fear of something which could happen tomorrow? Is there not a sort of feeling that we put out toward a future that is still unknown to us? Whenever the soul experiences fear or anxiety, it shows by the reality of its feelings that it is reckoning not only with the past, but is keenly reckoning with something hastening toward it from the future. These are simply a few pointers. But if you want to take the measure of the soul, you will find numerous examples of the living reality of the future to contradict the abstract logic of the intellect, telling us that since the future does not yet exist, it can have no influence on the present. Thus, there are two streams, one from the past and one from the future, which come together in the soul. Will any and everyone who observes themselves deny that? and produce a kind of whirlpool comparable to the confluence of two rivers. Close observation shows that the effects of the impressions left on us by past experience have made the soul what it is. We are the result of the way we have applied our experiences of the past. We bear within ourselves the legacy of our past doing, feeling, and thinking. If we look back over these past experiences, especially those in which we played an active part, we shall very often be impelled to judge ourselves. We shall realize that we are capable, from our present standpoint, of not approving of every result, but of disagreeing with some of our past actions, of even being ashamed of them. If we now look at our present alongside our past, we shall have the sneaking feeling that within us there is something far richer and significant than what we have made of ourselves through our individual powers. For if there were not something that extended beyond our conscious selves, we should be unable to reproach ourselves or even to know ourselves. We must admit that we have within ourselves something that surpasses anything we have made use of in ourselves up to now. If we transform this realization into a feeling, we shall be able to look back at all we know as our past actions and experiences, and we shall be able to compare these memories with something in us that is greater than all these, something that wants to work its way out and teach us to come face to face with ourselves and to judge ourselves from the standpoint of the present. We shall, in fact, if we look at the stream flowing into us from the past, get an inkling of something that extends beyond ourselves. And this intimation of there being something greater than within ourselves is the first awakening of God within us, a feeling that something is living in us that is greater than everything within the present scope of our own will. And thus we are led to look beyond our limited ego toward a divine spiritual ego. This is the outcome of a contemplation of the past transformed into perceptive feeling. What, then, does the stream from the future say to us in terms of perceptive feeling? It speaks to us even more clearly and emphatically, for it speaks not of remorse and shame, but of feelings of fear and anxiety, of hope and joy. And as the relevant events have not yet occurred, we can more easily transform the idea into a feeling than we could in the other case. The soul does it of itself. To the soul, the future feels real enough, and therefore it feels to us as though our feelings were coming from an unknown stream that can bring us one thing or another. If we can transform into the right feelings what will surely be coming to us from the dark womb of the future, our response from out of our world of feelings will be that our soul lights up ever again in experiencing these events. We feel that the soul is capable of becoming richer and more comprehensive. We feel right now, in the present, that the soul will be able to hold a much greater content than now. We do already, in fact, have to feel related to what is approaching from the future. We have to be a match for all that the future may hold. If we observe in this way how past and future flow into the present, we see the intimation the soul has of growing beyond itself. We shall then see why it is that when, on looking back into the past, the soul becomes aware of significant experiences playing in and feels no match for them, it responds with a feeling of reverence for the divine force gazing in at us from the past. And this reverence toward a divine force that is beyond our conscious grasp evokes one of the prayerful moods, for there are two, the one that brings the soul into an intimate relationship with God. For if the soul surrenders itself in innermost calm to the feelings engendered by the past, it will begin to wish that the forces greater than itself, which it left unused and did not permeate with its ego, might now become a present reality. The soul could say to itself, quote, "If this greater force were within me, I would be a different person. But it was not alive and present in me. Because this divine force of which I have an intimation was not part of my inner life, I failed to make of myself something of which I could wholly approve." Close quote. Having come to this realization, a mood arises in the soul, making it say, quote, "How can I acquire the power which has, although unknown to me, lived in all my deeds and experiences?" Close quote. Out of this mood, whether expressed by a feeling, a word, or an idea, comes the prayer directed to the past. This is one of the devotional paths we can follow in seeking for the divine. We turn in a different mood to the light that shines for us out of the stream coming from the unknown future. As we have just seen, when we look back over the past, we realize that although we sense a divine element shining into us, we have not utilized all the forces it could have made available to us. And it is our shortcoming which make us unequal to this divine gleam that leads to the mood of the prayer directed to the past. What then is the influence coming from the future that in a similar way impedes our ascent to the Spirit? We need only think of the feelings of fear and anxiety that gnaw at our soul life in face of the unknown future. Is there a force that can give us a sense of security in this situation? Yes, there is. It is what we may call a feeling of humble dedication to whatever comes to us out of the dark womb of the future. But this feeling will be effective only if it becomes a mood of prayer. Let us avoid misunderstanding. We are not singing the praises of any kind of submissiveness. We are describing a definite form of it, submission in the face of whatever the future may bring. Those who harbor anxiety and fear for what the future might bring hinder their development, hamper the free unfolding of their soul forces. In fact, nothing obstructs this development more than fear and anxiety in face of the unknown future. However, the results of submitting reverently to the future can only be judged by experience. What does this submission to future events signify? Ideally, it would mean saying to oneself, quote, "Whatever is coming my way, whether it be in the next hour or tomorrow, it is not going to be altered by any amount of fear and anxiety, because right now I do not know what is coming. I will therefore await it with complete inner calm, without the slightest emotional tremor." Close quote. All those who can meet the future in this relaxed and humble way, without losing any of their energy in the process, will be able to apply their soul forces in the most intense and free manner. It is as though one hindrance after another were to fall away, as the soul is filled more and more strongly by this feeling of openness toward approaching events. This feeling, however, neither comes of itself, nor comes by our being commanded to feel it. It is the result of what we can call the other prayerful mood, the one directed toward the future and its wisdom-filled course of events. To dedicate ourselves to this divine wisdom means that we call up again and again the thought, feeling, and soul impulse that what will come has to come, and that it will in some way have its good effects. To call forth this frame of mind and to give it expression in words, feelings, and ideas, this is the second prayerful mood, the mood of humble submission. It is from these moods of soul that we have to get the impetus for what we call prayer. For these urges are in our own souls, and fundamentally speaking, a mood of prayer will enter any soul that lifts itself even a little above the immediate present. A prayerful mood is when one looks up from the temporal nature of the transitory present to the eternal, which embraces past, present, and future. It is because it is so essential that we not only look beyond the present moment, but also broaden our perceptions to experience it that Goethe gives to Faust the deeply significant words addressed to Mephistopheles, quote, "If to the moment fleeting past, linger, I cry, thou art so fair," close quote, which means if I were to be satisfied with living merely for the moment, quote, "then in fetters you may bind me, let me perish for all I care," close quote. One could also say, what Faust is crying out for is the power to pray, so that he can escape from the clutches of his companion, Mephistopheles. The mood of prayer brings us, on the one hand, to look at our strictly limited ego, which has worked its way from the past into the present, and shows us clearly how very much more there is in us than we have put to use. And on the other hand, it brings us to look toward the future and show us how much more can flow from the future into our ego than it has grasped so far. Any prayer belongs to one or other of these two categories. If we realize what our soul is expressing, then in the very prayer itself we shall find the strength that brings us beyond ourselves. For what else is prayer than the lighting up in us of the very force that seeks to transcend what our ego is at the moment? And if the ego is gripped by this striving, it already has within it the strength to progress. If the past has taught us that we have more within us than we have ever put to use, then prayer is a cry to the divine that it may fill us with its presence. When we have found our way to this knowledge with the feelings of our heart, we can count prayer among the forces that will aid the development of the ego. We can do the same with prayer directed toward the future. If we are anxious and afraid of the approaching future, we lack the attitude of submission that prayer can bring. We must never forget that our destiny is ordered by the wisdom of the world. A sincerely submissive mood works quite differently from anxiety and fear, for whereas these hinder our development, submission enables us to approach the future with life-enhancing hope and an openness to receive it. So that submission, although it may seem to diminish us, is a powerful force carrying us toward the future, so that the future enriches our soul and raises our development to ever new heights. We have now grasped what an effective force prayer is, and realizing that this has the effect of promoting ego development, we shall not need to expect any particular external effects, for we now know that prayer is itself a source of light and warmth, of light because we set the soul free in its relation to the future, and dispose it to accept whatever may emerge from that unknown realm, or of warmth, because we recognize that although we failed in the past to bring the divine element to fruition in our ego, we have now brought it into our feelings, so that it can be an effective force in us. Prayer that springs from looking back over the past gives rise to the inner warmth which is spoken of by all who understand prayer in its true nature. And the inner light comes to those who understand the submissive mood of prayer. From this point of view, it will not seem surprising that the great mystics found that devoting themselves to prayer was the best preparation for what they later sought for in mystical contemplation. Through prayer, they brought their soul to the point where they were able to kindle the little spark within them. It is precisely through entering into the past that we are enabled to comprehend that wonderful feeling of intimacy that true prayer can bestow. Preoccupation with the external world estranges us from ourselves, just as in the past it prevented the more powerful element in us, the conscious ego, from emerging. We abandoned ourselves to outer impressions which scatter our thoughts and stop us concentrating. And this is what prevented the stronger divine power within us from unfolding. But now, if we allow it to unfold in the intimacy of prayer, we shall not be subject to the disintegrating effects of the outer world. It is this that fills one with the indescribably wonderful warmth of being in oneself, an inner bliss that can truly be called a divine warmth. And just as it is the warmth of the cosmos, which appears physically as the inner warmth of higher beings, thus forming higher beings out of the lower ones that have the same warmth as their environment, just as it is this physical warmth which encloses a being materially within itself, it is the warmth of soul engendered by prayer that makes a being which loses itself in the outer world into a being enclosed in itself. While praying, we are warmed by the feeling of God. We not only feel the warmth, we also live intimately within ourselves. When, on the other hand, we approach the things of the outer world, they basically always appear to us intermingled with the unknown element of the future. For if you look closely enough, you will see that everything we confront in the outer world has something of the future in it. If we allow ourselves to be anxious and afraid, it is as though something were to push us away from it. The outer world becomes a dense veil. If, however, we can master a feeling of submission toward it, we shall then have feelings of hope and assurance. Whereas without these feelings, only darkness comes toward us, a darkness that enters the feelings. With a feeling of submission, we shall realize that the wisdom of the world will respond and light up only when the soul harbors the highest ideals. The prayerful mood of submission leads to hope of finding enlightenment from the environment. If in the darkness of night we feel abandoned and pressed in on ourselves, when morning light breaks, we feel that we are set free, but not as though we were wanting to escape from ourselves, but as though we could now carry forth into the outer world our best desires and aspirations. Similarly, we can feel how surrender to the world, which estranges us from ourselves, is overcome by the warmth of prayer, which unites us with ourselves. And when we carry this warmth of prayer into the feeling of submission, it becomes light. And now, when we go out from ourselves, unite with the outer world and behold it, we no longer feel distracted and alienated, but feel that what is best in our soul flows out and unites us with the light that shines toward us from the outer world. These two modes of prayer are expressed better in images than in concepts. We can think, for instance, of the Old Testament story of Jacob and his soul-convulsing contest in the night. He appears to us as if we ourselves were abandoned to all the pressures of the world, where at first the soul is lost and cannot recover itself. When the striving to find ourselves begins, it sets off a conflict between our higher and our lower self. Emotions surge up and down, but with the help of prayer, we work our way through, until the moment finally comes and is prefigured in the story of Jacob, where we are told that his night-long struggle is resolved and harmony reigns when the rising sun shines upon him. This is indeed what prayer can do for the soul. Seen in this light, prayer is free from all superstition, for it brings out the best in us and works directly as a force in the soul. Prayer is thus preparatory to mystical contemplation, just as mystical contemplation is itself a preparation for what we know as spiritual research. Our discussion on prayer will have illustrated something often mentioned here, that we pile error upon error if we believe that we can find the divine element, our God, in a mystical way only in ourselves. This mistake was, of course, often made in medieval times by mystics and other people who thought in a Christian way. It occurred because it was precisely in the Middle Ages that the practice of prayer began to be filled with egoism, the kind of egoism which impels the soul to tell itself that it wants to become more and more perfect, and will think of nothing else but this. We can hear an echo of this egoistic desire when a misguided form of theosophy asserts that if only we turn aside from everything external we can find God in ourselves. As we have seen, there are two modes of prayer, one leading to inner warmth, and the other imbued with a feeling of submission toward the world, a feeling of submission toward the future, leading out into the world again, and thus bringing illumination and true knowledge. Anyone who regards prayer in this light will soon see that the sort of knowledge acquired by ordinary intellectual methods is unproductive, but from a certain aspect compared to another kind. As we have seen, there are two modes of prayer, one leading to inner warmth, and the other imbued with a feeling of submission toward the future, leading out into the world again, and thus bringing illumination and true knowledge. Anyone who regards prayer in this light will soon see that the sort of knowledge acquired by ordinary intellectual methods is unproductive from a certain aspect compared to another kind. Anyone who knows what prayer is will be familiar with that withdrawal of the soul into itself, where it frees itself from the disruptive multiplicity of the world and collects itself inwardly, and in this state of total attentiveness remembers what is above the present moment and reaches into it from the past and the future. If we are acquainted with this mood, when in our whole environment there is neither sound nor sense impression, when only the finest thoughts and feelings of which we are capable are present to maintain our soul, when, perhaps, even these vanish, and only a fundamental feeling remains, pointing in two directions, to the God who announces himself from the past, and toward the God who announces himself from the future. Then, if we can hold this feeling, we will know that the soul experiences the kind of sublime moments when it realizes, quote, "I have turned away from everything I can acquire through clever thinking, from everything I can produce through my feeling, from all the ideals I can grasp in the way my will has been educated to grasp them. I have swept all of this away. I was devoted to my finest thoughts and feelings. Even these I have now banished and have kept only the fundamental feeling just described." Close quote. If we know this feeling, we know that in the same way as the wonders of nature meet us when we look at them with pure eyes, so do new feelings, which we hitherto were unable to experience, shine into our soul. Impulses of will and ideals unknown to us before spring up in us, so that by way of this fundamental mood, the most productive impulses awaken. Thus it is that prayer, in the best sense of the word, can give us a kind of wisdom beyond our immediate capacities. It can give us the possibility of feelings and perceptions that we have not managed to acquire before. And if prayer carries our self-education further, it can give us the strength of will to which we have not yet been able to rise. Certainly, if we are to attain to this, we shall have to make sure that it is the finest thoughts and the most beautiful feelings and impulses of which we are capable that come to life in our soul to produce such a result. And here we can only again and again call attention to the prayers that have been given to humankind on the most solemn occasions from earliest times. In my booklet titled The Lord's Prayer, you will find an account of the contents showing that its 7 petitions embrace all the wisdom of the world. Now you might be inclined to say, quote, "We are told in this booklet that the 7 petitions can only be understood by someone who knows the deeper foundations of the universe. But simple, naive people, when they say this prayer, will obviously not be able to fathom these depths." Close quote. But it is not necessary that they should. For the Lord's Prayer to come into being, it was necessary that the words were drawn from an all-embracing wisdom of the universe, and can be described, therefore, as containing the deepest secrets of humankind and of the macrocosm. And as these are contained in the Lord's Prayer, the very words are effective, even in people who are far from being able to understand its depths. This is indeed the secret of a real prayer, that it has to have been drawn from cosmic wisdom. And because it has come from there, this is why it is effective, even if we do not as yet understand it. If we ascend to the higher stages for which prayer and mysticism are a preparation, then we shall be able to understand it. Prayer prepares us for mysticism, mysticism for meditation and concentration, and from that point we are directed to the actual work of spiritual research. To say that we must understand a prayer if it is to have a real effect is simply not true. Who understands the wisdom of a flower? Yet we can all take pleasure in it. Similarly, if cosmic wisdom has gone into the creation of a prayer, the prayer can pour its warmth and light into our soul without its secrets being grasped. However, unless it has been created out of wisdom, it will not have this power. The depth of wisdom in a prayer is shown us by its effectiveness. A real prayer has something to give to all of us, whatever stage of development we may have reached. And however high this stage may be, we shall never have exhausted a prayer, because it can always raise us to a still higher level. And the Lord's Prayer is one that need not only be used as a prayer, it can also call forth the mystic frame of mind, and it can be the subject of higher forms of meditation and concentration. This could also be said of some of the other prayers. Since the Middle Ages, however, something has come to the fore which we can only call egoism, and which can have the effect of somewhat impairing the purity of prayer and its accompanying mood. If we make use of prayer for the purpose only of withdrawing into ourselves and making ourselves more perfect, as many Christians did during the Middle Ages, and perhaps still do today, and we fail to look out also at the world around us with whatever illumination we have received, then prayer will succeed only in separating us from the world and making us feel like strangers in it. That often happened to those who used prayer in connection with false asceticism and solitude. These people wished to be perfect, not only in the sense of the rose which adorns itself in order to add beauty to the garden, but on their own account, so as to find blessedness within their own souls. Those who seek for their God in their soul and refuse to take what they have gained out into the world will find that their refusal turns back on them and takes its revenge. Indeed, there are various writings by mystics who have known only the prayer that gives inner warmth. Even the text by Miguel de Molinos, in which you will find some strange descriptions of all kinds of passions and urges, temptations and attacks and violent cravings, which these souls experienced just in those cases of seeking perfection through abandonment to what the particular individual takes to be his God. If I look back over the past with feelings of regret and shame, and tell myself that there is something great in me which I have never allowed full scope, but which I will now open myself to so that I shall become perfect, then in a certain way this atmosphere of perfection does arise. But the imperfect part of myself turns into a counterforce and lashes out all the more strongly in the form of temptations and passions. But as soon as the soul recollects itself in inner warmth and devotion, seeks for God in all the works in which He is revealed, and strives for illumination, it soon will of itself break away from the narrow, selfish ego, and the storms of passion will be stilled and receive healing. This is why it is so bad to allow egoism to find its way into mystical withdrawal and meditation. If we wish to find God, but wish this only in order to keep Him in our own souls, this shows that our egoism has in an unhealthy way, crept into our highest endeavors. Then this egoism will have its revenge on us. We shall be healed only if, after having found God within us, we pour what we now have in us unselfishly into the world, through our thoughts, our feelings, and our will and actions. We often hear today, especially in the realm of wrongly understood theosophy, and warnings against this can never be given often enough, that you cannot find God in the outer world. God lives within you yourself. Enter right into yourself and you will find God. I once even heard someone who liked flattering his audience say, quote, "You do not need to learn or experience anything to do with the great mysteries of the universe. You need only look within yourselves, and there you will find God." Close quote. There is, however, something else which must be considered in conjunction with this if we are to arrive at the truth. A medieval thinker found the right thing to say regarding this attitude, which is right if kept within its rightful limits. We must never forget that it is not untruths that do most harm, for the soul will soon detect them. Much worse are statements which are true under certain circumstances, but quite wrong if misapplied. In a certain sense, it is true to say that we have to seek God within ourselves. But just because this is true, it is all the more harmful if it is not kept within the necessary bounds. A medieval thinker said, quote, "Who would look for a tool everywhere he possibly could look outside the house when he knows very well that it is in the house? If he did so, he would be a fool." But it is just as foolish to look all over the place outside for a tool, an instrument, with which to acquire knowledge of God, when it is, quote, "at home," close quote, in his own soul, close quote. But please note that the word he uses is tool, instrument. It is not God himself that one should look for in one's own soul. God is sought by means of an instrument, and this instrument will not be found anywhere outside. This has to be looked for in the soul, by means of true prayer, mystical withdrawal, meditation and concentration at the various stages. And it is with the aid of this instrument that we must approach the earthly realms. Then we shall find God everywhere. For he reveals himself, once one has the instrument to find him, in all the earthly realms and at all levels of existence. So we must look in ourselves for the necessary instrument, and then with its aid we shall find God everywhere. Observations such as these on the nature of prayer are not popular today. How on earth, people say, can prayer change anything, whatever we ask for? The course of the world follows inevitable laws, and we cannot change them. But if we really want to discover the nature of a powerful force, we have to look for it where it is at home. Today we have sought for the power of prayer in the human soul, and we found that it was something that brings the soul forward. And those who know that what is effective in the world is spirit, not an imaginary, abstract spirit, but actual, active spirit, and that the human soul belongs to the reality of the spirit, will also know that not only material forces following unalterable laws are at work in the world, but that spiritual beings, spiritual forces are also at work, even when the effects of these are not visible to the outer eye and to external science. EYE. So if we strengthen our spiritual life through prayer, we need only wait for the results. They will come. But the effects of prayer in the outer world will be looked for only by those who have first recognized the reality of the power of prayer. Those who do recognize this might try the following experiment. Let them look back over a period of 10 years during which they scorned prayer, and then over a second period of 10 years during which they recognized its power. If they then compare the two periods, they will see that the course of their lives changed under the influence of the forces that enlivened their souls through prayer. Forces can be seen through their effects. It is easy to deny the existence of forces if one does nothing to activate them. What right do people have to deny the power of prayer if they have never tried to bring it to effect in themselves? It is only by putting a force to use that we shall discover its effect. I have to admit that the time is not yet ripe for going into the wider effects of prayer, however unbiased the discussion might be. The idea that a congregational prayer, in which the forces of all the participants combine, has a heightened spiritual power and is therefore more real, that is outside the grasp of ordinary thinking today. So we must rest content with the aspect we have been studying today regarding the power of prayer, and that is actually enough. For those who have a fair understanding of it will certainly not be put off by hearing the kind of objections to prayer that are so easily advanced nowadays. What form do these objections take? Various forms. For example, we are told that if we think of an active person who is engaged all the time in helping others, and compare him with someone who withdraws quietly into himself and activates his soul forces in prayer, we shall probably think of the latter as lazy compared to the first one. Please pardon me if I say, out of a certain feeling for spiritual scientific knowledge, that another point of view exists. I will put it in a rather whimsical way, but it is not unfounded. Undoubtedly there are people, those familiar with the underlying threads in life, who will maintain that many a writer of leading articles in newspapers would be rendering a better service to their fellows if they were to pray and work on the improvement of their own souls, far-fetched as this may sound. Would that more people could be persuaded that it is more sensible to pray than to write articles. The same could be said of other intellectual occupations, especially the very modern ones. But the force that works through prayer is essential too for an understanding of the whole of human life. And this is seen with a special clarity if we look at particular aspects of the deeper side of cultural life. Who could fail to recognize that prayer, not in a one-sided egoistic way, but in the more comprehensive manner in which we have dealt with it today, is a constituent of art? There are, of course, other moods included in art, such as comedy, a humorous approach which raises itself above what it portrays. But there is also such things as odes and hymns, which have a prayer-like character. And even in the realm of painting there are examples of what could be called prayers in paint. And who would deny that a magnificent, gigantic cathedral is like a solidified prayer reaching up to heaven? If we are able to see these things in the context of life, then we shall recognize that prayer, seen in its true nature, is one of the things that lead human beings out of a finite and transient world into the realm of the eternal. This was especially felt by those who found their way from prayer to mysticism, as did Angelus Silesius, whom I mentioned today and also in the previous lecture. He felt that he owed the quality of his mystical thoughts, their profound truth, their sublime beauty, their heart-warming sincerity and shining clarity, as seen, for example, in titled The Cherubinian Traveler, to the preparatory practice of prayer which had had such a powerful effect on his soul. And what is the fundamental nature of the forces that permeates and illuminates the kind of mysticism practiced by Angelus Silesius? What is it other than a mood of eternity for which prayer has prepared them? Everyone who prays can have some intimation of this mood when through prayer they reach true inner peace, inner warmth, and through these liberation from themselves. A mood enabling them to look beyond the passing moment to eternity brings together in their souls a joining up of past, present, and future. When we turn in prayer to those aspects of life where we seek for God, then, whether we are aware of it or not, the feelings, thoughts, and words that enter into our praying will be permeated by the mood of eternity, which lives in these beautiful lines of Angelus Silesius. They make a fitting conclusion to today's thoughts, for they can bring to every true prayer, even if unconsciously, something like a divine aroma of sweetness. Quote, "Forsaking time, I am myself eternity. Then I am one with God, God one with me." Close quote. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Transforming the Soul, Volume 2. It was originally entitled Metamorphosis of the Soul. And this is translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim, and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. Lecture 5, entitled Sickness and Healing, given on the 3rd of March, 1910. It has probably become clear to those people who attended more or less regularly the lectures I had the opportunity to give here this winter, that this lecture cycle has dealt with a series of radical questions concerning the soul. Today's lecture about sickness and healing will continue in the same direction. What spiritual science can say about the relevant facts regarding the course of life, insofar as these are only physical expressions of spiritual causes, was explained here in earlier lectures, for example, title Understanding Sickness and Death, title Illusory Illness, and title The Feverish Pursuit of Health. Today we shall be dealing with significantly deeper questions regarding an understanding of sickness and healing. Sickness, and either a cure or a fatal outcome of an illness, do of course have drastic effects on human life. As it has always been our way to look into all the preconditions, the spiritual foundations, underlying what we present here, we shall now do the same with regard to these radical facts and experiences of human existence. In other words, we will look into what spiritual science has to say regarding sickness and healing. This will, of course, necessitate our looking deeply, once again, into the meaning of how human life unfolds, so as to clarify how illness, health, death, and healing stand in relation to the normal course of life. For basically these phenomena do seem to insert themselves into the normal course of human development. Do they perhaps contribute something to our development? Do they, in fact, advance or retard our development? We can only reach a clear conception of these events if here, too, we take the whole of the human being into account. We have often said here that the latter consists of 4 members. First, the physical body, which human beings have in common with all the mineral entities of their environment that take their form from the physical and chemical forces within them. The second member of the human being we have always called the etheric life body, and in the way we speak of it, human beings have this in common with all living things, that is, with the plant and animal beings of our environment. Then we spoke of the astral body as the third member of the human being. This is the bearer of pleasure and sadness, joy and pain, of all the emotions, mental images, thoughts, and so on, which stream through us all day. Human beings have their astral body in common only with the animal world. And then we have always included the highest ranking member of the human being, which makes man the crown of creation, the bearer of his ego consciousness. When we consider these 4 members, we can say in the first instance that even to a casual view there are undeniable differences between them. The physical body is there in front of us if we look at ourselves from outside. The outer physical sense organs can observe the physical body. With the thinking that is connected to these organs, the thinking that is tied to the instrument of the brain, we can understand this human physical body. It is visible, therefore, to outer observation. The relation to our astral body is quite different. We know from previous descriptions that the astral body is only an outer fact, so to speak, for genuine clairvoyant consciousness. The latter can see the astral body in a similar way as the physical one, only by schooling the consciousness, as has been frequently described. In ordinary life, the astral body is not observable from the outside. The eye can only see the outer expression of the instincts, desires, passions, thoughts, feelings, and so on, which surge through it. And I was spelled E-Y-E. However, human beings can observe within themselves these astral experiences. They observe what we call instincts, desires, passions, joy and pain, pleasure and sadness. So we can say that the relationship between the astral and the physical body is such that in normal life we observe the former internally and the latter externally. Now, in a certain sense, the other two members of the human being, the etheric body and the bearer of the ego, are situated in between these two extremes. The etheric body is the intermediary member between the physical and the astral body. It cannot be perceived from outside, but it affects the outside and does so in the following way. The forces and inner experiences alive in the astral body have first of all to be transferred to the etheric body on their way to acting on the physical instrument, the physical body. The ether body acts as an intermediary between the astral and the physical body, forming a link between outside and inside. We can no longer see it with physical eyes, but what we do see with physical eyes is an instrument of the astral body only because the etheric body acts toward the outside into the physical body. What we call the human ego, in a certain sense, also acts from the inside in an outer direction, whilst the etheric body acts more from the outside inward to the astral body. For it is by means of the ego, and the way it affects the astral body, that human beings acquire knowledge of the outer world, of their physical environment, from which the physical body itself originates. Animal life proceeds without any individual personal knowledge of itself, because the animal does not have a personal ego. Animals experience within themselves what goes on in the astral body, but they do not make use of their pleasure and sadness, sympathy and antipathy, to gain knowledge of the outer world. What we call pleasure and sadness, joy and pain, sympathy and antipathy, are in animals all expressions of the astral body. But animals do not turn their pleasure into a celebration of the beauty of the world, but remain within the element that brings about their well-being. And animals live immediately within their pain, whereas pain leads human beings out and beyond themselves into an enlightenment with regard to the world, because the ego takes them out of themselves again and unites them with the outer world. So we see how, on the one hand, the etheric body points inward to the astral body, whereas the ego leads into the outside world, into our surrounding physical environment. We have often pointed out that human beings lead a life that alternates, and we can observe this every day. From the moment of waking up in the morning, a person's soul life shows evidence of the experiences of the astral body, emotions, thoughts, and so on, that flow through it. And at night we realize that these experiences are submerged in an indeterminate darkness, as the astral body and ego pass into an unconscious, or should we say subconscious state. We have also pointed out why human beings go through these alternating conditions. When we look at a human being whilst awake, the physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego are all combined and mutually affect one another. When the person is asleep, an occult consciousness can see that the physical and etheric bodies remain in bed, and that the astral body and ego, on withdrawing from the physical and etheric bodies, return to their actual home, the spiritual world. We will now describe this in somewhat different terms to enable us to understand today's investigations. The physical body, which only presents us with its outward aspect, goes during sleep into the physical world, and takes with it the etheric body, the mediator, between that outer world and the inner one. This is why in the sleeping human being there can be no mediating between what is outside and what is inside, because the etheric body, the mediator, has gone into the outside world. Therefore we can, in a certain way, say that in the sleeping human being, the physical and etheric body are merely the outer human being. We could even describe the physical and etheric body as the, quote, outer human being, close quote, per se, even though the etheric body is the mediator between outer and inner. On the other hand, the astral body and ego can, when we are asleep, be called the inner human being. These terms are also true of the waking human being, because all that the astral body experiences under normal conditions are inner experiences, and what the ego acquires in the way of knowledge from the outer world in waking life is taken up inwardly by the human being, to be assimilated as learning. What is outside is internalized by the ego. All this shows us that it is possible to speak of an outer and an inner man, the former consisting of physical and etheric body, the latter of ego and astral body. Now let us ask why all this happens, and what it signifies in the course of a normal person's life. Why do human beings return with their astral body and ego to the spiritual world every night? What is the reason why we go to sleep? These matters have been touched on before, but they are essential for today's topic. The normal conditions have to be understood first, in order to recognize the apparently abnormal natural laws that manifest in sickness and healing. Why do we go to sleep every night? We can understand this only if we have a look at the whole way the astral body and ego relate to what we have called the outer man. We have said that the astral body is the bearer of our thoughts, emotions, and urges. So why is it that at night human beings do not experience these astral qualities at all, when our actual inner man is a whole in itself, in the absence of physical and etheric body? Why do these experiences sink down into indeterminate darkness? The reason is that the astral body and ego, although they are the bearer of these experiences, do not have these experiences coming to them directly. In living our life, the astral body and ego are, under normal conditions, dependent on being in the physical and etheric body in order to have an awareness of these experiences. Our astral body does not experience our soul life directly, for if it were so, then we would also experience it at night when we remain united with our astral body. Our daytime soul life is like an echo or a mirror image. The physical and etheric body reflect for us the experiences of our astral body. Our soul can conjure up for us all that it does, from the moment of waking until we fall asleep, only because it sees its own experiences in the mirror of the physical and etheric body. The moment we leave the physical and etheric body at night, although we still have in us all the experiences of the astral body, we are no longer conscious of them, because in order to be conscious of them, the reflecting effect of the physical and etheric body is required. We have seen then that in our whole life of waking up in the morning and going to sleep at night, there is an alternation between the inner and the outer man, between the ego and astral body on the one side and the physical and etheric body on the other. The forces which are at work here are the forces of the astral body and the ego. For under no circumstances could the physical body, as the sum of physical attributes, bring forth our soul life out of itself, and neither could the etheric body. The forces that produce the reflection come from the astral body and ego in the same way as an image we see in a mirror does not originate in the mirror, but in the object we see reflected. Thus all the forces that make up our soul life are seated in the astral body and ego, in the inner man, and they become active in the interaction between the inner and the outer world. All day long there is active work going on in the soul, constant interaction, and a streaming outward toward the physical and etheric body. But as evening approaches, we see these soul forces passing into the state we call tiredness. They become run down, used up, and we would be unable to go on living if we were not in a position to go each night to a world different from the one we inhabit from morning till evening. In the world we live in from morning till evening, we can, so to speak, display our soul life, conjure it up before us. The forces of the astral body enable us to do this. But we exhaust them in the process and cannot replenish them out of our waking life. We can only replenish them from out of the spiritual world, to which we return every night, and that is why we go to sleep. We could not stay alive without returning to the world of night and fetching the forces which we use up between morning and evening. This is the answer to the question as to what we bring into the physical world when we re-enter our etheric and physical body. But do we not also take something from the physical world into the world of night? That is the second question, and it is as important as the first. In order to answer this question, we have to go in greater detail into certain things well known to us in life. We do, of course, experience things in life, and these happenings pass through a remarkable process. To show you how this process works, I will give you an example that has often been mentioned here, the example of learning to write. When we put pen to paper to express our thoughts, we practice the art of writing. We can write, but what were the conditions that enabled us to do so? These necessitated that during a certain period of our lives, we went through a whole series of experiences. Just think of all the things you went through as a child, from the first clumsy attempts to hold the pen, put it to paper, and so on, in order to become capable of writing down what you wanted to convey. You may well say, thank God you do not have to remember all you went through. For it would be dreadful if every time we did some writing we had to recall all the unsuccessful attempts at doing the strokes, perhaps also the punishments we were given, in order to acquire the art of writing. What has actually occurred? We have been through a real process of development and had a whole series of experiences. These experiences went on over a long time, but they then flow together, form an extract, which we call the ability, in quotes, to write. And the rest of them sink down into the indeterminate shadow of forgetfulness. But there is no need to remember them, because our soul has gone up a level in the process. This is one example of how our memories flow together into extracts, essences, which appear in life as our competence, our skills and abilities. This is the way we develop in the course of life. Experiences are transformed initially into abilities of the soul, which can then, of course, be expressed through the instrumentation of our physical body. All our personal experiences throughout our life take place in such a manner that they are transformed into abilities, or also into what we call wisdom. We can acquire an insight into how this transformation takes place if we look at the period of time between 1770 and 1815. A significant historical event took place during this period. A large number of people were contemporaries of this event. How did they respond to it? Some of them passed them by and did not even notice them, being passive. They did not turn these events into knowledge, wisdom of the world. Others assimilated the essence of them and acquired profound wisdom to enrich their lives. How are experiences transformed into abilities and wisdom? They are transformed by being taken in the form in which we receive them into our sleep every night, into those spheres where the soul or the inner man resides during the night. It is here that the experiences we have over a period of time are changed into extracts. Any observer of life knows that if we are to master a series of experiences and coordinate them into a particular activity, it is necessary to transform these experiences in periods of sleep. For example, a thing is best learned by heart, by learning it, sleeping on it, learning it again, and sleeping on it again. If we are not able to immerse the experiences in sleep, so that they can emerge as abilities or in the form of wisdom or art, then they will not be developed. This is the expression on a higher level of what we are faced with as necessity on a lower one. This year's plants cannot become next year's plants if they do not return to the dark lap of the earth in order to grow again the following year. Here, development remains repetition. In the human realm, as we have shown, it is real development. The experiences are immersed in the nocturnal lap of the unconscious and are then brought forth again, initially still as repetition, but eventually they will have been transformed to such an extent that they can emerge as wisdom, capacities, and as life experience. This is how life was understood in times when it was still possible to look more deeply into the spiritual worlds than external observation is capable of doing today. This is why in times when leaders in the realm of ancient cultures needed to express special matters in pictures, we see indications of these remarkable principles of human life. Let us ask ourselves what people would do if they wanted to prevent a series of daytime experiences from lighting up in their souls and being transformed into one or another capacity. What, for example, happens in the case of someone who has a certain relationship with another person over a period of time? These experiences descend into the nighttime consciousness and arise again out of it as love for the other person, which, if it is healthy, is an essence, as it were, of the successive experiences. The feeling of love for the other person has come about through the sum of the experiences having streamed together into an extract, as though woven into a fabric. What would people have to do to prevent a series of experiences turning into love? They would have to take the special measure of undoing the natural process which at night turns their experiences into an essence, into the feeling of love. They would have to unravel again at night the fabric of daytime experiences. And if they can manage to do this, they would be exempted from the process that was all set to transform into love the feelings they felt for the other person. Homer was alluding to these depths of human soul life when he presented the picture of Penelope and her suitors. She promises each one that she will marry him after she has completed a certain fabric. She manages to avoid having to keep her promise only by unraveling each night what she has woven during the day. Tremendous depths of experience are revealed when the seer is also an artist. Today there is little feeling for these things, and interpretations of this kind are considered whimsical or even sheer illusion. This can harm neither the ancient poets nor truth, but at most only the people of our present time, who are then prevented from entering into the depths of human life. Thus something is taken along by the soul at night, which we then bring back again. We take up what the soul develops during life and raises to ever higher levels of ability. But we feel the need to ask where the limit is to this kind of human development. We can recognize this limit if we observe that human beings, when they wake up in the morning, always return to the same physical and etheric bodies that have the abilities and potential and inner configuration that they were equipped with at birth. Human beings cannot alter these. If we were able to take the physical, or at least the etheric body into sleep with us, then we would be able to change them. But in the morning we find them as we left them. Here there is a clear limit to what can be achieved in the way of development between birth and death. This development is essentially restricted to soul experience and cannot extend to bodily experience. We just have to realize that for all the opportunities people might have to go through experiences in the world that could deepen their musical ability and awaken in their soul a profound involvement with music, this development could not happen if they did not have a musical ear, if the physical, etheric formation of their ear did not permit them to establish harmony between the outer and the inner man. We have to understand that in order for us human beings to be a whole, all the members of our being have to form a unity, be in harmony. This is why all the opportunities people with an unmusical ear might have in the way of experience that could enable them to rise to a higher level of musical experience have to remain in their soul and cannot be incorporated, because the boundaries are set each morning by the structure and form of their internal organs. These things are not dependent merely on the rougher structures of the physical and etheric bodies, but on the much finer configurations. Every soul capacity in our current normal life has to find expression in an organ, and if the organ is not formed to correspond, then this cannot happen. This all hinges on things that cannot be proved by anatomy and physiology. The subtle sculpting of these organs is precisely what is incapable of transformation between birth and death. Are human beings, then, completely powerless to transfuse into their physical and etheric bodies the experiences they take up in their astral body and ego? We do realize, of course, that when we observe people, we see that they can, to a certain extent, alter the form of their physical body. You only need to look at people who have spent 10 years of their lives on inner work that has involved thinking profoundly. Their gestures and physiognomy will have changed. But this occurs within very strict limits. Is this always the case? That this is not always confined to the narrowest of limits can only be understood if we refer to a law which we have often mentioned here, but which needs to be frequently recalled because it is so alien to our present time, a law which can be compared with another one which, on a lower level, became an established fact for humanity in the 17th century. Up until the 17th century, it was believed that the lower animals, insects, etc., could originate from river mud. People believed that matter alone produced earthworms and insects. And it was not only laymen that believed this, but also scholars. If we go back to earlier times, we find that there were systems laid down as to what people had to do to produce life in their environment. There is a book from the 7th century A.D. which describes how the carcass of a horse has to be beaten tender in order to create bees. And likewise hornets were obtained from oxen and wasps from donkeys. It was not until the 17th century that the eminent scientist Francesco Redi also produced the axiom, quote, "Life can only arise from life," close quote. Because of this truth, which is taken as self-evident today, so that nobody would find it comprehensible that anything else could ever have been believed, Redi was considered at that time to be such a dreadful heretic that he barely escaped the fate of Giordano Bruno. It is always like this with such truths. At first, those that proclaimed them were branded as heretics and fell prey to the Inquisition. In those times, people were burned or threatened with burning. Nowadays, this has been given up, and people are no longer burned. But those today who sit on the curule chair of science regard as fools and dreamers all those who proclaim a new truth, which is on a higher level than that. Readers aside, there's a word here, curule. It's spelled C-U-R-U-L-E. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. End of readers aside. People who today present in a new form the axiom regarding living things, which Francesco Redi put forward in the 17th century, are indeed considered mad. Redi pointed out that it is inexact observation that leads to believing that life can originate directly from lifeless matter, and that it must be traced back to similar living matter, to the embryo which draws its substance and strength from the environment. And in a similar way, someone who speaks from spiritual science must show that the sole spiritual part of us that enters existence at birth must originate from the element of soul and spirit, and is not just assembled out of inherited characteristics. Just as the embryonic form of the earthworm draws on the matter of its environment to develop, our sole spiritual part has, similarly, to draw on the substances of its environment to develop. In other words, if we follow the sole spiritual kernel of the human being back from whence it came, we arrive at an earlier soul and spirit being, which existed before birth, and which has nothing to do with heredity. The axiom that the soul spiritual element can only arise from the soul spiritual element entails in the last instance the axiom of repeated earth lives, of which a close study of spiritual science can convince us. Our life between birth and death leads back to other lives, which we went through in earlier times. Soul and spirit comes from soul and spirit, and the causes of our present experiences between birth and death lie in what took place in soul and spirit in the past. And when we pass through the gate of death, we take with us what we assimilated in this life as the transformation of causes into abilities. This we return with when we enter a future existence through birth. Between death and rebirth, we are in different circumstances than when we enter the spiritual world each evening and sleep, from which we wake up again in the morning. When we wake up in the morning, we find our physical and etheric bodies as we left them the previous evening. We cannot weave into them the experiences we have in our daily life, because in their state of being complete, they present a barrier to this. But when we enter the spiritual world through death, we lay aside the physical and etheric body, retaining only the essence of the etheric body. Now we are no longer under the necessity of taking account of an existing physical and etheric body. And during the whole period between death and rebirth, we can work with purely spiritual forces in a world of purely spiritual substance. We take from the spiritual world what we require to create the archetype of our new physical and etheric body. And into these we weave all the things we could not weave into our previous physical and etheric body. Then the moment arrives when this archetype is completed, and we have the ability to introduce into our new physical and etheric body what we have prepared in our archetypal image. The archetypal image will then continue to work during the periods of sleep. If human beings were able to bring with them their physical and etheric body each morning on waking up, then they would be able to form them from out of the spiritual world. But they would also have to transform them. In the case of birth, however, human beings do awaken from a sleep, which does indeed include the physical and etheric body. And now when the astral body and the ego descend into the physical world, they can, on entering the physical and etheric body, sculpt everything into these, including all that they could not form into the completed bodies of the previous life. Now in a new life, they can express in their physical and etheric body the greater heights they can attain, but which they could not attain in their previous life, because their physical and etheric body prevented them from doing so. Thus we see that birth is indeed a waking up out of the spiritual world, but one in which we bring with us other forces than those we bring with us when we wake up out of this same spiritual world in the morning. In the morning we bring along only those forces our soul can acquire between birth and death. We are unable to work on the other members of our being. But when we return from existence in the spiritual world through the gate of birth, we bring along forces that can work right into our new physical and etheric body, that is, forces which encompass an aspect of our nature, which includes physical and etheric body. If the physical and etheric body could not be destroyed, and the physical body were unable to go through death, we could not include our experiences in our development. However much we regard death with fear and horror and feel anxious and fearful about our own death, an objective view of the world teaches us that we should actually want it to happen. For death alone gives us the opportunity for the body to be destroyed, so that we can build up a new one in the next incarnation, and can bring into our lives all the fruits of our earthly existence. Thus, in the normal course of humankind's evolution, there are two streams working together, an inner and an outer one, which we see alongside one another in the physical and the etheric body on the one side, and the astral body and ego on the other. What can human beings do in the course of their lives, where the physical and etheric bodies are concerned? Not only is the astral body worn down by the life of the soul, but this also happens to the organs of the physical and etheric body. Observation shows that while the astral body is in the spiritual world during the night, it also works on the physical and etheric body to restore them to their normal state. It is only in sleep that what has been destroyed during the day in the physical and etheric body can be restored. So we see that constructive work is, of course, also being done on the physical and etheric body from out of the spiritual world. Yet there are limits to this. The basic layout and the structure of the physical and etheric bodies are established at birth, and within narrow limits they remain the same. In world evolution, two streams are, as it were, working alongside one another, which we cannot easily bring into harmony. If someone were to try to combine these two streams in abstract reflection, that is, if anyone wanted light-heartedly to create a philosophy saying that people have to be harmonious, that would be making a great mistake. Life does not function according to abstractions. Life works in such a way that abstract visions like these can only be achieved after long periods of development. The way life works is that it creates states of equilibrium, harmony, only after disharmonies have been gone through. This is how living interaction takes place in human beings. And indeed, it is not meant to be made to harmonize merely in thought. It is always an indication of abstract, arid thinking if we imagine harmony where life has to develop toward points of balance by passing through disharmony. It is the fate of human development that we have to see harmony as a future goal, which we will not attain if we merely imagine it exists at any given stage of human development. So we may perhaps understand it when we hear it said in spiritual science that life looks different depending on whether we regard it from the point of view of the inner or the outer man. These are two different viewpoints, and anyone who wanted to unite these two aspects abstractly would be overlooking the fact that there is not just one ideal, one opinion, but as many opinions as there are points of view, and that it is only when these different opinions, judgments, work together that we reach the truth. Therefore, we can assume that the way we see life from the point of view of the inner man might be different than from the point of view of the outer man. We can give a comparison to show that truths are relative and depend on the aspect from which they are seen. It may be appropriate for a giant whose sleeve is several meters long to talk of laughing up his sleeve. But whether a dwarf whose sleeve is only millimeters long can say of a giant that he is laughing up his sleeve is another matter. Things act of necessity as complementary truths. There is no absolute truth with regard to outer things. They have to be looked at from all sides, and we have to find the truth by seeing how truths individually illuminate one another. This is why the outer man, physical and etheric body, and the inner man, astral body and ego, as we see them in life in any given period, need not be in total harmony. If there were complete harmony, then the situation would be such that when human beings return to the spiritual world at night, they would take their daytime experiences with them and transform them systematically into the essences of abilities, wisdom, and so on. And the situation would also be such that the forces they brought with them out of the spiritual world into the physical world in the morning would be used for their soul life. But the limits which are described as applying to the physical body would never be crossed, and there would also be no human development. Human beings have to learn to take note of these limitations themselves. They have to form a judgment about them. The possibility has to be there for them to breach these limits to the greatest possible extent. And they breach them continually. In real life, these limits are crossed continually, so that, for example, the astral body and the ego, when they affect the physical body, do not keep within the limits. But in doing so, they breach the laws of the physical body. We then observe such breaches as irregularities, as states of disorganization of the physical body, as the occurrence of illness caused by the spiritual part, the astral body and the ego. Limits can also be breached in other ways, namely that our inner man does not manage to correlate with the outer world, failing to harmonize fully with it. This can be shown in a dramatic example. When, some years ago, the well-known eruption of Mount Pelée took place in Central America, some amazing documents were found afterward in the ruins, which were very telling. One of them said, quote, "You do not need to be afraid anymore, for all the dangers are past. There will be no more eruptions. We have discovered the natural laws which tell us this." Close quote. These documents, which stated that further volcanic eruptions were impossible according to natural scientific knowledge, had been buried, and along with them the scholars who had written these documents from out of their common knowledge as scholars had also been buried. This was a tragic event, but it was an actual demonstration of the disharmony of human beings with the physical world. There could be no doubt that the intelligence of the scholars who investigated these natural laws, if it had been properly schooled, would have been adequate for finding the truth, for they were not lacking in intelligence. But although intelligence is necessary, it is insufficient on its own. If animals are faced with such catastrophes, they make haste to depart. That is a well-known fact. Only domestic animals perish along with the human beings. So-called animal instinct is therefore adequate for supplying a far greater wisdom, as far as coming events are concerned, than the level of human wisdom today. Intelligence, in quotes, is not the decisive factor. Our current intelligence level is present also in those who commit the greatest follies. Intelligence, therefore, is not lacking. What is lacking is sufficiently matured experience of events. As soon as our intelligence determines something that seems plausible to it, according to our limited experience, it can fall into disharmony with the real outer events, and then outer events break down around us. For there is a relationship between our physical body and the world, which human beings will gradually learn to recognize with the forces they already possess today. But this will only happen after they have gathered one experience after another from the outer world and thoroughly assimilated them. Then the harmony which will have arisen as a result of this experience will have come about entirely with the help of the intelligence we have today. For it is precisely at the present time that our intelligence has reached a kind of peak. What is lacking is the maturing of experience. If this ripening of experience does not correspond with what is outside, then human beings will fall into disharmony with the outer world and can break under it. We have seen in an extreme example how the disharmony arose between the physical body of the scholars concerned and the stage which they had reached in soul development. This kind of disharmony occurs not only when momentous events happen to us, but arises in principle wherever any harm comes to our physical and etheric body, and we are not capable of counteracting it with our inner forces and holding it at bay. This applies in every case, whether it is outwardly visible or is an inner disorder, which in reality comes from outside. For if we have an upset stomach, it is essentially the same as if a brick were to fall on our head. This is what happens when we allow a conflict to arise between the inner man and what comes to us from outside, when the inner man is no match for the outer man. Fundamentally, every illness is a disharmony between, a breaching of the division between the inner and the outer man. What is created by the continual breaching of these divisions will become harmony only in the far distant future. And this remains an abstraction if our thinking tries to impose it on our life. Human beings only learn to become more and more mature in their inner life by gradually realizing that at this present stage they are not yet up to coping with outer life. This is true not only of the ego, but also of the astral body. Those things that are penetrated by the ego are experienced by human beings between waking up and going to sleep, whereas the way their astral body is able to breach its limits and is impotent to create proper harmony between the inner and the outer man lies outside normal human consciousness. It is present nevertheless. All these things give rise to the deep inner nature of illness. What are the two possible outcomes of illness? Either a healing comes about or the illness terminates in death. In the way we regard the normal course of life, we can place death on one side and healing on the other. What does healing signify for the whole development of a human being? First of all, we must clarify what sickness means in a person's whole evolution. Sickness represents disharmony between the inner and the outer man. When there is illness, the inner man cannot achieve harmony with the outer man. The inner man withdraws in a way from the outer one. The simplest example of this is cutting a finger. We can only cut the physical body, not the astral. But the astral body is constantly engaged in the usual activities taking place in the body, and in consequence of the cut, the astral body does not find what it would expect to find when it tries to penetrate into the minutest parts. It feels pushed out. That, in essence, is how it is with a whole number of illnesses. The inner man feels pushed back from the outer part and cannot engage in its life because the damage that has been done to it bars the way. What we can do is either to restore the damage through outer means or boost the strength of the inner man to such an extent that it is able to heal the outer man. Then a connection between inside and outside will be restored to a lesser or greater extent, meaning that the inner man will find the degree to which it can work again in the mended outer part. This is a process that can be compared to waking up. It was an unnatural withdrawal of the inner man, after which it is again possible to experience in the outer man what can only be experienced in the outer world. Healing enables us to return and bring into our outer nature what we could not bring it if we could not return. The healing process, therefore, when assimilated, becomes an integral part of the inner man. Healing is something we can look back on with satisfaction, because in a similar manner that sleep helps our inner being to progress, healing gives us something that enables our inner man to progress. Even if it is not immediately visible, our inner soul being makes progress in every instance where there is a cure. In sleep, we take with us into the spiritual world the things we have acquired through being cured. Therefore, a cure is something that strengthens us as far as the forces we develop in sleep are concerned. All these thoughts on the mysterious relationship between healing and sleep could be developed in full if there were time, but it can nevertheless be seen how healing can be equated with what we take into the spiritual world at night, and that which brings progress into our processes of development, insofar as they can be helped to progress at all between birth and death. These things, however, which in normal life we absorb into ourselves from external experiences, are bound to come to expression in our soul life between birth and death as higher development. But not everything which is acquired through healing emerges again. We can also just as well take it through the gate of death, and it can be of benefit to us in our next life. But what spiritual science shows us is that we have to be thankful each time we are healed, for each cure signifies an enhancement of our inner being, which can only be achieved by way of the forces we have assimilated inwardly. The other question is, what is the significance for human beings of an illness which terminates in death? In a certain way, it signifies the opposite, namely that we are not capable of restoring the balance that has been disturbed between the inner and the outer man, that we cannot in the right way cross the frontier between the inner and the outer man in this life. Just as we have to accept our unchanged, healthy body when we wake up in the morning, we have to accept our unchanged, damaged body when an illness ends in death, for we have been incapable of changing it. The healthy body remains as it is and receives us in the morning. The damaged body can no longer receive us, and we have to end in death. We have to leave the body because we are no longer able to reestablish its harmony. On the other hand, we can now take our experiences into the spiritual world without them having to pass through the outer body. The fruits that we gain as a result of our damaged body, no longer receiving us, become an enrichment for our life between death and a new birth. So, we have also to be grateful to an illness which ends in death, because it gives us the opportunity to enhance the life between death and a new birth, and to gather together the forces and the experiences which can only mature during that period. Thus we see the consequences for the soul of illnesses which end in death, and those which conclude by being cured. That presents us with two aspects. We can be thankful for an illness that ends in being healed, because we have been strengthened in our inner life. And we can be thankful for an illness that ends in death, because we know that when we raise ourselves to a higher level in the life between death and a new birth, death will be of great significance for us, because we will have learned from it that our body must be different when we construct it for the future. And we will avoid the harmful aspects that caused us to fail before. The healing process contributes to progress of our inner life, whereas death influences our development with regard to the outer world. The necessity, therefore, arises to see things from two different points of view. No one should imagine that spiritual science is saying that because we ought to be grateful to an illness that ends in death for giving us help for our next life, we should therefore permit an illness to end in death and not make any attempt at a cure. To think that would not be in the true spirit of spiritual science, which is not concerned with abstractions but with truths that are arrived at from different points of view. It is our duty to make every attempt to try to cure the illness. To undertake to bring healing to the best of our ability is embedded in human consciousness. For the view that when death has occurred it is something to be grateful for is not one which is present in ordinary human consciousness, but can only be acquired by transcending it. From the, quote, standpoint of the gods, close quote, it is justified to let an illness end in death. From the human standpoint, the only thing that is justified is to do everything to bring about healing. An illness that ends in death has to be judged from a different point of view. Initially, these two views are irreconcilable and have to continue side by side. Any abstract harmony is of no use. Spiritual science has to advance to a recognition of the fact that some truths show us one particular aspect of life, and others show us another. To say, quote, a cure is a good thing, healing is a duty, close quote, is right. But it is also right to say, death is a good thing when it occurs as the result of illness. Death is beneficial for overall human development. Although these statements contradict one another, both of them contain living truths which can be recognized by living knowledge. It is just in such cases where we see truths shining in from two directions, ones that still await being harmonized, that we are able to see the error of thinking in stereotypes and the necessity to observe life in the broadest possible way. We have to be clear about the fact that so-called contradictions, when they come from experience and a deeper knowledge of the matter, do not get in the way of our really knowing, but lead us gradually to a living grasp of things, because life itself is developing toward harmony. Normal life moves on in such a way that we form abilities from our experiences, and the things we cannot assimilate between birth and death we weave into a fabric which we can then assimilate between death and a new birth. Healing and terminal illness intertwine with our normal course of life in such a manner that every cure is a contribution to raising human beings to higher levels, and every fatal illness, too, leads a human being to a higher level, in the one case with regard to the inner man, and in the other with regard to the outer man. So the world progresses, carried not by one stream, but by two opposing ones. It is precisely through sickness and healing that the complexities of human life become visible. If it were not for sickness and healing, human beings' normal life would consist of being tied to leading strings and never going beyond these limits. And between death and rebirth, they would have to be given the forces to build up their new organism. In such a situation, human beings would never be able to harvest the fruits of their own efforts in the course of world evolution. In the narrow confines of life, human beings can only gather these fruits because they can err. For only by learning what error is can truth be arrived at. To acquire truth in such a way that it activates the soul and influences our development can happen only if it is extracted from the native soil of error. Human beings could also have a kind of health if they did not break through the frontiers in life with their errors and imperfections. But the kind of health that arises in the same way as does truth when it is inwardly recognized the kind for which human beings wrestle from one incarnation to another with their own life. Such health only comes about by means of working through real mistakes, through illnesses. That is, human beings learn, on the one hand, to overcome their actual mistakes and errors through being healed. And on the other hand, in the life between death and a rebirth, by knocking up against just those mistakes that they were not able to rectify in one life, they learn to put these right in their next life. We can now pick up again on our dramatic example and say, those scholars who made such a wrong prophecy will not only become more cautious in their reasoning powers with regard to avoiding jumping to conclusions, but they will allow their experiences to mature in order, in course of time, to work in harmony with life. So we see how healing and sickness affect human life and show us that without them, human beings could never arrive at their own goal in life. We learn that seemingly abnormal interferences in our development, among which we can reckon illness, healing, and a fatal end to illness, are all part of our existence, as well as being able to err, if our aim is to recognize truth. We could say the same about sickness and healing, as a great poet belonging to an important era said about human error, quote, "The striving human being errs." This might give the impression that what the poet really wanted to say was, quote, "A human being always errs," close quote. The statement is, however, reversible. And we could say, quote, "Human beings will have to go on striving as long as they err," close quote. Errors give rise to renewed striving. The statement, quote, "The striving human being errs," close quote, need not therefore fill us with despair, for every error produces new striving, and human beings will continue to strive until they have superseded them. In other words, the error itself leads beyond itself to human truth. And similarly, it can be said, quote, "Human beings face the possibility of becoming ill as long as they are in the course of development," close quote. Through illness, they at the same time acquire health. Thus illness points beyond itself, either when it is cured or when it leads to death, producing health not as something alien to man, but as something that is born out of human nature itself and is in full accordance with it. Everything making its appearance in such remarkable and significant areas is certainly intended to show us that the whole world, in its wisdom, is so arranged that human beings are given the opportunity, at every crucial point in their development, to grow beyond themselves, in exactly the same sense as the saying of Angelus Silesius, with which we were able to conclude our lecture entitled "What is Mysticism?" On that occasion, we were referring to a more intimate aspect of development. This time we can extend its meaning to the whole field of sickness and healing, and say that in this respect, too, we can see, in truth, that, quote, "If you transcend yourself in God's prevailing, then in your spirit ascension will reign," close quote. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Collected Works number 59, Volume 2 of Transforming the Soul, a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner. This is translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. This is Lecture 6, entitled A Positive and Negative Frame of Mind, given on the 10th of March, 1910. If we study human life, comparing one individual with another, we find the greatest possible diversity. In these lectures, we have spoken of typical differences and the reasons for them, with reference to character, temperament, and so on, and also with regard to a number of capacities and strengths. One significant difference, the difference between the positive and negative frame of mind, will occupy us today. Right from the start, I want to make it clear that this treatment of the subject, which will be fully in keeping with the rest of these lectures, has nothing in common with the shallow but popular descriptions of people as positive and negative. Our account will stand entirely on its own ground. We might first look around for a kind of clarifying definition of what is meant by a positive and negative frame of mind, and might then say, from the point of view of a genuine and penetrating study of the human psyche, we can call people positive if, in face of all the impressions pouring in on them from the outer world, they are able to stay firm and sure of themselves, to the extent that they are not thrown by outer circumstances, but can hang on to their clear-cut ideas, their sympathies and antipathies, and their usual way of behaving. Their actions follow certain urges and impulses, which will not be affected by whatever transient impression may come to them from daily life. On the other hand, people can be called negative if they are easily swayed to submit to changing impressions, and are strongly influenced by ideas brought to them by other people or in gatherings of people. They are easily inclined to change the way they have thought and felt about something, and take something else on board. It is a negative trait, too, to allow all kinds of suggestions to alter their usual way of setting about doing things. This gives us a rough definition. But if we inquire how these deeply rooted characteristics of human nature work out in practice, we shall soon be convinced that we have gained very little from our definitions, and that the search for any such convenient labels is fairly useless. For if we try to apply them to real life, we have to say, passionate people with a strong driving force that has carried a certain enduring stamp since childhood will have observed all sorts of human examples, both good and bad, and still stick to their own acquired habits. Other people can move mountains to try and change their mind, but they stand obstinately for their own convictions. Such people can be counted as very positive, but their positivity leads them to nothing but a dull life, shut off from new impressions, seeing and hearing nothing that could enrich or enlarge their experience. But people of a different ilk, ready at any time to welcome new impressions, and who are always prepared to correct their ideas if facts go against them, might perhaps in a relatively short time change almost beyond recognition. We might see them going through successive periods in their lives, hastening from one interest to another, so that after a while they could seem to us to be totally changed people. Compared with the other, in quotes, positive type of person, who is not open to new impressions, we shall certainly say that they have made better use of their lives, but according to our definition, we should have to call them, in quotes, negative. Again, people of a more robust nature, whose life is governed by custom and routine, might be led by the fashion of the moment to travel to a country richly endowed with art treasures, but they are so set in their ways and have loaded their souls with so many fixed responses that they pass by one work of art after another, at most consulting their Baedeker to see which are the most important, so that, despite being so positive, when they get home, they are not in the least enriched by all the trailing from gallery to gallery, from one beautiful landscape to another. But there could be others who might follow much the same course of travel, but people with a sort of character who give themselves up to every single picture, losing themselves in them with great enthusiasm. They surrender themselves to every detail of every picture. But by doing this, each new impression wipes out the last, so that when they return home, their soul life is in chaos. These people would be, in a certain respect, very negative and opposite to the previous positive type. We could continue giving all kinds of examples of the two types. We could call negative those people who have learned much that their judgment has become uncertain on every subject. They no longer know what is right or wrong, and begin to be altogether skeptical about life and knowledge. Others might absorb just as many of the same impressions, but they work on them and know how to fit them into the whole of their acquired wisdom. They would be positive people in the best sense of the word. A child can, in response to grown-ups, be positive to the point of tyranny, by asserting its own inherent nature and trying to reject everything that contradicts it. Or grown-ups who have experienced a lot of life, including a number of disappointments and mistakes, can be capable, despite their rich experience, of devoting themselves to every new impression, so that they are easily uplifted or crushed, and these are negative people compared to the child. It is only when we allow the whole of life to work on us, not in accordance with any theoretical ideas, but in all its variety, and if we use concepts only as an aid in ordering the facts and events of life, that we can sort out such decisive matters as whether people have a positive or negative approach to life. For in discussing the individual peculiarities of human souls, we touch on something of the utmost importance. The problem would, of course, be much simpler if we did not have to think of human beings in the most living way, as has often been stressed in these lectures, living their way through what we call evolution. We see the human soul moving from one stage of evolution to another, and if we are speaking from the true perspective of spiritual science, we do not picture the life of an individual between birth and death as always following a uniform course. For we know that one particular incarnation is a sequel to previous lives on earth, and the starting point for later ones. And if we think of human life as a whole, passing through its various incarnations, we can readily understand that in one earthly life, a person's development may proceed somewhat slower, in that they retain the same characteristics and the same ideas throughout, so that in another life they will have to catch up on development, leading them to further levels of soul life. So the study of a single life is always in the highest degree inadequate. Let us now ask how these indications concerning a positive and negative disposition can help us in studying the human soul in the way it has been presented in previous lectures. We have shown that the soul is by no means a chaotic flow of mental images, sensations, and concepts, as it may appear to be at first glance, but that we can distinguish three members. First, the sentient soul, the one we can call the lowest member, is seen in its original form in people who had a relatively low stage of development, are wholly given up to their passions, impulses, desires, and wishes, and simply pursue each one as it arises. In people of this kind, the ego, the self-aware core of the human soul, dwells in a surging sea of passions, desires, sympathies, and antipathies, and is a slave to every storm sweeping through the soul. Such people follow their inclinations not by controlling them, but by being controlled by them, so that they give way to every inner desire, and the ego can scarcely lift itself out of this surge of desire. When the soul develops further, it becomes more and more apparent that the ego is working its way through to a strong feeling of being the central point. As the human being evolves, a higher member of the soul, which exists in everyone, gains predominance over the soul. This we call the rational or perceptive soul. When human beings stop following every inclination and impulse, then something emerges in their souls, which, though always there, can only be effective when people begin from out of their ego to control their inclinations and desires, and acquire the strength to make of the incoming impressions a real inner life. So when this second member of the soul, the rational soul, comes to the fore. It deepens our picture of the human being. Then we drew attention to the highest member of the human soul, the consciousness soul, where the ego comes to the fore in full strength. At this point, the inner life turns outward again, and its conceptual images and ideas are now not only there to control a person's passions, but at this stage the entire inner life of the soul is directed by the ego, so that it becomes a knowledgeable mirror of the outer world. When human beings rise to a knowledge of the outer world, it means that the consciousness soul has acquired supremacy in their life of soul. These three soul members exist in each one of us, but in each person, one of them predominates. The last lectures have shown us that the soul can develop further still, even where ordinary life is concerned, if we are to be human beings in the true sense of the word. People whose motives for action derive entirely from external demands, who are impelled to act only out of sympathy or antipathy, will make no effort to become a better example of a real human being. This will only happen if we raise ourselves above the ordinary demands of sympathy and antipathy to moral ideals and ideas. And these moral impulses have to come to us from the spiritual world, for that is how we enrich the life of the soul with new elements. Human beings have a, in quotes, history, only because they can bring into their lives something which their inner being draws from unknown depths and impresses on the outer world. Similarly, we would never reach a real knowledge of the mysteries of the world if we were not able to take our outer experiences and connect them up, so to speak, quote, thread them in onto, close quote, the ideas that we cannot see in the outer world, but which we bring to the outer world from out of our spirit. And only by so doing can we grasp and elucidate the outer world in its true form. In fact, this is how we infuse our inner being with a spiritual element and enrich our soul with those elements that we could never acquire from the outer world alone. As described in the lecture on mysticism, we can rise to a higher form of soul life by deliberately cutting ourselves off for a while from impressions and stimuli from the outer world, emptying our soul and devoting ourselves, as Meister Eckhart puts it, to the little spark which is usually outshone by the changing experiences of daily life, but which is now kindled into flame. Mystics of this kind rise to a soul life above the ordinary level. They immerse themselves in world mysteries by bringing to manifestation in themselves what those world mysteries have laid in their soul. In one of the following lectures, we saw that if people await the future submissively, and if they look back at the past in such a way as to feel that dwelling in them is something greater than anything evident in their present existence, they will have reached a mood of prayer toward this greater presence towering above them. We saw that when people pray, then in their inner being they grow above themselves toward something that they cannot see outside, but that transcends their ordinary life. And finally, we saw that by means of a real schooling in spiritual investigation, whereby they attain the three stages of imagination, inspiration, and intuition, human beings grow into a world that is as unknown to ordinary people as the world of light and color is to the blind. What we have seen then is soul development beyond the normal level, and have gained a glimpse of the evolution of the human soul through all kinds of stages. If we look at the lives of people around us, we find that they are at widely different levels of development. One person will show us on entering life that he or she has the potential to be on one or another stage, and we will notice that they have been assigned a certain leeway within which they can bring their soul to a particular level, and are then able to take with them through the gate of death what they have achieved, and bring it further in a new life. We can see that people's characteristics show them to be at all kinds of levels. If we then observe how these people advance from stage to stage, we shall meet up again with the concepts of positive and negative. But now we shall not see one person as positive and the other as negative, but encounter these qualities in each individual in their successive stages of development. One person may, to start with, show the most dominant, stubborn qualities in his or her soul, and they are driven by instincts, desires, and passions, whilst their ego center is still dim and barely conscious. At that point, they themselves and the way they live their lives is very positive. But if they were to remain positive in this form, they would make no progress. In the course of development, people must change from being a positive person on that level to being a negative person, for they have to be open to receive what their development requires. If they are not prepared to suppress certain positive qualities in their souls, so that new impressions can flow in and become part of them, or people are not capable of raising themselves out of a certain level of positivity given them by nature, and acquiring a certain negativity, so that they can receive new impressions, they will not progress. This implies the actual necessity there is for people to overcome positive qualities in the course of their development, and make themselves negative so that they can take some new content into their souls. Here we are touching on something which is at the same time both essential and to a certain extent also a danger, a chapter which shows us very clearly that only an intimate knowledge of the soul can guide us safely through life. For it shows us that we would not progress at all if we tried to avoid certain risks affecting soul life. And for negative people, these dangers are always present, for negative people are open to the influx of external impressions and become one with them. This, of course, means that they will imbibe not only good impressions, but also bad and dangerous ones. What we shall see if we observe people with negative soul qualities is the following. When they meet someone else, they will easily be carried away by hearing all sorts of things that have nothing to do with judgment or reason, and they will absorb not only what they say, but also what they do. They will take them as an example to imitate, and easily come to the point of resembling them. Such people may indeed be open to good influences, but there will also be the risk of their responding to every kind of bad stimulus, and actually identifying with it. If we rise from ordinary life to the level where we can see what spiritual facts and spiritual beings are at work in our vicinity, we must say that people with negative soul qualities are particularly open to the influence of those intangible, indefinable impressions which are hardly evident in outer life. For example, the facts show that these people become quite different when in company than when they are on their own. Their whole soul life changes, especially if the crowd of people are active. When they are alone, they follow their own impulses. Even weak egos will look for the impulse for their actions in themselves. But in a community there is always a kind of group spirit in which all the various urges, desires, and judgments of those present combine. Positive people will not easily surrender to this collective entity, but negative people will easily be swayed by the crowd. So we often experience the kernel of truth in these few words of a poet who wrote in dialect, Rosiger, even if he may put it crudely. I'm going to just read the English because I can't quite read the German dialect. One is a human being, two are people, any more are cattle a herd." Close quote. We can often notice that human beings are actually more sensible when they are alone than when they are in company, when they are almost entirely at the mercy of the general mood. Therefore, it is easily seen in meetings that those people who arrive without any definite convictions will listen to a speaker who speaks with enthusiasm about some point which had previously left them cold, and they may be affected not so much by the speaker himself as by the general acclamation of the rest of the audience. This grips them, and they go home quite convinced. The suggestive nature of a group mood plays an enormous part in life. It illustrates the risks to which a negative soul is exposed. It also shows us the danger of forming sects. For while we might fail to convince an individual of something, it becomes relatively easy to do so if there is a sort of sect setting, as here mass suggestion will be at work, spreading from soul to soul. There are great dangers here for persons of a negative frame of mind. We can go even further. In previous lectures, we have seen how the soul can develop its way into higher regions of spiritual life. And in my title, Occult Science, Reader's Aside, also known as An Outline of Esoteric Science, end of Reader's Aside, you will find an account of how the soul has to go about it to reach beyond a certain level in its development and come to higher realms. The soul always has to suppress something, and initially it has to suppress something positive and open itself to new impressions, by putting itself, as it were, artificially into a negative mood. Unless it does this, it will make no progress. We have often stressed what spiritual researchers have to do if they want to reach higher levels of existence. They have to bring about, deliberately and consciously, the condition that occurs normally in sleep, when the soul receives no more outer stimuli. Then they must be able to open their soul to impressions which at first, if they are still beginners, will be quite new to them, and this means making themselves as negative as possible. Everything in mystical life and knowledge of higher worlds that we call inner vision, inner contemplation, does in fact fundamentally bring about negative moods in the soul. There is no avoiding this. When people suppress all stimuli from the outer world and consciously achieve a condition in which they are entirely concentrated in themselves, allowing nothing to come in of the kind that was in them when they were positive people, then their condition will be a negative one. Something similar can also occur if we employ an easier external method, which cannot of itself lead to a higher life, but can give us some support in our ascent. If we turn from foods that stimulate positive impulses in a sort of animal fashion to a special diet, vegetarian or the like. We cannot bring about our ascent into higher worlds by vegetarianism or by not eating this or that. It would be altogether too easy if we could eat our way up to those heights. What actually does lead us to higher worlds is our work on our own souls. But this work can be made easier if we avoid the hampering influence that particular forms of nourishment can have. People who are trying to lead a higher, more spiritual life can readily convince themselves that their forces are enhanced by adopting a particular diet. Then, if they cut out the foods that tend to foster the robust and positive elements in themselves, they will also arrive at a negative condition. But those who base themselves on genuine, true spiritual science, and not the charlatan variety, will not refuse to recognize the things, including external things, that are inevitably connected with real spiritual life. But this means that we may also be exposed to bad spiritual influences. When, in the course of spiritual training, we eliminate our daytime impressions, we become open to spiritual facts and beings which are always around us. Among them, certainly, there will be the good spiritual powers and forces which we learn to perceive once we have developed the appropriate organ. But we shall also be approachable by the evil spiritual powers and forces, for they are part of that, just as we have to listen to discordant sounds too, if we want to listen to harmonious ones. If we want to enter the spiritual world, we have to realize that we may also have experiences in the bad direction. If we surrendered ourselves to the spiritual world in an entirely negative way, our spiritual life could be threatened by one danger after another. If for the moment we disregard the spiritual world and spiritual development and place ourselves on the horizon of ordinary life, we may well ask, quote, those things that have the immediate effect of making people negative, such as a vegetarian diet, how do they work? Close quote. If we become vegetarians just to be awkward and without a proper reason, or as a matter of principle without changing our way of dealing with life, this change to a vegetarian diet may possibly have a seriously weakening effect on our ability to resist bad influences, and particularly where certain physical aspects are concerned, we might get run down. But if certain people are about to enter a life of initiative and have to set themselves new tasks arising not from external life, but from a richly developed soul life, and they are bringing new content into their lives, then it can be immensely helpful to take a new approach to diet and rid themselves of any hindrances that may have come from their old eating habits. Things have very different effects on different people, but we shall notice this only if we observe life sensitively. It is because genuine spiritual researchers know these things that they emphasize so strongly that they will impart to nobody the means of raising themselves into higher worlds without making it clear to them that they must not only work on themselves to cultivate negative soul qualities needed for receiving new impressions, such as intercontemplativeness and concentration, but that at one and the same time they must bring to their lives a powerful content which will fill and sustain them as they work their way up to new heights. If people were given merely the means for acquiring the strength for beholding the spiritual world, then the amount of negativity they would acquire in the process would expose them to bad spiritual forces of every kind. But if these aspirants for entering the spiritual world also have the goodwill to make themselves acquainted with what the spiritual investigator can tell them about what existence is like in the spiritual world, then they will never for a moment be entirely exposed to negativity, but will possess something which can fill their souls with positive content of a higher kind. This is why it is so often emphasized that the aspirant must not only strive to reach higher levels, but must, alongside doing this, make a thorough study of spiritual scientific material. This is how spiritual researchers take account of the fact that those people who are on their way to experiencing new worlds will necessarily enter a condition of negativity. However, what we have to call forth when we develop the soul consciously can be seen in the various people we encounter in ordinary life, because, of course, souls do not go through development only in this present life, but have done so in previous lives. And when they enter this life, they are already at a particular stage. Just as in our present life we proceed from stage to stage, and must acquire negative characteristics on our way to a positive stage, the same thing may have happened when we last went through the gate of death and entered a new life with positive or negative characteristics. The design which sent us into life with positive qualities will leave us where we are and act as a brake on higher development, for positive tendencies produce a clearly defined character. A negative tendency, on the other hand, does make it possible for us to receive a great deal into our souls in the course of life, but it also exposes us to all the ups and downs of life, particularly to the changing impressions made on us by other people. We can especially notice that when people of a negative frame of mind meet other people, the characteristics of these other people leave their mark upon them. Even they themselves can actually notice, when they encounter a friend, someone with whom they have an affectionate relationship, how more and more like the other person they become. Within a marriage or a close friendship, they can even begin to form their handwriting like the other person's. As negative people, then, we are susceptible to the influence of other people, especially those close to us. We are even to a certain extent exposed to the danger of losing ourselves, so that our own individual soul life and ego may be extinguished. That is the risk for negative people. The danger for positive people is that they are not readily accessible to impressions from other people, that they fail to appreciate other people's qualities, thereby making no real contact with anyone else, and cannot form relationships or attachments. Positive people stand the risk of becoming hardened and lonely. But in other ways in life, too, we can notice how negative and positive qualities take effect in people's souls. In fact, we can gain a deep insight in life when we consider people from the point of view of their positive and negative characteristics. And this applies also to the way they respond to nature. What works best between one person and another? What works best when a person absorbs impressions from outside? There is one thing that, in a way, always makes the soul more positive, and this applies to people of the present day in their normal condition, regardless of their stage of development, and this is making a judgment, considering something rationally and clarifying for themselves a particular situation or relationship that may arise in life. Whereas losing one's ability to make a sound, self-aware judgment is always something that makes the soul negative and brings to the soul impressions against which it cannot defend itself with positive qualities. We can even observe that when human qualities move down into the unconscious, they often have a stronger effect on other people than when they arise from the conscious exercise of sound judgment. Unfortunately, we often experience in life, especially in a spiritual scientific movement, that when accounts of the spiritual world are given in strictly logical form, a form fully acceptable in other spheres of life, people are inclined to turn their backs on them. They do not like it at all that such accounts should be presented in a rational sequence of cause and effect. But if these accounts are presented in such a way that judgment can be omitted, then people are far readier to accept them. There are even people who are highly suspicious of those who give accounts of the spiritual world in rational terms, but very credulous when they are presented in a trance-like state, as though inspired by an unconscious power. Mediums who do not know what they are saying, and who say more than they themselves know, attract more believers than to those who know exactly what they are saying. People often express surprise that it is possible for anyone to tell us about the spiritual world unless they are at least half out of themselves, so that it is evident that they are possessed by some other power. This is often taken as a reason for objecting to the conscious communication of facts drawn from the spiritual world. This is why it is much more popular to run to mediums than to listen to communications based on sound judgment and set forth in rational terms. However, when anything that comes from the spiritual world is pushed down into a region from which consciousness is excluded, there is always a danger that it will work on the negative characteristics of the soul. For these characteristics always come to the fore when people are approached by things coming from dark, unconscious depths. Close observation shows us again and again that relatively stupid people, if they have positive qualities, can have a stronger effect on people more intelligent than themselves, if the latter are easily impressed by anything emerging from obscure depths. So we can understand how it happens in life that persons with finer natures and well-developed reasoning powers are at the mercy of robust characters with vivid minds, whose assertions derive solely from their own instincts and inclinations. If we take one further step, we shall come to a remarkable fact. Consider people who not merely belie their own reason occasionally, but whose reason is in poor shape, and who say things that spring from this ailing mind. So long as this pathological condition is not noticed, they may have an uncommonly strong influence on persons of a finer nature. All these things are part of a real wisdom of life, and we can only sort it out if we realize that people who are positive in this direction may not be open to reason, whereas the negative type is irresistibly open to irrational influences. A subtle psychology will have to take note of these things. Now we will turn from impressions made by individuals on one another and look at impressions received by people from their surroundings. Here too we can make significant observations in the context of positive and negative. Let us think, for example, of a researcher who has worked very fruitfully on a special subject and has brought together a great number of relevant facts. By so doing, he has accomplished something useful for humankind. But now, suppose that he connects these facts with ideas acquired by way of his education and his life up to now, or from a particular theory or worldview that may perhaps give a very one-sided view of the facts. But provided these concepts and ideas are the outcome of his own reflective thinking, they will have a healthy effect on his soul. For by working out his own philosophy, it will be something that puts him in a positive frame of mind. But now suppose that he has followers who have not themselves acquired the ideas from the facts, but have got hold of them by hearing of them or reading about them, and therefore will not have the same positive feelings that the researcher himself acquired through his laboratory work and study, and their frame of mind may be entirely negative. So the same doctrine, even though it be one-sided, can be seen to make the head of their school positive in his soul, while on the whole throng of his followers who merely echo the doctrine, it can have an unhealthy negative effect, making them weaker and weaker. We can surely notice this throughout the whole history of the life of the human mind. Even today we can see how people of an entirely materialistic worldview, which they themselves have worked hard to develop from their own findings, are lively, positive characters, whom it is a pleasure to meet, whereas their followers, who carry in their heads the same basic ideas, but have not acquired them by their own efforts, and therefore these ideas have an unhealthy, negative, weakening effect. So we can register the fact that it makes all the difference if people acquire an outlook themselves or merely take it from someone else. In the first instance, it goes hand in hand with a positive attitude, and in the second with a negative one. These things are in close association with one another all the time. Thus we can see how the way we deal with life can make us either positive or negative. For example, a purely theoretical approach to nature, in fact, anything we cannot actually see, can make us negative. But to reach a certain stage, we have to make way for a certain negativity. There has to be theoretical knowledge of nature. But we must not be blind to the fact that theories, gained by the systematic study of animals, plants, and minerals, and embodied in laws of nature in the form of concepts and ideas, work on us so that we devote ourselves to them in a negative frame of mind. On the other hand, if we respond with warm appreciation to all that nature in its grandeur has to offer, positive qualities are called forth in our souls. For example, if we take delight in a flower, not pulling it to pieces, but responding to its beauty, or if we watch a sunrise, not investigating it in astronomical terms, but beholding its glory. For anything we adopt by way of a theoretical view of the world does not get us involved heart and soul. We just allow others to dictate it to us. But our whole soul is actively involved if we are delighted or repelled by natural phenomena. What is true in nature is not concerned with our ego, but that which delights and repels us is bound to be, for how we respond to nature, whether it delights us or repels us, depends on the character of our ego. Thus we can say that living participation in nature cultivates a positive attitude. Theorizing about nature cultivates a negative one. But we must modify that by repeating that a researcher who starts by analyzing a series of natural phenomena is far more positive than one who merely adopts the other's findings. This has to be taken into account where learning is to be real education. And it is a relevant fact that wherever there has to be a conscious awareness of the things we have been discussing today, teachers would make sure that their pupils were not exposed solely to the cultivation of negative qualities of soul. Why did Plato inscribe over the entrance to his school of philosophy the words, quote, "Only those with a knowledge of geometry may enter here," close quote? It was because geometry and mathematics have to be taken up in the soul in an active way and cannot actually be accepted on the authority of another person. We have to work through geometry by means of our own inner efforts, and can only achieve this with a positive frame of mind. If this were considered today, many of the philosophical systems that buzz around nowadays would not exist at all. For those who realize how much positive work goes into mastering a conceptual system such as geometry, have respect for the creative activity of the human mind. But those who read Haeckel's titled Riddles of the Universe, for instance, will easily be able to produce another outlook like it, even though they have no notion of how it was arrived at. All they need do is alter the concepts a bit, but they will be doing so out of an entirely negative soul mood. Now, in spiritual science or anthroposophy, people have something which definitely cultivates a positive frame of mind. When people glean knowledge today by the very popular method of being shown slides, and are shown the latest pictures of animals or other natural phenomena, they observe them entirely passively, and their mood is a negative one. They do not need to acquire a positive frame of mind. They do not even have to do any thinking about it. Or they might be shown a series of pictures illustrating the various phases of a glacier on its way down the mountain. It would be just the same. These are just examples of how wide is the appeal of this negative attitude today. Where anthroposophy is concerned, it is not so straightforward. Slides could at most give a symbolic suggestion of its subjects. For with regard to those things that lead into the spiritual world, the only entry is through the life of the human soul. People wanting to get somewhere with spiritual science must accept the fact that its most important matters are not going to be the subject of demonstration. They are therefore advised to do active work in their soul so as to bring out its most positive qualities. In fact, spiritual science is eminently suited to cultivate this positive frame of mind. This is what is so healthy about its world outlook. that it makes no claims except to arouse the forces sleeping in the soul. By appealing to the autonomous forces in every soul, anthroposophy calls forth its hidden forces, so that they may enliven all the saps and energies of the body, having the best possible health-giving effect on the whole person. And because anthroposophy appeals to sound reason only, which cannot be evoked by mass suggestion, but only through individual understanding, and because it renounces everything that mass suggestion can evoke, it reckons par excellence with the most positive qualities of the human soul. This is a plain, unvarnished survey of how human beings are placed with regard to the streams of positive and negative. They cannot rise to higher stages unless they leave a lower positive stage and go over to a negative one, where they are able to fill themselves with new content, and having made this their own, can work out of positive qualities on a higher level. Those who know how to observe nature properly will know that it is world wisdom that sets about turning people from positivity to negativity, so that from this negative phase they can reach a new positive one. From this point of view, it is illuminating to study an individual example. For example, Aristotle's famous definition of tragedy. A tragic play, he says, presents us with a dramatic plot aimed at evoking fear and pity in the spectators, but in such a way that these emotions undergo a catharsis, a purification. People coming along with their usual egoism to start with are made very positive by their egoism. They harden themselves and shut themselves off from others. When people start feeling sympathy for other people's suffering, or feel their joys as though they were their own, they become, to start with, very negative, because they go forth from their own ego and participate in the feelings of other people. They also become negative if they are deeply affected by the uncertain fate hanging over someone else, and wondering what could happen to this person they have come to pity as a consequence of their actions. Who has not trembled when someone else is hastening toward a deed which may lead him to disaster, but which, driven impulsively, he is powerless to prevent? We are afraid of what may happen, and this induces in us a negative mood, for fear is negative. But we would become apathetic in life if we were no longer able to become anxious about someone who has an uncertain future. Sympathy and fear make us negative, but so that we can become positive again, a tragedy sets before us a hero whose actions are meant to provoke our sympathy and whose fate calls out our fear. However, the course of the dramatic action gives us the kind of picture of the hero through which our fear and pity are purified, and they are transformed from negative qualities into the kind of harmonious satisfaction we have in a work of art, and we are lifted up once more into a positive state. Thus the ancient Greek philosophers' definition of a work of art is of something that is necessarily taken up by a negative attitude, in order for it to be transformed into a positive one. Art, in all its realms, leads us to a higher level, in the course of which we have first to be negative in order to progress from a less developed state. Beauty initially must be seen as something with which we have to be confronted, for without it we could not rise beyond our present stage. The rest of our life is then suffused with the radiance of a higher soul mood, if we have first been raised by art to a higher level. We see then how positivity and negativity alternate, not only in the single individual, but in the life of the whole of humankind, and how this alternation contributes not only to raising up the individual from one incarnation to another, but also humankind as a whole. If we had time, we could easily show that there have been positive and negative eras. In fact, the idea of positivity and negativity throws light into every sphere of soul life and of human life altogether. It does not happen that one person is a positive person and another a negative person, Both qualities concern everyone. Each one of us has to go through negative and positive conditions at different stages of our existence. Only when we see the matter in this light shall we accept the truth of it and take it as a basis for the practice of living. So our discussion today has been yet another confirmation of the statement we put at the beginning and ending of one of these lectures, the statement by the Greek philosopher Heraclitus, who, because he could see so profoundly into human life, was called the obscure one. Quote, "Never will you discover the boundaries of the soul, by whatever paths you search. So all-embracing is the soul's being." Close quote. Someone could, of course, say, quote, "Then all soul research is useless, for if the soul is so vast that its boundaries can never be discovered, no research can fathom them, and one could be driven to despair." Close quote. But only a negative person would say that. A positive person would add, quote, "Thank God the life of the soul is so vast that knowledge can never encompass it. For this means that everything we comprehend today we shall be able to surpass tomorrow, and thus hasten toward higher levels." Let us be glad that our soul life can all the time make a mockery of our knowledge. We need an unlimited soul life, for a limitless perspective gives us hope that we may all the time surpass one positive stage after another, so that our life of soul can proceed from stage to stage. It is precisely due to this unbounded and unknowable nature of our soul life that we are given this unique perspective of hope and confidence in the future. Because the boundaries of the soul can never be discovered, the soul is capable of going beyond its limitations and rising to ever higher levels. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collected work number 59 by Rudolf Steiner, the second volume of Transforming the Soul, originally entitled Metamorphosis of the Soul in English. This is translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim, and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. This is Lecture 7, entitled Error and Mental Disorder, given on the 28th of April, 1910. In this cycle of lectures, which I had the honor of holding here for you this winter, I undertook from the point of view of spiritual science, as characterized in the first of these lectures, to throw light on all kinds of manifestations of human soul life, and of life in a wider context. Today let us observe an area of human life which can take us deeply into human misery, suffering, and perhaps even as far as losing hope. To make up for this, we shall then, in the following lecture, touch on an area entitled conscience, which will take us back again to the heights, where human dignity and human value, the strength of human awareness, can appear at their best. And then we shall conclude this year's cycle by having a look at the mission of art, when I will endeavor to show the thoroughly healthy side of what might perhaps appear today from its most terrible shadow side. When error and mental disorder are spoken of, then, no doubt, everyone will recall images of the deepest human suffering, and also, probably, images of the deepest human sympathy. And everything this brings up in our souls can then be a challenge to throw into this soul abyss a little of the light we believe we have acquired in these lectures. Particularly those people who are acquainting themselves more and more with the way of thinking we have been working with here, are bound to hope that our spiritual scientific method will, in certain respects, illuminate this sad chapter of life. For anyone with some knowledge of the literature about it, and I am now referring less to the rapidly expanding non-specialist literature than to the scientific kind, will be able to note from the spiritual scientific point of view that in some respects it goes extraordinarily far and offers a wealth of material for assessing the relevant facts. But on the other hand, in no literature does it become so clear how incapable the different theories, views, and modes of thinking of our time are of bringing together and providing a suitable framework for the experiences and scientific observations which have been collected. In this field in particular, we have had a real opportunity to see just how much in harmony spiritual science feels with genuine science, with all the scientific facts, results, and experiences we encounter. But at every turn it finds contradiction between these experiences and the way they are interpreted from the current scientific point of view. As in other fields, we shall again only be able to deal with the subject in outline, but perhaps it will nevertheless provide the stimulus to acquire sufficient understanding to flow into our practice of life, so that we become increasingly capable of orienting ourselves with regard to the deplorable conditions that we shall be looking at. When we use the words, in quotes, error and, in quotes, mental disorder, one thing that should strike us, whether we are conscious of it or not, is that when we say the one, we are saying something totally different from when we say the other. Nevertheless, the exact observer of a soul life that can truly be described as mentally disordered will discover expressions and manifestations that only seem to be different in degree from some kind of error committed by someone who is otherwise regarded as normal. But such observations are liable to misinterpretation, insofar as certain directions of thought have the tendency to blur the dividing lines and to state that in fact no firm dividing line exists between a healthy normal soul life and one that can be described as being mentally disordered. Such statements contain a certain danger, which must be emphasized when the occasion occurs. And the danger lies not in the fact that the statement is wrong, but that it is right. This sounds paradoxical, but nevertheless it is true that wrong statements are sometimes less dangerous than correct ones that can be interpreted and put into practice in a one-sided way, because people, so to say, do not notice the danger inherent in their correctness. If people can, in a certain respect, prove that something is right, they think they have really said something. But it should be realized that every matter that is correct also has its reverse aspect, and that any truth that we discover is true only in respect of certain facts and experiences. The danger arises the moment it is extended to cover other areas, when it is carried too far and becomes a dogmatic belief. This is the reason why, in general, not much is achieved if we know that a truth exists. The important thing is that to really know a thing, we should take note of the limits within which that knowledge is valid. Admittedly, we can observe phenomena in a normal, healthy soul life, which, if they go beyond a certain point, are also pathological symptoms. The full weight of this statement will be noticed only by someone who is actually used to observing life on a more intimate level. Who would deny that it belongs to a pathological condition that can be put under the heading of mental disorder, when someone is incapable of linking one comprehended concept at the right moment with a second one, so that he applies the first one in a new and completely inappropriate situation, and acts on the basis of an idea that was correct for an earlier situation, but not for a later one? Who would deny that this could border on the pathological? If it happens sufficiently often, it is absolutely a symptom of mental disorder. But who, on the other hand, would deny that there are people who are unable to advance in their work because they are so long-winded, so fussy? It can happen in normal life that someone gets stuck with one idea. Then there comes the point where we have to stop talking about them being in error and have to start speaking of a pathological mental state. Let us assume, for example, that someone is subject to the pathological error, and this really does happen, that when someone in the vicinity clears their throat, this does not sound to him like a normal cough, and he is under the misapprehension that people are saying unkind things about him. If that person then arranges his life and actions in response to this illusion, he will be considered as someone who is mentally disordered. And yet there is a thin line between this and occurrences in ordinary life, where it happens that someone has overheard something and interprets the meaning in such a way that he thinks he hears something completely different from what was actually said. Or have you not heard how often it happens that somebody says, quote, "That person said such and such about me," close quote, and there is not a hint of confirmation to be found that the other person actually said that? Now and again it can be extremely difficult to determine where a healthy soul life turns into a pathological one. This may seem pathological, but it could provoke some thoughts on this subject. If we imagine someone looking at an avenue of trees and having the quite normal perception of seeing the trees nearby at the proper distance, while those further away appear to move closer and closer together, and deciding to tie ropes between the trees, he makes the lengths of rope shorter and shorter the farther away the trees are. There we have an example of a person drawing the wrong conclusions from a perfectly healthy observation. But healthy observation only comes about because there is an illusion. The illusion is also an observation. The unhealthy, harmful aspect of illusion comes about only if the person concerned assumes it to be the same sort of reality as a table standing in front of him. It is only when he cannot interpret the observation correctly that it can be described as pathological. Now, we can compare the case of someone having an hallucination and considering it to be reality in the normal physical sense, with the paradox that someone wanted to tie the trees of an avenue together with shorter and shorter pieces of rope. Logically, there would be no difference between them. Yet how easily can an illusion lead us to make a false judgment, and how rarely would we make a similar false judgment with observing an avenue of trees? All this may appear foolish to some people, but it is necessary all the same to take things as subtle as this into account, for otherwise we would not be able to go further and see how easily normal life can be unsound. We can give further examples of still more striking cases of people whose soul life is considered to be in the highest degree sound and astute. I would like to tell you something about a German philosopher who is currently considered by his colleagues to be among the foremost in his field. He tells us of the following experience. While in conversation with another man, they came to talk about a scholar who was a mutual acquaintance of theirs. The moment the conversation turned to this scholar, the philosopher's mind reverts first to seeing the image of an illustrated book of Paris, and immediately afterward to seeing the image of a photograph album of Rome. Meanwhile, they go on talking about the scholar, and at the same time the philosopher searches his mind as to how it was possible that during their conversation, first the image of the illustrated book of Paris and then the photograph album of Rome could come into his mind. And indeed he managed to establish the right connections. For the scholar they were talking about had a remarkable pointed beard, and his beard immediately called up in the philosopher's consciousness the image of Napoleon III, who also had a pointed beard. And this image of Napoleon, which had pushed its way into his consciousness, led via France to the illustrated book of Paris. And then the image of another man shot into his mind who had a Van Dyke mustache, the image of Victor Emmanuel of Italy. And this image led via Italy to the photo album of Rome. We have an odd sequence here. We could call it a linking up of images, seemingly without rhyme or reason, whilst something completely different is happening on a fully conscious level. Let us suppose now that a person, having reached the point where the illustrated book of Paris pops up, can no longer keep hold of the thread of conversation, and then immediately has the following image of the photo album of Rome. He would be given up to a random assortment of images and would be unable to hold an orderly conversation with anyone, but be enmeshed in a pathological life of soul, carrying him from one disconnected flight of fancy to another. Then our philosopher goes on to compare this with another case, in which he hopes to discover the inner connections. One day he went to the Inland Revenue Office to pay his tax. He had to pay 75 marks, and since, despite his philosophy, he was an orderly man, he had entered these 75 marks in his cash book and proceeded with his other business. Subsequently, he had occasion to need to remember how much he had paid in taxes. It had completely slipped his memory. He thought about the matter, and being a philosopher, he went to work systematically. He tried to recall the amount of his association by an association of ideas. He concentrated on actually going to the tax office, and he remembered having 4 gold 20-mark pieces in his wallet, and being given 5 marks change. Remembering these 2 images, he could, by simple subtraction, conclude that he had paid 75 marks tax. Here we have 2 totally different cases. In the first, there really is a considerable difference between the 2 soul processes. But the philosopher fails to draw attention to something which the spiritual researcher would immediately notice. For the essential thing in the first case is that he is discussing something with somebody else, and that his whole attention is focused on this conversation, and that the random sequence of images, although occurring in a different layer of consciousness, were left to their own devices. In the second case, the philosopher turns his whole attention to determining the sequence of images. This only throws light on why the images occur haphazardly in the first case, whilst in the second they are exposed to the correcting influence of conscious soul life. But why are images there in the first place? The philosopher fails to answer that. Those who observe life, who know of similar cases, and who are in a position to take into account the nature of the philosopher himself, I happen to know not only the case, but also the man, will be able to set up the following hypothesis. The philosopher was talking about a man who did not particularly interest him. He would have had to force himself in order to concentrate on the conversation. Therefore he had some superfluous mental forces which, not being engaged in the conversation, turned inward. But he did not have the strength to control the resultant sequence of images, which therefore occurred at random, because he had to give his attention to the uninteresting conversation. This gives an indication how such images occur in the background of conscious soul life as shadows. Numerous examples could be given of this. I chose this one because it is very characteristic and much can be learned from it. This can throw up the question as to whether such a process does not prompt us to investigate human soul life more deeply. We could also wonder how such a division in the life of the soul can occur in the first place. And this brings us to the realm where the experiences belonging to that unhappy area we are studying today fit quite naturally into the sort of thing we have been meeting with so often this winter. When our philosopher talks about this kind of phenomenon in himself, he of course sees it as bordering on the mysterious. Having registered the facts, he does not want to say any more about them, because our external science, even when it tells us so much about things, stops short when it comes to knowledge of the actual nature of things and of the human being himself. Our observation of the human being has shown that we should not merely accept what external science says, but we have to distinguish an outer and an inner man, and that the outer man is not more real than the inner man. We have shown in numerous fields that sleep has to be regarded differently from the way it is understood in ordinary science. We have shown that what is left behind in bed when someone goes to sleep is only the outer man, and that ordinary consciousness cannot follow the invisible higher part of us, which is the actual inner man, and leaves the outer man during sleep. Ordinary consciousness just does not see that something goes forth that is just as real as that part which remains in bed, and that from falling asleep to awakening, the inner man is taken up into its real home, the spiritual world. It is here that it absorbs what it will need from the time of awakening until the next period of sleep, in order to sustain the usual life of the soul. This is why we have to regard separately and make a clear distinction between the outer man, who continues to exist according to the same laws even when asleep, and the inner man, who is only within the outer man in the waking state, but separates from it in sleep. As long as this distinction is not made, we will not be able to understand the most important phenomena of life. Those who, for reasons of convenience, see everything as a unity, and without a second thought, want to establish monism everywhere, will accuse us of being dualists because we divide the human being into two members, the inner and the outer one. But such people should also admit the horrible dualism of the chemist who splits water into hydrogen and oxygen. It is not possible to be a monist in the higher sense if one does not recognize that the monon is something which lies much deeper. But those who see unity straight away in the most immediate things hinder themselves from seeing the manifold nature of life, which is essential to its understanding. We also showed that we have to distinguish individual members within the outer and the inner man. First, we distinguish in the outer man the physical body, that member which we can see and touch. But we also recognize that there is another member which we call the etheric body, a body of forces that build and sculpt the physical body. The physical and etheric body remain in bed during sleep. The part that withdraws from the physical and etheric body and is in the spiritual world has been called in these lectures the human astral body, which encloses within it the actual bearer of the ego. But we made still more subtle distinctions. In the astral body we distinguished three members, and careful differentiation of these three members permitted an explanation of many of life's phenomena. We called the lowest member of soul life the sentient soul, the second the rational or the perceptive soul, and the third the consciousness soul. So when we refer to the inner man, we shall not speak of a chaotic, undifferentiated intermingling of all sorts of will impulses, feeling experiences, concepts, and mental images, but we shall carefully differentiate between these three members. Now, in ordinary life, there is a certain reciprocal relationship between the inner and the outer man, which can be characterized as follows. The sentient soul, our lowest soul member, which contains our instincts and passions, and to which we are slavishly subjected if the higher soul members are only slightly developed, is interrelated with the sentient body. This is similar to the sentient soul, but is of a more external nature, and therefore from this aspect can be considered as belonging to the outer man. The sentient soul is the lowest member of the inner man, and corresponds to the sentient body in the outer man. Here we have to understand the difference between the astral body and the merely sentient body. The three soul members are, of course, only modifications of the astral body, not only formed by it, but actually drawn from it. In the waking state, the sentient soul is in constant interrelationship with the sentient body. Likewise, the rational or perceptive soul with the etheric body. and in a certain way the consciousness soul with the physical body. This is why, as far as everything that has to enter our consciousness soul is concerned, we are dependent on the messages we receive in our conscious daytime state. The things transmitted by our physical body, our senses, and what we think with our brain are what initially comprise the content of the consciousness soul. Thus we have two three-membered entities of human nature which correspond to one another: the soul and the sentient body, the rational or perceptive soul and the etheric body, and the consciousness soul and the physical body. This correspondence is precisely what can throw light on the threads linking the inner and the outer man, and show us how normal soul life is disturbed if these links do not function properly. Why does this happen? The sentient soul is in a certain way dependent on the effects the sentient body has on it. So if the interrelation between the two is not right, then the healthy soul life of the sentient soul is disrupted. A similar thing occurs when the rational soul cannot regulate the etheric body as it should, to make it a proper instrument for the rational soul. And the soul life of the consciousness soul will appear abnormal if the physical body is a hindrance as a normal means of expression. If we look at the human being systematically in this way, we can recognize that a regular interrelationship is essential for a healthy soul life, and understand, too, that all sorts of interruptions can occur in the interrelating of the sentient soul and the sentient body, the rational soul and etheric body, and the consciousness soul and physical body. And only if we can recognize the threads running through this intricate organism and the irregularities that can occur will we be able to recognize what is happening when a force in the soul becomes unhealthy. This happens only when there is disharmony between the inner and the outer man. Did we not see this in the case we have just described? Let us take another look at the philosopher. In the life of soul taking place under the full control of his consciousness, we see what is going on in his consciousness soul on the one hand, and his rational soul on the other. The sentient soul, however, is, without it hardly being noticed, throwing up first the image of the illustrated book on Paris, and then the image of the photo album of Rome. It is occurring in this fashion because, although it is still relating to the person in front of him, he has allowed his attention to wander, thus bringing about a split between his sentient soul and sentient body. The images of the illustrated book on Paris and the photo album of Rome are seated in the sentient body. What we described as the process that was out of control is happening here. The content of the conversation between the two men is taking place in the consciousness soul, in the inner man. And the necessity of being forced to keep his mind on the conversation causes a split between the sentient body and the sentient soul. These are in fact passing states, for only the slightest disturbance occurs in our soul life when it is merely the sentient body that becomes independent. We shall still be able to remain rational and keep the inner thread intact, knowing consciously that we are still there, despite the compulsive images which appear because of the sentient body becoming independent. When such a split occurs in respect of the rational soul and the etheric body, then the situation is a much more difficult one. Then we go deeply into those states that verge on the pathological. Nevertheless, in these cases, it is much more difficult to distinguish where a healthy condition ends and a pathological one begins. An odd example will make clear how difficult it is to maintain the experiences of the rational soul in complete independence when the etheric body goes on strike, refusing to be merely a tool for our thinking. When the etheric body goes independent and resists the rational soul, it prevents the thoughts from coming to full expression, and the thoughts become stuck halfway and cannot be completed. This can happen with the cleverest people. Let us take a grotesque example. Everyone will smile at and easily recognize the absurdity of the following. It is right to conclude that what you have not lost, you must still have. You have not lost long ears, so you still have them. The absurdity arises because the thought is not in accord with the facts. But on exactly the same pattern of having a preceding statement, quote, what you have not lost, close quote, which makes an unjustified assumption that goes unnoticed, the most unbelievable errors can be committed regarding the most important questions of life, but which are not so easily detected. For instance, there is a philosopher who persistently repeats a theory he has about the human ego. We have stressed here, time and again, that even in the way it is applied, the ego is different from anything else we experience. Anyone can call a table, a glass, and a clock, but specifically the word I cannot be used by anyone else when it describes ourselves. This is indicative of a fundamental difference between our experience of our ego and all our other experiences. We can notice such a thing. On the other hand, we can only half notice it, and one is only half noticing it if one comes to the conclusion that the philosopher came to when he said, quote, therefore the ego can never be the object, and therefore it can never be observed, close quote. And it seems a very clever view when he continues, quote, anyone who wanted to grasp it would have to be able to move it about all over the place, outside himself, and yet be within it. That would be exactly the same as if someone were to run around a tree and tell himself that if he could run fast enough, he would be able to catch himself from behind, close quote. The professor actually made this comparison. And who would not be convinced when the dogma that the ego cannot be grasped in itself is backed by such an example? And yet the whole thing is based merely on a comparison that cannot be made. For it would have to be made on the assumption that we cannot observe the ego. If we wanted to make use of the comparison with the tree, we would have to say, quote, the ego cannot be compared with a person running round a tree, but at the most with a person who stretches himself round a tree like a snake. Then he could perhaps take hold of his feet with his hands, close quote. For the ego has quite a different kind of objectivity than anything else we can experience. It has the kind of objectivity we can grasp as the coincidence of subject and object. This has been hinted at by mystics of all ages in the language of symbols, in the image of the snake biting its own tail. Those who used this symbol understood that what they were looking at was themselves. This example demonstrates how we advance from merely sensing and perceiving what is directly in front of us, and which can get out of harmony solely with the sentient body, to those things which affect not only mere sensation and perception, but the rational or perceptive soul. Where we have to assimilate thoughts inwardly, which is already a much less arbitrary process, a hindrance is caused not only by the images themselves, but by something that offers quite a different sort of resistance, and that cannot be recognized by the kind of thinking which fails to pursue its processes rigorously to their conclusion. This was an example of how people can enmesh themselves in the sort of logic in which they do not notice that it is only their logic and not the logic of the facts. Factual logic can only be present if we retain mastery over the cooperation between the rational soul and the etheric body. For example, we keep control of our etheric body. So that in very fact these pathological expressions of our life of soul, which are seen primarily in the form of a breakdown in the connecting link between our ideas, turn out to be caused by our etheric body not being able to serve as a sound tool for the expression of our rational soul. But now the question is justified. If an etheric body, which creates a hindrance for the rational soul to unfold, is part of our nature, is there any choice but to say that the causes affecting the soul in such a way that it progresses from mere error to actual mental disorder lie in something over which we have no control? In a certain sense, such an example, if we really understand it, makes us aware of something that has been emphasized here repeatedly and is considered to be nonsense by many of our contemporaries, even the most enlightened. We notice that in a quite specific way, our etheric body throws obstacles in the way of the rational soul, not allowing it to finish a train of thought. So that instead of admitting that we are powerless and can go no further, we produce thoughts that are chaotic and distorted. The conclusions coming from the rational soul become mixed up with the intrusions from our etheric body. A peculiar situation. We think that the etheric body belongs to the outer man, and then it interferes with the activity of the rational soul, as though it were its equal. How can this be explained? If we were merely using words, we could point to inherited characteristics, and so on. This is done by those who, from a certain habit of thought, are absolutely unable to think logically about soul matters. But philosophers who are able to think about the life of the soul say that the absurdity, the chaotic confusion occurring in such a case, cannot be solely the result of physical heredity. And we actually witness a well-known philosopher of our time going along his habitual tracks of thought, using a remarkable expression to describe what can go on in us and yet not be solely physical. We could even call it a pretty expression if it did not have to do with something seriously scientific. For what Wundt said was, quote, "This takes us into the infinite darkness of evolution," close quote. Anyone used to thinking scientifically will be strangely affected to hear such a thing from a world-famous philosopher. Compare this with what spiritual science says when it propounds the conclusion that soul and spirit can originate only from soul and spirit, a statement which we have often seen as comparable on a higher level with another conclusion which the great natural scientist Francesco Redi voiced in the 17th century in a different field. Living matter can originate only from living matter. Spiritual science does not point solely to physical heredity as such, but shows that in everything physical there is an actual spiritual element. And in the situation where the contrary effect of our etheric body on the rational soul becomes too great, we have to understand that something must have formed and prepared our etheric body, which is of a similar nature to our rational soul, only it has prepared it badly. If we therefore can find the mistake today in our rational soul, we can, if we can keep calm and collected, correct it so that it is not transmitted to the bodily level. And we must not be rash enough to imagine that every emotion immediately causes illness. No one can be more firmly convinced than the spiritual scientist that it is nonsense to put it down without further thought to external influences if someone becomes mentally disordered. On the other hand, we have to understand that even if we do not have the power to change our etheric body, it is saturated with the same laws of mistakenness which exist every time we err, and that illness occurs when we see the mistake incorporated into the etheric body. Such a mistake cannot normally take effect immediately in our present life. This only happens if it is repeated and becomes a habit. For it is another matter if we continue to commit similar errors during our lifetime, and if we regularly succumb to certain weaknesses of thinking, feeling, and willing. Remember that we stressed that between birth and death there is a limit to what can be carried over onto the outer bodily level. When we pass through the gate of death, the physical body with all its good and bad qualities is destroyed, and we take across all we have done with our thinking, feeling, and willing, good and bad. And when we come to build up our external bodily part in our next incarnation, we put into it all the faults, chaos, and weaknesses there are in our present thinking, feeling, and willing. Therefore, if we have the kind of etheric body that hinders us, we should realize that if the fault is in our present soul life, we cannot immediately stamp it on our etheric body. But when we pass through death, what is now solely in our soul will work down in our next life into organizing the body. The characteristics and causes occurring in our etheric body are not to be found in this incarnation, for the place to look for them is in a previous existence. This shows that we can understand a wide field of mental disorder only if we enter not only into the mysterious and, quote, perpetual darkness of evolution, close quote, which tells us nothing, but into a person's earlier life. But this truth must not be taken to extremes either. For we must be aware that human beings have within them not only the qualities they have previously acquired for themselves, but also those which are inherited, and that certain qualities of the outer man must be considered as hereditary. So it is necessary to distinguish carefully between what human beings live through from one life to another and their characteristics as descendants of their ancestors. Now, a similar disharmony can arise between our consciousness soul, which is the basis of our ego consciousness, and our physical body. Then not only do those characteristics appear in our physical body, for which we are responsible from earlier incarnations, but also those in our line of heredity. But here too the principle is the same. What is going on in the consciousness soul can be hindered by the laws at work in the physical body. And when this happens, then all those things arise which appear in such dreadful forms in the symptoms of mental disorder. This is the very place where all the worst aspects of a particular organ appear when that one becomes especially conspicuous. When the organs of our physical body work properly together, and none of them predominates over the others, our physical body is a proper instrument for our consciousness soul, and is no obstacle for us, any more than a healthy eye, EYE, is an obstacle to seeing. We could mention a particular case described by an important scientist of today. There was a man, one of whose eyes was becoming blurred. He no longer had normal sight in it, and especially at dusk he saw ghost-like formations. Because of his impaired vision, he often felt as if someone were standing in his way. When eye trouble creates a hindrance, normal sight is no longer possible. Partial disturbances can take all sorts of different forms. When the consciousness soul comes upon an obstacle in the physical body, this is always attributable to one or another of the organs being particularly prominent. For when all the organs of the physical body are working together normally, it causes no resistance to the consciousness soul, and we can bring our ego consciousness to expression in a regular way. An obstacle is noticed only when an organ acquires special prominence, for then resistance is encountered. But if an open exchange with the outer world is obstructed, and we do not notice the obstacle in our consciousness, then ideas of megalomania and persecution mania appear as symptoms of the actual more deeply seated sickness. Realizing how many-membered our human organization is enables us to understand harmony and disharmony in human life. We could give only a short sketch of how these various human members work together, and how spiritual science can bring order and clarification to the wonderful results presented in today's literature. When we understand this, we will be able to gain further insights, such as grasping the reality of the inner man, and how the inner and the outer man interact from one incarnation to another, and how in certain failings of the outer man, for instance, in those of the etheric body, what appears is only a consequence of weaknesses and faults of the life of soul in earlier incarnations. But this also shows us that if the obstacles are too great, we will not always be able to overcome them by means of a well-ordered, strong inner soul life, though in many respects we will be able to do so. For if in a soul life that is not normal, we recognize that the outer man is resisting the inner man, we shall also understand how important it is to make the inner man as strong as possible. Weak people who do not want to pursue their thinking rigorously to its conclusion, do not want to define their ideas clearly, and who are not intent on forming their feelings so that they are in accord with their experiences, such people will only be able to offer weak opposition to the resistance offered by the outer man. And if they have a disposition to illness, they will succumb to mental disorder in due course. But the situation is different if we can encounter a sick outer man with a strong inner man, because the stronger of the two will win. And we can see from this that although we cannot always be assured of victory over our outer nature, we can do all we can to keep the upper hand over it by developing a strong, well-ordered soul life. And we can see the use of this if we try to form our feelings and our will so that we do not get upset at the slightest provocation, try to extend our thinking to encompass a greater content, not thinking only the most obvious thought structures, but thinking things through into the finest details, and keeping ourselves in hand so that we do not desire the impossible, but set our horizons according to the facts. If we develop a strong soul life, we may still encounter limitations, but we will have done our utmost to maintain the predominance of our inner being over all external resistance. Thus we can see the significance of people developing their soul life in the way required. At the present time, there is little understanding for what is meant by developing the soul life. It has been mentioned when similar opportunities offered themselves that nowadays people attach great importance to physical education, walking and jogging and extensive PE. I am not saying anything against the principle of the matter. These things can be good for the health. But they most certainly do not lead to good results if attention is given solely to the outer man as though it were a machine, and people do exercises aimed only at strengthening them physiologically. In gymnastics, people should not do the kind of exercises that are done for the sole purpose of strengthening particular muscles, but care should be taken that each exercise provokes inner joy, and that the impetus for every exercise comes from an inner feeling of well-being. The impulses for doing the exercises should come from the soul. For instance, gym teachers should be able to enter with their own feeling into the different sort of well-being experienced by the soul when performing the different exercises. Then we strengthen the soul. Otherwise, all we do is strengthen the body, and the soul will continue to be weak. Those who really observe life will find that exercises carried out with this in view have a health-giving effect and make quite a different contribution to a person's well-being than the exercises given to people as though they were merely an anatomical apparatus. It is not until one goes thoroughly into spiritual science that one discovers the connection between the life of the soul and the life of the physical body. Those who believe that physical movement can balance out mental tiredness are unaware of something important. Spiritual investigators know that they can become excessively tired if they have to convey a truth to another person, and then have to listen to them if they are not yet able to speak about it coherently and cannot yet form proper thought pictures. This will make spiritual researchers very tired, whereas they do not get tired at all, however much they research in the spiritual world. The reason for this is that when one is listening to someone, one is dealing with a form of bodily communication involving the physical brain, whilst spiritual research though it still requires the participation of physical organs when taking place at lower levels, requires this less and less the higher it researches, and it therefore becomes less and less tiring. When the outer man no longer needs to participate, tiredness no longer arises. So we see that we have to distinguish between one kind of spiritual activity and another, that there is a difference whether spiritual activity gets its impulse from the soul itself, or whether these are prompted from outside. This is something which should always be taken into account, that in the various stages of human development, that which occurs is always something that corresponds to the inner impulses. Let us take a fact that has been stressed before and can be found in my little book titled The Education of the Child in the Light of Anthroposophy. There it says that in all they do, children up to the 7th year of age act according to the impulse of imitation. Then between the change of teeth and puberty, their development proceeds in the direction of following the word of authority, or acting according to the impression made on them by other people. Now let us take the case of what happens if these two stages, of imitating and then of subjecting themselves to authority, are ignored. If no account is taken of them, then the outer sheaths, instead of becoming a normal instrument of the soul, will develop irregularly, and the soul will then no longer have the opportunity, in the following periods of human development, to affect in the correct way the irregular nature of the outer man, and interact with it. And then we shall see that when people enter one of these new stages of development, at significant stages of their life, a member of their being may to a certain extent have remained behind. It would then be easy to see that what brings about the sort of thing that usually occurs as schizophrenia, dementia praecox, is nothing else but the ignoring of this law. Through failing to follow the proper procedures at the earlier stages, dementia praecox can arise as disharmony in the interaction between the inner and the outer man, and is a symptom of belated imitation. Then it becomes evident that the disharmony in areas which spiritual science cleanly divides is in many respects the cause of abnormality in the soul. Similarly, we can see in the appearance of senile dementia toward the end of life the disharmony between inner and outer man brought about because as a young person in the years between puberty and the time when the actual body is fully developed, life was not lived in such a manner that harmony could exist between the inner and the outer man. From this we see, too, that having a proper perception of the human being can illuminate the character of error and mental disorder. And even if we have only found a superficial connection and cannot say that error, insofar as it is part of normal soul life, can affect our outer nature, we nevertheless have to say that compared with this, the law according to which a development of strong logic, a regulated soul life, harmonious in feeling and willing, can strengthen us against the obstacles which arise from the outer man, is greatly encouraging. Thus, spiritual science gives us the possibility, perhaps not always, but most of the time, of countering the supremacy of the outer man. It is important that when we nurture and strengthen the inner man, we are doing it in order to oppose the predominance of the outer man. Spiritual science gives us the remedy for doing this, and does so by constantly emphasizing the importance of developing an ordered and proper thought life, which does not stop halfway through with its thoughts, but pursues them consistently to the end. This is why spiritual science, with its strict demand to order one's soul life, so that it proves to be inwardly disciplined and harmonized, is itself a remedy against the prevalence of a pathological outer man. And people can be victorious over pathological tendencies if they can deal with their bodily weakness or bodily deformity with sound willing, sound feeling, and thinking based on self-discipline. People often do not like hearing things like this today, yet it is important for an understanding of the present. In fact, spiritual science is actually doing us a good turn, in that it is a consolation to have pointed out to us that it is our spiritual nature, if we really strengthen it, that is the best remedy for dealing with everything that comes our way in life. What we learn from spiritual science is not to theorize about the spirit, but to make it an effective force in us, by endeavoring not to stop our thinking halfway through, as philosophers are so fond of doing. For it is nothing but half-finished thinking when people say, quote, "Prove to us what you say about repeated earth lives," close quote. For you cannot prove it to people who refuse to think their thoughts through to the end. Whole truths cannot be proved with half thoughts. They can only be proved with complete thoughts, and complete thoughts are what human beings have to develop within themselves. If the indications that have been given here are expanded further, it will be seen that they expose a particular evil of our time, the disbelief in the Spirit. But at one and the same time we are being shown where the remedy lies for transforming disbelief into belief, in being able to develop real strong spirituality. A belief in common sense is in large measure lacking in humankind today. Therefore, an intelligent impartiality, essential to an actual grasping of the truths of spiritual science, is not always present. It is not meant as ridicule and irony, but said with a kind of sadness in realizing that certain lines in Title Faust, describing a type of person, might also be applied to our present time. Quote, "If they possessed the philosopher's stone, the philosopher would not match the stone." Close quote. Common sense can understand spiritual science, and a sensible grasp of spiritual science means a healthy recovery right into the very extremities of the outer man. This, by the way, is claimed not only by today's spiritual scientists, but by anyone else who endeavors to approach the spirit by other paths than spiritual science does. But these others are also little understood. Who would not ridicule Hegel today precisely because he emphasizes the presence of common sense, reason, the essential need for it, and the power it has? He laid such stress on it that he thought of the power of reason in a person of today as being like this, quote, "I imagine human life as a cross," close quote. And for Hegel, the roses on the cross were the equivalent of reason in a human being. Quote, no, not a quote yet. This is why the prefaces of one of his works with the heading, quote, "Reason is the rose in today's cross," close quote. And belief in reason will make the cross victorious. Belief in reason and belief in disciplined thinking and an harmonious emotional life and life of will is what will put the roses on the cross. We can say, therefore, that there is some truth in it, that if we believe in being able to develop an harmonious emotional life and a harmonious will life, and have belief in the need to develop a disciplined life of reason, we have the power within us to counteract mental disorder, at least to a certain extent. If we develop these three, then under all circumstances we shall make ourselves stronger and more successful in our lives. And because Hegel puts a harmonious life of emotion and of will, a disciplined life of thought, and a reasoned intellectuality all under the heading of reason, he wrote the statement which can stand as a motto for our own soul development, that for us human beings, reason should be the rose in today's cross. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Transforming the Soul. This is Volume 2. It was originally entitled Metamorphosis of the Soul. It is Collected Works, Volume 59, translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim, and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. This is Lecture 8, entitled Conscience, given on the 5th of May, 1910. Allow me to begin today's lecture with a personal recollection. When I was quite a young man, I experienced a small incident of the kind which seems unimportant, yet which, later in life, can again and again yield pleasant memories. I was attending university lectures on the history of literature. The lecturer began the course by considering the character of cultural life in the time of Lessing, as an introduction to a series of discussions on literary developments during the second half of the 18th and part of the 19th century. His opening words were deeply impressive. In order to characterize the chief innovation which appeared in cultural life at the time of Lessing, he said, artistic consciousness acquired an aesthetic conscience. His lecture showed that what he meant by this statement, we need not now ask whether it was justified, was roughly as follows. All the artistic deliberations connected with the endeavors of Lessing and some of his contemporaries, and all they aimed for in their artistic achievements, showed a profoundly earnest wish to make art into something much more than a mere appendage of our existence, or to add just one more pleasure to our lives. In fact, they intended to make art into something that would be added to human evolution as an essential factor for our true humanity. To raise art to the level of a serious human concern, worthy of being heard in the choir of voices speaking of the great and creative dimension of humankind. Such was the goal which the great minds at the beginning of that era set themselves. And this is what the lecturer, speaking on the history of literature, wanted to say when he stressed that the life of art and poetry had acquired an aesthetic conscience. Why was this statement important to someone whose ears were open for hearing the riddles of existence in the way they were reflected in one or another human mind? Because the conception people had of art was to be ennobled by being described in such a way that left no doubt as to its importance for the whole character and destiny of human life. The profound importance of artistic creativity was intended to be placed beyond discussion. And it is indeed true that the experiences denoted to the word conscience, in quotes, are such that all the concerns to which they apply are ennobled. In other words, when the word conscience is spoken of, the human soul recognizes that it is referring to a most valuable element of its makeup, and that to be without it would indicate a serious deficiency. And how often have we heard the words used to describe the great importance of what is meant by conscience, irrespective of whether they are taken literally or metaphorically. Quote, what speaks as conscience in the human soul is the voice of God. Close quote. And one could scarcely find anyone, however unprepared they are to reflect on higher spiritual concerns, who has not formed some idea of what conscience is. Everyone has the vague feeling that whatever conscience may be, it is experienced as a voice in the human breast, determining with an irrefutable force what is good and what is bad, what people must do in order to be at peace with themselves, and what they must refrain from doing so that they do not come to the point of finding themselves contemptible. So we can say, conscience appears to every single human soul as something holy within the human breast, something about which it is actually relatively easy to form some kind of opinion. Things are different, however, if we cast a glance at our history and at human spiritual life. Those trying to look more deeply into spiritual matters of this kind would surely consult those in whom a knowledge of such things may be presupposed, the philosophers. But here, as in so many other cases of wide human concern, they will find that the explanation the various philosophers give regarding conscience are considerably different on the surface, though they all have a more or less obscure kernel common to all of them. But this is not the worst of it. If anyone were to take the trouble to inquire what the various philosophers of both ancient and modern times meant by conscience, they would meet with all sorts of very fine phrases, and also by many that were very difficult to understand. But they would not find anything about which they would feel entirely and without any doubt that it agreed with their own idea of conscience. It would lead us too far today if I were to give you an anthology of the various explanations the philosophical leaders of humankind have given on the subject of conscience over the centuries. But it is worth noting that from about the first third of the Middle Ages onward, whenever throughout the whole of medieval philosophy conscience was spoken of, it was always described as a force in the human soul that was able to make direct assertions about what a human being should or should not do. However, the medieval philosophers also said that underneath this fount of power there is something else, something of a finer quality than conscience itself. An individuality who has often been mentioned here, Meister Eckhart, tells of a tiny spark at the root of conscience, a kind of eternal principle in the human soul, and that if we listen to it, it indicates with an irresistible force the laws of good and evil. In modern times, we again find the most varied accounts of conscience, including some which make an odd impression, because they quite obviously fail to recognize the whole significance of conscience when seen as the inner voice of God. There are philosophers who say that conscience is actually something that human beings acquire for themselves by continually extending their experiences in life and becoming more and more aware of what is useful to them or harmful, what adds to their accomplishments or not. The outcome of these experiences give rise to the conclusion that tells them, quote, "Do this, don't do that," close quote. There are other philosophers who speak of conscience in terms of the highest praise. One of them is the great German philosopher Johann Gottlieb Fichte, who pointed above all to the human ego, not the transient personal ego, but the eternal core in man, as the fundamental principle of all human thought and being. At the same time, he held that the greatest experience human beings can have in their ego was that of conscience. And he said virtually that human beings can experience nothing greater than the inner judgment, quote, "You must do this, for it would go against your conscience not to do it," close quote. No judgment could be greater or more noble than this. And as Fichte was the philosopher who laid the most stress on the strength and significance of the human ego, it was characteristic of him that he ranked conscience as the ego's most important impulse. But the further we come into modern times, and the more materialistic thinking becomes, the more we find that conscience is deprived of its noble character, not where the heart is concerned, but with regard to the thinking of the more or less materialistically inclined philosophers. One example will illustrate this trend. In the second half of the 19th century, there lived a philosopher who, where nobility of soul is concerned, harmonious feelings and generous breadth of mind must rank with the finest of personalities. But he is not heard of much today. I am referring to Bartholomew Carnieri. If you look through his writings, you will find, despite his distinguished turn of mind and his broad-minded attitude, that because he was thoroughly prone to materialistic thinking, what he says about conscience is, quote, "What are we to make of it? Conscience is nothing more than a collection of habits and of judgments instilled into us during early youth and reinforced by education and life. These instilled habits, of which we are no longer fully conscious, are the source of the inner voice, telling us, quote, "You shall do this, you shall not do that," subquote, close quote. That is, the origin of conscience was now being attributed to external influences and habits. In fact, one can hardly envisage a more restricted range. But some even more materialistically minded philosophers went further still. Paul Rée was, for example, who in his middle period had a strong influence on Nietzsche. What he wrote about the origin of conscience is interesting as a symptom of the outlook of our times. His ideas, allowing for some inevitable distortions of details in any brief sketch of them, are roughly as follows. Human beings, Paul Rée says, have developed with regard to all their faculties, therefore also with respect to conscience. Originally we had no trace of what we call conscience. It is gross prejudice to hold that conscience is eternal. A voice telling us what to do and what not to do did not exist originally, according to Rée. But in human nature there was something else that did develop, something we can call an instinct for revenge. This was what came first. If someone suffered at the hand of another, the instinct for revenge drove him to pay back the injury in kind. By degrees, as social life became more complicated, the carrying out of vengeance was handed over to the ruling authorities. So people came to believe that any deed that injured another person had by necessity to be followed by something that had previously been called vengeance. So the verdict was arrived at that certain deeds that had serious consequences had to be requited by other deeds. In course of time, this conviction gave rise to an association of certain feelings with the performing of particular actions, or even with the temptation to commit them. People had now forgotten that there had once been an instinct for revenge. This had now become an ingrained feeling that a harmful action must be requited. So now, when people believe they are hearing an, in quotes, inner voice, this is in fact nothing but the voice of vengeance inside them. Here we have an extreme example of this kind of interpretation, extreme in the sense that conscience is portrayed as a complete illusion. On the other hand, we must admit that it is going much too far to assert, as some people do, that conscience has existed as long as human beings have lived on the earth. In other words, that conscience is, as it were, eternal. Since mistakes are made, both of those who think more spiritually about it, as well as by those who regard conscience as sheer illusion, it is very difficult to reach any agreement in this field, despite the fact that although it is of course a sacred subject, it is part of our everyday life. By just looking at the philosophers, we are able to see that in earlier times, even the best of them thought of conscience differently from the way in which we are bound to think of it today. For when we say that conscience is a voice speaking as though out of a holy impulse in the breast of even the simplest of people, saying, quote, "You ought to do this, you ought to do that," close quote, this is very different from the teaching we find in Socrates and in his successor Plato. They both insist that it can be learned. Socrates indeed says that if people form clear ideas as to what they should and should not do, then gradually, through the knowledge of what virtue is, they will learn to act virtuously. Now, one could easily object, from a modern standpoint, that things would go badly if we had to wait until we had learned what is right and what is wrong before we would act virtuously. Conscience is something that speaks with a much more elemental force in the human soul, and has, for long ages, been heard by individuals to say, quote, "You should do this and not that," close quote, well before we learned to form more noble ideas about good and evil, that is, before we began to formulate moral concepts. Furthermore, conscience is also something that allows a certain tranquility to take up its abode in the soul, if people can say about themselves, quote, "You can be satisfied with what you have done," close quote. It would be bad some people might say, if we had to learn a lot about the nature and character of virtue before we were capable of approving of our behavior. Therefore we can say that the philosopher to whom we look up as a martyr of philosophy, whose death crowned and ennobled his philosophical work, namely Socrates, sets before us a concept of virtue that is difficult to relate to our view of conscience today. And even with the later Greek thinkers, we always find the assertion that one can perfect oneself through a study of virtue, a doctrine that would be fundamentally the opposite of the original elemental power of conscience. How is it, then, that so preeminent and powerful a personality as Socrates is not aware of the idea of conscience that we have today, although we feel, when we approach him as Plato describes him, that the purest sense of morality and the highest degree of virtue speaks through his words? The sole reason is that even the ideas, mental images, and inner experiences which we feel today as though they were innate were in fact acquired laboriously by the human soul in course of time. When we trace the spiritual, cultural life of humankind back into the past, we will, after all, find the concept of conscience and the way people felt about it were not the same in olden times, nor among the people of Greece as they are today. Conscience, in fact, arose. But we cannot discover how this occurred by the simple methods of external experiences and scholarship, as Paul Ray, for example, tried to do. We have to take the way of illuminating more deeply the depths of the human soul. Now, our task in the lectures this winter has been precisely to illuminate more deeply the constitution of the soul, and to do so with the very light that comes from raising the soul to higher levels of knowledge. A description has been given of this whole life of the soul that reveals itself to the inner eye, EYE, of the seer, the eye that does not acquire knowledge of the sense world only, but looks behind the veil of the sense world into the region where the primary sources, the spiritual foundations of the sense world, are to be found. And it has repeatedly been shown, for example in the lecture, What is Mysticism?, that the consciousness of the seer opens the way into deeper regions of the soul, over and above our soul life as we experience it in everyday life. We believe that even in ordinary life we come to delve into further depths of the soul when we look into ourselves and encounter what we experience in our thinking, feeling, and willing. But it was pointed out also that in our waking consciousness, what we see is only the outer aspect of spiritual reality. Just as we have to look behind the veil spread over the sense world if we want to discover the underlying causes behind everything we see and hear and our brain apprehends, so must we look behind our thinking, feeling, and willing, and the basis of our ordinary soul life, if we want to get to know the actual spiritual causes of our own life. From these starting points, we set out to throw light on the life of the human soul in its various ramifications. We discovered that this soul life must be conceived as made up of three members which must be distinguished from one another, but please note, not separated from one another. The sentient soul presented itself as the lowest of these members. In the case of people who are entirely given up to their instincts, desires, and passions, and who have not yet managed to cleanse and purify their emotions and master them from out of their ego, we say that the sentient soul still predominates. When people acquire more and more the upper hand over their instincts, desires, and passions, a higher soul member then presents itself, the rational or perceptive soul. Now, a sense of truth can assert itself, a sympathy toward other human beings and similar qualities. The rational soul develops from out of the sentient soul. And the highest level of soul which human beings can attain at present they will develop still higher ones in the future, is that of the consciousness soul. Whilst it is with their sentient soul that human beings respond by way of their instincts and passions to the impressions made on them from outside, they ascend in their perceptive soul to the point where they can respond to impressions of the world without paying attention solely to instincts and passions. When they purify their instincts, desires, and passions, the rational soul develops. When they approach the external world with what they have made their own in inner qualities, when they have acquired thoughts within them with which they can comprehend the world and can tell themselves, quote, "My mental images and concepts are there for the purpose of making the world intelligible to me," close quote. When they, so to speak, break out of themselves again in order to acquire a consciousness of all that exists in the world outside, then they rise to the level of the consciousness soul. What is it that is working its way up in the human soul by way of these three soul members? It is the human ego, the unifying point in man's inner being, which holds them all together, playing on them as though on the strings of a musical instrument, causing them to sound together in the most varied ways, harmonious or discordant. This inner power that operates by reconnecting concepts with the world's objects is what we call the human I, capital, which is present in all the three soul members like an inner artist that plays on man's soul being as on three strings of a musical instrument. But this inner play of the ego only developed by gradual stages, and we shall understand how our present-day consciousness and soul life have evolved from primeval times if we glance at what human beings can become in the future, or even today, if from out of the consciousness soul they develop a higher clairvoyant form of consciousness. The ordinary consciousness soul enables us to grasp solely the external world as perceived by the senses. If people want to penetrate behind the veil of the sense world, they must continue with their own development and raise their soul life to a higher level. Then they make the great discovery that something like an awakening of the soul can occur, something comparable to an operation on a person born blind, when a hitherto unknown world of light and color breaks in upon them. This is how it is with people who, through the appropriate methods, raise their soul to a higher level of development. Then the moment comes when those elements in our environment, which, although they are swarming around us all the time, are normally ignored, now enter us as a wealth of beings and activities because we have acquired a new organ of perception. For those who achieve by training a conscious seership of this kind, their full ego is involved in this new seeing, meaning that just as they move among tables and chairs in the sense world, they now also move among the spiritual activities and beings which are at the foundation of our sense world with their ego, which at the earlier stages led them through the sentient soul, rational soul, and consciousness soul. But now let us turn back from this clairvoyant consciousness, which is illuminated and set aglow by the ego, to the ordinary life of the soul. A human being's ego lives in all kinds of ways in the three soul members. People who live entirely in the instincts, desires, and passions that arise in their sentient soul, without actually doing anything about it themselves, we would describe as abandoning themselves to their sentient soul, and as having an ego that is as yet active to only a very small degree. Their ego is only a dim light compared to the power in the surging waves of the sentient soul. In the rational or perceptive soul, the ego has now acquired more freedom and independence. Here human beings come to be more themselves, for the rational soul can develop only insofar as people reflect upon and work calmly through what they experience by way of their sentient soul. In the rational soul, people come to their ego and find themselves. The ego becomes more and more radiant, and at last achieves the full clarity of self-awareness in the consciousness soul. The advancing strength of the ego is seen in its progress from the sentient soul through the rational soul to the consciousness soul. If, however, human beings can rise further in the ego, beyond the consciousness soul, to clairvoyant consciousness, to even more advanced soul members, so to speak, we shall also understand, on looking back to the earlier evolution of humankind, that just as the ego rises to higher soul levels, so did it enter the sentient soul from a subordinate member of human nature. We have seen that the soul members, sentient soul, rational or perceptive soul, and consciousness soul, have developed within the totality of our human sheaths, namely the physical body, etheric body, and astral body or sentient body. Therefore, you will find it comprehensible that, as spiritual science indicates, the ego, before it developed its way through the sentient soul to the consciousness soul, was active in the sentient body, and earlier still in the etheric and the physical body. In those times, the ego still guided human beings from outside. It worked within the darkness of bodily life. Human beings were not yet able to say I with regard to themselves. Capital. To find the central point of their own being within themselves. What are we to think of this ego which worked in human beings in the primeval past, building up their exterior bodily organization? Are we to regard it as less perfect compared with the ego which we ourselves bear within our souls today? We look on our ego today as the real inner focus of our being, actually as that which makes up our inner being, and is capable through schooling of infinitely progressing into the future. We see it as the embodiment of our human nature and the guarantor of our human worth. Now, when we were not yet aware of this ego, while it was working on us from out of the dark spiritual forces of the world, was it then less perfect in comparison to what it is now? This could only be said by someone who was prepared to think in a quite abstract way. We look on our physical body as having been formed out of the spiritual world in the primordial past as a dwelling place for the soul. Only a materialistic mind could believe that this physical body did not come from spirit. We are at the same time looking at something which as a spiritual creation had to precede our inner life. For during earth existence, our inner life has to dwell in a body, and this body had to be prepared beforehand. Seen merely from an external point of view, the physical body must appear a miracle of perfection. What do all our intellectual ability and technical skills amount to, compared with the wisdom manifest in the structure of the human heart? Or take the engineering technique that goes into the building of bridges. What is it compared with the construction of the human thigh bone, with its wonderful crisscross structure as seen through the microscope? It would be sheer boundless arrogance if we were to suppose that we have attained in the slightest degree to the wisdom inherent in the formation of the external physical body. And when we look at the soul, even only taking into account our instincts, desires, and passions, how do they function? Are we not doing all we can from within to undermine the wisdom-filled organization of our body? Indeed, anyone who looks with an open mind at the marvel of our physical sheath has to admit that our bodily structure is infinitely wiser than anything we have in our inner being, although we hope that despite how imperfect it is, it will shape up to become more and more perfect. and we can hardly believe anything else, even without being clairvoyant, if we look impartially at what is before our eyes. Is not this wise activity that has built up the human body as a dwelling place for the ego bound to have something of the same nature and essence as the ego itself? Must we not think of this formative power as having the character of an ego, but one of an infinitely more perfect kind? We must realize that something related to our ego has been working through time immemorial at building a sheath that can be indwelt by an ego. People who refuse to believe this may believe whatever they like. They may even believe that a human dwelling built for human beings to live in was not designed by a human mind, but was put together merely by the activity of natural forces. If you look at it objectively, one is as good as another. So we look back to a primordial past, when a spiritual power endowed with an infinitely perfect ego nature worked at building up our bodily sheaths, out of which, in the future, our ego would work its way forth to its present state of consciousness. In primeval times it was hidden in subconscious depths within these sheaths. If we look into this evolution that has been taking place since time immemorial, when the ego was hidden within its sheaths as though in the darkness of a womb, we find that although the ego had no knowledge of itself, it was all the closer to those spiritual beings who were forming our sheaths and were related to the ego, but were of incomparably greater perfection. Clairvoyant insight thus looks back to a time when human beings had not yet acquired ego consciousness, for they were embedded in spiritual life itself, and to when their soul life was also different, for it was much closer to the soul forces from which the ego has emerged. In those times, too, we find in human beings a primeval clairvoyant consciousness that functioned dimly and dreamily, for it was not illumined by the light of an ego, and it was from this mode of consciousness that the ego first came forth. The faculty that human beings will acquire again in the future by means of their ego was present in them in the past without their having an ego. For human beings to see spiritual beings and spiritual truths in the environment entails having clairvoyant consciousness. As they did not have an ego glowing within them, it was not the case that they remained within themselves when they beheld the spiritual, but beheld themselves as part of the spiritual world, and their deeds appeared to them to have a spiritual character. When they had thoughts, they did not feel that they themselves were thinking, but they saw the thoughts clairvoyantly. And to experience a feeling, they did not only have to look within themselves, for the feeling rayed out from them, uniting them with their whole spiritual environment. Such was the soul life of man in primordial times. And human beings had to progress from out of this dreamlike clairvoyant consciousness in order to come to themselves and to find their center, which today is still imperfect, but which will become in the future more and more perfect, and they will ascend with their ego into the spiritual world. Now, if light is thrown on those primordial times by means of clairvoyance, in the way described, what does the seer tell us concerning the human consciousness of those times, when people had, for example, committed an evil deed? The deed did not present itself to them as something they could inwardly assess. They beheld it with all its harmfulness and shamefulness as a ghostly vision. And when the feeling of it arose in their soul, the shamefulness of it came before them as a spiritual reality, so that they were as though surrounded by the sight of the evil they had committed. Then, in the course of time, this ancient, dreamlike clairvoyance faded, and the human ego asserted itself more and more. And in so far as people found the center of their being, the old clairvoyance disappeared, and ego consciousness became more and more distinct. And what they had previously had in the way of a vista of their bad deeds, and also of their good deeds, was transformed to their inner being. And deeds once clairvoyantly beheld became mirrored within them. What were human beings being shown in dreamy clairvoyance? In the form of these counter-images of their bad deeds. The spiritual forces of their environment were showing them pictures of the damage, the harm they had done to the cosmic order. And in fact, this was no bad response, but a beneficial one. It was as it were, the God's reaction to the deed, showing them the effect of it so that they could eliminate its harmful consequences and rise above it. This was indeed a terrifying experience, yet it was fundamentally therapeutic, coming from the ground of existence from which man himself came. When the time came for human beings to find in themselves their ego center, this external vision moved into their inner being, appearing as the mirror image of the effect of the deed. When the ego first makes its appearance, it is weak and frail in the sentient soul, and human beings have to work their slow way up to gradually perfecting themselves. Now, what would have happened when the external clairvoyant vision of the effects of their misdeeds had disappeared if it had not been replaced within the still weak ego by an inner counter-image of the beneficial influence? They would have been thrown to and fro by passion in their sentient soul, as though in a boundless surging sea. What was it that entered at this historic moment from outside into people's inner being? It was the cosmic spirit powerfully revealing itself inside them at a time when their ego was still weak. The same spirit as had brought the harmful effects of their deeds before their clairvoyant consciousness as a healing influence, showing them from outside what they had to make good. Having previously spoken to human beings through clairvoyant vision, the spirit of the cosmos entered into their being when it was a matter of telling them what had to be put right concerning the harm done to the world order. The human ego was still weak, and the cosmic spirit keeps perpetual, unsleeping watch over it, and passes judgment where the ego could not yet judge of itself. Behind the weak ego stands something like a reflection of the powerful cosmic spirit, which had formerly shown human beings through clairvoyant vision the consequences of their deeds. And they now experience this reflection as conscience watching over them. So, we see how true it is when conscience is naively described as the voice of God in man. At the same time, we see spiritual science pointing to the moment when what was outside withdrew and conscience arose. What I have now been saying can be drawn purely from the spiritual world. We do not need external history to tell us. It has to be seen by the inner eye, EYE, and those who see these things will know them for incontestable truths. But a certain need of the times provokes us to ask whether external history might perhaps show us some confirmation of the facts of the case as seen by inner vision. The findings of clairvoyant consciousness can always be tested by external evidence, and there is no need to fear that the evidence will contradict them. That could only possibly happen if testing were inexact. Here is an example that can show how external facts confirm the statements here derived from clairvoyant insight. It is not so very long since the time when the birth of conscience can be seen to occur. When we go back to the 5th and 6th centuries BC, we encounter in Greece the great dramatic poet Aeschylus. And in his work we find something that is particularly remarkable, for the reason that the same subject was treated later on by another Greek poet in a different way. Aeschylus depicts Agamemnon, who on returning home from Troy is murdered by his wife Clytemnestra. Agamemnon is avenged by his son Orestes, who, on being counseled by the gods, kills the mother who murdered his father. What is then the consequence of this deed of Orestes? Aeschylus shows how the effect of matricide calls forth in Orestes a mode of seeing which was no longer normal in those times. The enormity of his crime caused the old clairvoyance to arise in him once more, like an heirloom from the past, and Orestes says, quote, "Apollo, the god himself, tells me it is a just act to avenge my father upon my mother. Everything I have done speaks in my favor, but my mother's blood is still at work." Close quote. And in the second part of the Orestian trilogy, we are shown in powerful form the ancient clairvoyance reawakening and showing him the approach of the avenging goddesses, the Erinyes, or Furies, as they were called later by the Romans. Orestes sees before him in external form, by way of dreamlike clairvoyance, the effect of his act of matricide. Apollo approves of his deed, but there is something that is above that. Aeschylus wished to indicate that a still higher cosmic order exists, and this he could do only by making Orestes become clairvoyant at that moment. For Aeschylus had not reached the point where he could dramatize what today we call an inner voice. But particularly when we study Agamemnon, we feel that he was at the stage when something like conscience ought to emerge from the whole content of the human soul, but he never quite reached that point. He presents Orestes as being confronted by what has not yet been transformed into conscience, the images of clairvoyant consciousness. Yet we see that he is on the verge of breaking through to conscience. Every word Clytemnestra says makes us feel that he should now be introducing the idea of conscience, but he does not reach that point. In that century, the great poet could only show how bad deeds had presented themselves to the human soul in earlier times. We will now pass on a generation, pass over Sophocles and come to Euripides, who only a relatively short time later describes the same situation. Scholars have rightly pointed out, though spiritual science alone can show this in its true light, that in Euripides the dream pictures experienced by Orestes, similar to the handling of this in Shakespeare, are no more than shadowy images of the inner promptings of conscience. Here we have palpable evidence of the way conscience was taken up and expressed in the art of poetry. We see how Aeschylus, great poet as he was, does not yet speak of conscience, whereas Euripides, his successor, does. With this development in mind, we can see why human thinking could work its way only very slowly toward a conception of conscience. The force at work in conscience now was only active in olden times, in the form of the pictures that represented the effects of people's deeds appearing to their clairvoyant vision. It is just that this force passed from outside inside. But before it could be felt to be an inner force, the whole process of human development, leading gradually to the conception of conscience, had to take its course. During this time we have the example of the sublimely great thinker Socrates. Why was Socrates not in a position to speak of the particular matter of the acquisition of virtues? Why could he not speak in the most impressive way regarding morality? And why could the conception of conscience not be part of the philosophy of his time, when we see so clearly that the human soul was on the very point of discovering conscience as the God that speaks in our own inner being? We will readily understand that the whole point why Socrates did not yet speak of conscience was because this force was still in the process of entering into the human soul from outside. Thus we see conscience as a faculty that takes time to develop and has to be acquired by man's own efforts. In what way does it have to manifest? Where should we look for its most intense activity? At the very point where man is still at the fragile stage of just beginning the process of ego development. This is something that can actually be pointed to in human development. In Greece itself, human beings were already a little further advanced, so that ego development had already reached the stage of the rational soul. If, however, we look further back than Greek times, outer history knows nothing of this, but Plato and Aristotle were clairvoyantly aware of it, and we come to the time of Egypt and Chaldea, we find that even the most eminent culture of those times was not acquired by means of an inwardly independent ego. The difference between what was produced by the sanctuaries of Egypt and Chaldea and the products of present-day science is that today science is grasped in the consciousness soul, whereas in pre-Hellenic times they owed everything to the sentient soul. In Greece itself, the ego progressed from the sentient soul to the rational and perceptive soul. Today we are living in the epoch of the consciousness soul, in which actual ego consciousness comes into its own for the first time. Those who really and truly study the evolution of humankind, and in particular the transition from Eastern to Western culture, can see quite definitely how human progress has been marked by ever-increasing feelings of freedom and greater independence. Whereas formerly human beings had felt themselves to be entirely dependent on inspirations sent them by the gods, an inwardizing of culture first occurred in the West. This is shown, for instance, in the way Aeschylus strives to bring about a consciousness of the ego in the human soul. We see him standing on the borderline between East and West, with one eye looking toward the Orient and the other toward the Occident, drawing forth from the human soul the forces that will later on come together specifically to form the conception of conscience. We see Aeschylus striving to do this, though he is not yet able to give dramatic embodiment to the new form of conscience. Perpetual comparisons can lead to confusion. We must not only compare but also distinguish. The essential thing is that in the West everything was designed to raise the ego from the sentient soul up to the consciousness soul. In the East, the ego remains dim and unfree. In the West, by contrast, there is a development among human beings whereby the ego works its way further and further up into the consciousness soul. Even if, to begin with, evolution goes in the direction of the ancient clairvoyant consciousness being extinguished, everything is, after all, designed to awaken the ego and to bring about the birth of the conscience as the inner voice of God, the keeper of the ego. And Aeschylus was the cornerstone between the Eastern and the Western world. In the Eastern world, human beings had retained a living awareness of their descent from the divine cosmic spirit, and this made it possible for them to acquire an understanding of the event which took place a few hundred years after endeavors had been made by many people, such as Aeschylus, to find something that spoke as the voice of God within them. For this event brought to humankind the impulse which, by all spiritual standpoints, must be regarded as the greatest impulse ever to enter the evolution of the earth and of man, the impulse we call the Christ impulse. It was the Christ impulse that first made it possible for humankind to realize that God, the Creator, who among all the other things he created, also created our outer sheaths, can be grasped hold of and understood in our inner being. Only by understanding the divine humanity of Christ Jesus were human beings capable of understanding that God could be something that can speak to us in our inner being. in order that human beings could actually find God's nature within themselves, it was necessary for the Christ to enter into humanity's evolution in the form of an extended historical event. If the Christ with his divine being had not been present in the body of Jesus of Nazareth, if he had not shown once and for all that God can be grasped in our inner being, because he had once been present in a human body, if he had not appeared as the conqueror of death through the mystery of Golgotha, human beings would never have been able to comprehend the indwelling of divinity within themselves. Anyone trying to claim that this indwelling could have been grasped without the Christ having been part of his external history might as well claim that we would have had eyes even if there were no sun. As against the partial view of some philosophers, that since without eyes we could not see the light, therefore light must derive from eyes, we must always remember Goethe's statement, quote, "The eyes are created by light, for the light," close quote. If there were no sun illuminating space, no eyes would ever have developed in the human organism. The eyes are creations of the light. And without the sun being there, no eyes could perceive it. No eye is capable of perceiving the sun without having first received from the sun the power to do so. Nor could there have been the power to grasp and recognize the nature of the Christ if the Christ impulse had not entered into external history. What the sun out there in the universe is for human sight, the historical Christ Jesus is for what we think of as the permeation of our own being by divine nature. The elements necessary for understanding this were present in the stream of thought that came over from the East. They needed only to be raised to a higher level. It was in the West that souls were mature enough to grasp and accept what this impulse had brought, for it was in the West that people had experienced strongest the drawing inward in the form of conscience of what had previously been experienced outside themselves, and which now as conscience kept guard over their as yet frail ego, and which told them the divine being who appeared in the East to those able to perceive the world clairvoyantly, this divinity now lives in us. However, what was thus being prepared could not have become a conscious experience if the inner divinity had not spoken in advance in the dawning of conscience. So we see that just as an external understanding of the divinity of Christ Jesus was born in the East, the emergence of conscience came to meet it from the West. For example, we find that just when the Christian era is beginning, conscience is more and more spoken of in the Roman world. And the further westward we come, the more it is potentially there in people's consciousness. Thus East and West played into each other's hands. We see the sun quality of Christ's nature rising in the East, while in the West, making way for an understanding of him, the I-E-Y-E of Christ in human conscience is being prepared. Hence the victorious advance of Christianity is toward the West, not the East. On the other hand, a form of religion spreads in the East that is the final consequence, though now at the highest level, of the Eastern outlook, Buddhism. And whilst Buddhism is taking hold of the Eastern world, Christianity takes hold of the Western world, because Christianity had just created there the organ for receiving it. And we see Christianity forging a link with what has become the most profound factor of Western culture, the concept of conscience. We shall only come to understand these developments by looking at the inner nature of events and not by studying external history. What I am saying today will meet with disbelief in many people, but a demand of the times is that we should recognize the spirit in external phenomena. This, however, is possible only if we are at least able initially to discern the Spirit where it speaks to us in the form of a clear message. At the general level of consciousness, people say, quote, "When conscience speaks, it is God speaking in the soul," close quote. At the highest level of consciousness, we become aware that when conscience speaks, it is actually the spirit of our world. And spiritual science brings out the connection between conscience and the greatest event in the evolution of humankind, the Christ event. Therefore, it is no wonder that for modern consciousness, anything brought into connection with conscience is thereby ennobled and raised to a higher sphere. When we hear it said that something has been done for reasons of conscience, we feel that it has been regarded as belonging to the most important aspect of our humanity. So we easily see how right the human heart is to speak of conscience as the, quote, God in man, close quote. And when Goethe says that the greatest experience human beings can have is when the nature of God is revealed to us, we must realize that this revelation comes to us in the Spirit only when nature appears to us right to its spiritual foundations. That it can appear to us in this way has been provided for in humankind's evolution, on the one hand by the Christ light, shining from outside, and on the other hand by the divine light in ourselves, conscience. Hence a philosopher such as Fichte, a student of character, is justified in saying that conscience is the greatest voice in our inner being. On this occasion also, we are aware that our dignity as human beings is inseparable from conscience. What makes us human is our ego consciousness, and anything we think of in connection with conscience can be thought of in connection with the ego. Therefore, conscience is something we regard as a most sacred individual possession, one which cannot be interfered with by anything coming from outside us, and by means of which we can set our own direction and goal. When conscience speaks, no other voice may intrude. So on the one hand, conscience is a guarantee of our connection with the divine primordial powers of the world, and on the other hand, a guarantee of our having within the innermost, most individual part of ourselves, something that emanates to us as a droplet from the Godhead. And human beings can be sure that when conscience speaks within them, it is a God speaking. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Transforming the Soul. This is the second volume, Collected Works number 59. It is translated by Charles Davy and Christian von Arnim and revised for this edition by Pauline Wehrle. This is the last lecture in the book and in this cycle, Lecture 9, entitled The Mission of Art, and given on the 12th of May, 1910. The investigations we have been making in our lecture cycle this winter on the subject of human soul life shall conclude with what can be said to connect this up with an area into which flow tremendously rich treasures of the inner life. Here then, to end, are some observations on the nature and significance of art in the course of human evolution. And this field, being such a broad one, we shall confine ourselves to the art of poetry, and shall obviously only have time to consider the highest peaks in the field of human achievement. The question could easily be asked, quote, what do all the investigations we made this winter that were particularly aimed at looking for truth and knowledge in relation to the spiritual world have to do with the area of human activity that is primarily expressed in the element of beauty? And in our time, it would be very easy to take the view that everything connected with knowledge and cognition should be kept far away from what comes to expression in art. A widely prevalent belief today is that science, in all its branches, must be subject to strict rules of logic and experiment, whereas artistic work follows the promptings of the heart and the imagination. Many of our contemporaries accordingly would say that truth and beauty have nothing in common, and yet the leading personalities in the realm of artistic creation have always felt that true art should flow from the same deep source in the being of man as do knowledge and cognition. To take one example, Goethe was not only a seeker of beauty but also of truth, and as a young man he strove by all possible means to acquire knowledge of the world and to find answers to the great riddles of existence. Prior to his journey to Italy, which was to take him to a country of much longed-for ideals, he had pursued his search for truth together with his Weimar friends and studied, among other things, the philosophy of Spinoza, who sought to find a uniform substance in all the phenomena of life. Spinoza's dissertations on the concept of God made a deep impression on Goethe. Together with Merck and other friends, he believed he could hear in Spinoza something like a voice which spoke through all surrounding phenomena and seemed to give intimations concerning the source of existence, an idea which could go some way to satisfying his Faustian aspirations. But Goethe had too great a mind to gain from a conceptual analysis of Spinoza's work a large enough picture of truth and knowledge. What he felt about this and what his heart longed for will become clearer to us if we follow him on his travels in Italy, where he beheld great works of art and experienced in them an echo of the art of antiquity, feeling in them what he had hoped in vain to feel for the ideas of Spinoza. He was then able to write to his friends in Weimar, quote, "One thing is certain, that ancient artists had as much knowledge of nature and as sure an idea of what can be represented and of how it should be done as Homer did. Unfortunately, works of art of the highest order are all too few. But when one contemplates them, one's only desire is to get to know them thoroughly and then to depart in peace. These great works of art are at the same time the greatest masterpieces of nature, because they have been made by human beings according to true and natural laws. Everything arbitrary or fanciful falls away. There is necessity. There is God." Close quote. As he says, Goethe believed he could discern that the great artists who had created such works had drawn on their soul forces and proceeded in accordance with the same laws that nature itself had followed. This can mean only that in Goethe's view, the laws of nature, which operate in the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, are raised to a new level and gain new strength in the human soul, coming to expression in the soul's creative powers. Therefore Goethe, feeling the laws of nature actively at work in these works of art, writes to his Weimar friends and says, quote, "Everything arbitrary or fanciful falls away. Here is necessity. Here is God." Close quote. At such a moment we see Goethe's heart stirred by the recognition that art achieves its greatest manifestations only when they spring from the same foundations as comes all knowledge and cognition. And we realize how profoundly Goethe feels this to be true when he declared later on, quote, "Beauty is a manifestation of nature's secret laws, which would otherwise have remained hidden forever." Close quote. Thus Goethe sees art as a revelation of nature's laws, as a language which announces what is attained in another manner, by way of knowledge, in other fields of investigation. If we now turn from Goethe to a personality of more recent times, who also sought to invest art with a mission, and through art to bestow on humankind something related to the source of existence, if we turn to Richard Wagner, we find in his writings, where he endeavors to clarify for himself the nature and significance of artistic creation, a number of similar indications of the inner relation between truth and beauty, knowledge and art. Referring to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, he says that this music conveys something like a revelation from another world, something quite different from anything we could grasp in merely rational or logical terms. Of these revelations through art, one thing at least can be said with certainty: they act on the soul with a convincing force, and fill our feelings with a perception of truth, in face of which all merely logical or rational intellectual power is helpless. Again, in writing about symphonic music, Wagner says that something sounds forth from its various instruments, as though they were organs for revealing the secrets of creation. For they manifest something like the primal feelings of creation, according to which chaos was ordered and harmonized long before any human heart was there to sense them. Thus, in the manifestations of art, Wagner saw a mysterious truth, a revelation, that could stand on an equal footing with what we otherwise call cognition and knowledge. Something else should be mentioned as well. When we acquaint ourselves with great works of art from a spiritual scientific point of view, we have the feeling that they communicate a different kind of manifestation of humankind's search for truth, and spiritual scientists feel related to this message. In fact, it is no exaggeration to say that they feel more closely related to the revelations of an artist's mind than they do to some of the things that are accepted so light-heartedly today as so-called spiritual revelations. Why is it that genuinely artistic personalities attribute to art this kind of mission, and that spiritual scientists, in their very hearts, feel so strongly drawn to the mysterious revelations of great art? We will approach an answer to this question by gathering up and applying some of the things with which we have become acquainted in this winter's lectures. If we are to study the significance and task of art from this point of view, we must not be led by human opinions or the quibblings of the intellect, but let the facts of the evolution of the world and of humankind speak for themselves. So we must look at the way in which art itself has developed and disclosed itself in the course of human evolution. We will let art itself speak to us of the significance of the various forms it has taken over the course of time. If we wish to trace the beginnings of art, as it first appears among humankind in the art of poetry, then according to ordinary ideas we have to go a long way back. We will start by going only as far as the extant documents will take us. We will go back to a figure often regarded as legendary, to Homer, the originator of Greek poetry, whose work has come down to us in the two great epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey. Whoever was the author or authors of these two poems, we will not go into that question today. The remarkable thing is that both these poetical works begin on a quite impersonal note. Quote, "Sing, O Muse, of the wrath of Achilles," close quote, is how the Iliad, the first of Homer's epics, begins. And, quote, "Sing, O Muse, of a much-traveled man," close quote, are the opening words of the second epic, the Odyssey. The author wishes to indicate that he is indebted to a higher power for the fact that the epic comes to him from elsewhere, and that he can best describe this fact, as we can realize if we have any understanding of Homer, by not referring to what he speaks out of himself, but what he is inspired to say by a higher power that was not only a symbol but a real objective being. If this invocation to the muse means nothing to modern readers, the lack is not due to Homer's having made use of a mere symbol, but to the circumstance that they themselves are no longer aware of the experiences from which a poem as impersonal as Homer's could have come. And if we are to understand this impersonal element in early Western poetry, we must ask what might have preceded this new beginning, Where did this form of poetry itself spring from? If we look at development in a spiritual scientific sense, we come to the old questions of the forms of human consciousness altogether. We have often emphasized that in the course of millennia, human soul forces have changed, and that there was a point at which they took their start. In the far distant past, beyond the reach of external history, but open to spiritual scientific investigation, people's whole consciousness functioned differently, and human souls were endowed with a primitive, dreamy clairvoyance as a natural ability. Before human beings had descended so deeply into material existence that they perceived the world in the way they do today, they saw the spiritual world around them as something real and populated by beings. We have already spoken of the fact that this ancient clairvoyance was different from the kind of clairvoyance that can be acquired by training today, and that is bound up with a clearly defined center in the life of the soul, by means of which human beings take hold of themselves as an I capital. This feeling of being an ego, which has developed through long ages, did not exist in the far distant past. But not having this center in their inner being, the spiritual senses of human beings were open to their environment, and they saw the spiritual world in a kind of dream that showed them spiritual realities. Yet it was still a kind of dreamy, egoless, clairvoyant consciousness with which they saw it. However, they actually saw into the spiritual world from which their own inner being had come in the primal past. Powerful pictures, as in a dream, of the forces behind our physical existence appeared to them. They saw their gods and the actions and events that were played out among them. Present-day research is actually wrong in supposing that the sagas of the different peoples were merely the product of popular fantasy. If it is thought that in the remote past the human soul functioned just as it does today, except that it was more prone to imagining things than to thinking intellectually according to fixed laws, and that the figures preserved in their sagas were a product of their imagination, that is itself the fantasy, and those who believe these things are the ones who are imagining things. Where the people of those ancient times were concerned, the events described in their mythologies were realities. Myths, sagas, and even fairy tales and legends were born out of a primeval faculty in the human soul. This is connected with the fact that human beings did not yet function as they do today, for they had not yet acquired the firm center in which they can be themselves. And not yet having this center, they could not shut themselves off in their ego within the narrowly defined boundaries of their soul, and were not yet separate from their environment. They lived within this environment as an integral part of it, whereas today we feel essentially separated from the outer world. And just as human beings today can feel in their bodily organism the inflow and outflow of the physical strength they need to sustain their life, so primeval human beings, with their clairvoyant consciousness, were aware of spiritual forces flowing in and out of them, so that they lived in an inner interrelationship with the forces of the larger world, and could say, quote, "When something takes place in my inner being, when I think, feel, or will, I am not a separate being, but am open to receiving the forces of the beings who appear to my inner sight. And these beings I see outside me stimulate me to have thoughts and feelings and to express will impulses." Close quote. They felt that spiritual powers were active in their thinking, and when their feelings ebbed and flowed, spiritual powers were busy there. And when their will performed an action, it was divine spiritual powers pouring their will and their goals into them. In those primal times, human beings felt themselves to be vessels through which spiritual powers expressed themselves. Here we are looking back to a period far away in the past, but this period extended through all sorts of intermediate stages right up to the time of Homer. It is easy to discern that Homer was continuing to give expression to humanity's primeval consciousness. We need only look at some features of the Iliad. Homer was describing that tremendous battle between the Greeks and the Trojans, but how did he do this? What did the Greeks believe was the reason for fighting? Although Homer may not start with this, there was more in this struggle than an antagonism generated by the passions and desires that stem from the human ego. Was it merely the passions of the Trojans and the Greeks, both as people and as a nation, that clashed in this struggle? Was it actually ego forces alone that were at work on the battlefield? No. The saga, which shows us the connection between primeval consciousness and Homer's consciousness, tells how three goddesses, Hera, Pallas Athena, and Aphrodite, competed at a festival for the prize for the most beautiful among them, and that a human connoisseur of beauty, Paris, the son of the king of Troy, was appointed to judge the contest. Paris gave the prize to Aphrodite, who had promised him the most beautiful woman on earth for his wife. The woman was Helen, wife of Menelaus of Sparta, and the only way of winning her was by abduction. In revenge for this outrage, the Greeks armed themselves for war against the Trojans, whose country lay on the far side of the Aegean Sea, and it was there that the struggle was fought out. Why did human passions flare up? And why did all the events take place which Homer calls upon the muse to narrate? Were these merely events taking place among human beings in the physical world? No. Greek consciousness shows us that behind what is going on among the human beings, there is the quarrel among the goddesses. The Greek consciousness of that time, looking for the reasons for what is happening in the physical world, would say, quote, "I cannot find here the causes that bring human beings to attack one another. I must look up to a higher realm, where divine powers confront one another." Close quote. The godlike forces that were seen in pictorial form, as we have described, influenced human conflicts. This is how the first great work of poetic art, Homer's Iliad, arose out of humanity's primeval consciousness. What we find in Homer has been put into metrical form and is presented from the standpoint of a later consciousness as taking place among human beings. But it is an echo of what an earlier primeval consciousness actually saw. What has actually happened is that if we look into the period just before Homer, we shall find the point in evolution where, for the people of the Greek world, clairvoyant consciousness ceased, and only an echo of it remained. A person of primeval times would have said, quote, "I see my gods fighting in the spiritual world, which lies open to my clairvoyant consciousness." Close quote. A person of Homer's times no longer had this perception, but there was still a living memory of it. And just as those who were still part of the world of the gods felt inspired by it, Homer, in writing his epics, felt the same divine forces actively at work in his soul. Therefore he could say, quote, "This is being spoken by the muse that inspires me inwardly." Close quote. Homer's poetry is thus directly connected with primeval myths, if these are properly understood. Looking at Homer in this way, we can see something occurring in Homer as a kind of substitute for the old clairvoyance. The ruling cosmic powers, by withdrawing direct clairvoyant vision from human consciousness, closed the door to the spiritual world. But they felt something in its place that could live similarly in the soul and could call forth a creative force. Poetic imagination is a compensation for the loss of ancient clairvoyance. Now let us recall something else. In the lecture on conscience, we showed that the withdrawal of the old clairvoyance occurred in quite different ways and in different areas of Earth evolution. In the East, the old clairvoyance persisted up until a relatively late date. More toward the West, among the peoples of Europe, clairvoyant faculties existed to a lesser extent. One of the reasons for this was that a strong ego feeling came to the fore, while other soul powers and faculties were still relatively undeveloped. This ego feeling emerged quite differently in different parts of Europe. It was different in the north from the west, and especially different in southern Europe. In Sicily and Italy in particular, it developed, in pre-Christian times, most intensely of all. Whilst in the East, people's soul forces had continued to live in and out of the body state with no ego feeling. People in these parts of Europe were developing a strong ego feeling because they no longer possessed the old clairvoyance. To the extent that the spiritual world withdraws from human beings outside, an ego feeling lights up within them. And this happened particularly in the region of Italy and Sicily. There were certain times then when there was a tremendous difference between the souls of the Asiatic peoples and the souls living in the regions we have specified here. Over in Asia, we see cosmic mysteries still unrolling before the soul in mighty dream pictures, and human beings witnessing the deeds of gods unfolding before their spiritual sight. And what such people were able to relate was of the nature of a primeval account of the actual spiritual happenings at the foundation of the world. And when the old clairvoyance was replaced by its later substitute, imagination, this gave rise, especially over in the East, to vivid allegories, pictorial images. Among the Western peoples, in Italy and Sicily, a different faculty, arising from a firmly grounded ego, produced a kind of excess of strength and enthusiasm that broke forth from the soul, unaccompanied by any direct spiritual vision, but inspired by a longing to reach up in the form of presentiment to what the soul could no longer see. Here, therefore, we do not have a recounting of the deeds of the gods, but out of this ardent devotion to what they felt as a presentiment, there sprang forth from their souls in the form of human words or song the first prayer, songs of praise addressed to powers they could not see, because clairvoyant consciousness was not so strongly developed. In Greece, in the country in between, the two worlds meet. There were people there who were stimulated in both directions. Pictorial vision comes from the East, and from the West there comes an enthusiasm which inspires devotional hymns to the divine spiritual powers, of which they still had a presentiment. This intermingling of the two streams in Greek culture made possible a continuation from the poetry of Homer, which we can place in the 8th or 9th century BC, to the works of Aeschylus, 300 or 400 years later. Aeschylus comes before us as a personality who was certainly no longer open to the full power of Eastern vision, the convincing power we find in Homer as an echo of the old vision of the deeds of the gods and their influence on humankind. This echo was already very weak, so weak that, as a feeling to start with, Aeschylus felt something like disbelief in the pictures of the world of the gods, which human beings had previously seen, whilst they still had the old clairvoyance. Homer, we find, knew very well that human consciousness once reached up to the divine spiritual powers, which are behind the interplay of human passions and emotions in the physical world. Homer, accordingly, does not only describe the battle that takes place, but Zeus and Apollo intervene where human passions are involved, and their influence is apparent. The gods are a reality, and the poet makes way for them in his poem. How different this is with Aeschylus. The Western stream, with its emphasis on the human ego and the inner isolation of the human soul, had a particularly strong effect on him. Therefore Aeschylus is now capable of portraying human beings acting from out of their ego and beginning to detach their consciousness from the inflow of divine powers. Instead of the gods whom we still find in Homer, there appears an active human being, though still at an initial stage. Aeschylus now becomes the dramatist who puts the active human being at the center of the action. The influence of the pictorial imagination of the East was bound to lead to epic poetry, whereas Western influence, with its emphasis on the personal ego, gave rise to drama, wherein the man of action is the central character. Let us take the example of Orestes, who is guilty of matricide and in consequence sees the Furies. Yes, Homer still figures. Things do not pass away all that quickly. Aeschylus is still aware that the gods were once visible in picture form, but he is very near giving up that belief. It is very characteristic that it is Apollo who is still active in full strength, inciting Orestes to kill his mother. But, later on, it is no longer the gods that wield the power, but the human ego begins to stir, and Orestes' ego asserts itself. Apollo is even proved wrong, and he is resisted. It is precisely when he tries to take action that we are shown that he can no longer have full power over Orestes. Aeschylus was therefore the right poet to dramatize the figure of Prometheus, the godlike hero who titanically opposes the might of the gods and represents the liberation of humankind from them. Thus we see the awakening ego feeling brought over by way of the secrets of human evolution from the West, mingling in the soul of Aeschylus with memories of the pictorial imagination from the East, and that from this conjunction drama was born. And it is very interesting what a wonderful way tradition confirms the findings derived entirely from spiritual scientific research. One remarkable account partly acquits Aeschylus of the charge that he had betrayed some of the secrets of the mysteries, because he had actually not been initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries. It was never a matter of portraying something that he could have acquired from temple secrets, and from which Homer's poetry had come. He was actually a relative stranger to them. In fact, the story goes that at Syracuse, in Sicily, he had acquired knowledge of secrets appertaining to the emergence of the human ego. This emergence of the I, capital, comes to expression in a different form in the regions where those belonging to the Orphic cult developed the old form of ode, the hymn, which raised people up to the divine spiritual worlds that could no longer be seen but only sensed in imagination. This was a step forward for art. It grew quite naturally away from the old truth and made its way toward the human ego, developing the way it has because it was intended that it should encompass the human ego with its whole capacity of thinking, striving, and willing. Inasmuch as human beings, after becoming oriented in the outer world, withdrew into their inner being, the figures of the poems of Homer metamorphosed into the dramatic characters of Aeschylus, and side by side with the epic, drama now arose. So we see primeval truths living on in another form in art, and the achievements of ancient clairvoyance reproduced by poetic imagination. And all that we preserved from ancient times in art was applied to the human personality, to the human ego that was becoming aware of itself. And now we will take an immense step forward in time, on through many centuries to the 13th and 14th century of the Christian era, to Dante, that tremendous medieval personality who in so impressive a manner leads us to the region to which the human ego can attain, when, by its own endeavors, it ascends to vision of the divine spiritual world. With his title Divine Comedy, 1472, Dante created a work which was read and reread by Goethe, It affected him so strongly that when, in his old age, an acquaintance sent him a new translation of it, he wrote his thanks to the sender in verse, quote, "Great gratitude is due to him who brings us freshly to this book once more, the book which, in such a glorious manner, makes us cease all our searchings and complaints." Close quote. What steps did art take in its progress from Aeschylus to Dante? How does Dante present the divine spiritual world to us again? How does he lead us through its three stages, Inferno, Purgatory, and Heaven, the worlds which lie behind our physical existence? Here we can see how the fundamental spiritual impulse that guides humankind's evolution has indeed continued to work in the same direction. Aeschylus is still clearly in touch with spiritual forces. Prometheus encounters the gods, Zeus, Hermes, and so on. Agamemnon also has dealings with gods. This is an echo still of what people saw through their ancient clairvoyant consciousness. With Dante it is quite different. He shows us how solely by means of immersing himself in his own soul, and by developing the forces slumbering in the soul and defeating everything that hinders this development, he was able, as he says, quote, "in the middle point of life," close quote, parenthesis, pinpointing the 35th year of his life, close parenthesis, to turn his gaze to the spiritual world. Whereas people endowed with the old clairvoyance turned their gaze outward to their spiritual environment, and Aeschylus still counted on the old divinities being there. In Dante we see a poet who descends into his own soul, and remaining entirely within his personality and its inner secrets, enters along this path of personal development into the spiritual world, and presents it in the Divine Comedy in such powerful pictures. In his own individual soul, Dante is quite alone. He is not concerned with outer revelations. We cannot imagine that Dante could have described things the same way as Homer or Aeschylus did, that he would have taken from tradition the figures of the old clairvoyants. For Dante had reached the point of being an advocate of what could be achieved in the Middle Ages entirely from out of the forces of the human personality, and is an example of something we have often emphasized here, that human beings have to overcome everything that darkens their clairvoyant sight. Dante shows us all this in vivid soul pictures. Whereas the Greeks still saw realities in the spiritual world, Dante shows us only pictures, pictures of the soul forces which have to be overcome, such as those forces that come from the sentient soul, the rational and the consciousness soul, and tend to hold the ego back from higher stages of development. Plato already drew attention to the forces opposite to these, and to their particular merits. Wisdom for the consciousness soul, self-reliant courage for the rational soul, and moderation for the sentient soul. When the ego goes through a development enlisting these good forces, it comes gradually to greater soul experiences, which lead into the spiritual world, but the hindrances must first be overcome. Moderation works against intemperance and greed, and Dante shows how this shadow side of the sentient soul can be met and mastered. He depicts it as a she-wolf. We are then shown how the shadow side of the rational soul, senseless aggression, depicted as a lion, can be overcome by the corresponding virtue, self-reliant courage. Finally, we come to wisdom, the virtue of the consciousness soul. Wisdom which fails to strive toward the heights, but applies itself to the world in the form of mere shrewdness and cunning, is pictured as a lynx. Lynx eyes represent eyes that are not eyes of wisdom, that are able to gaze into the spiritual world, but eyes focused only on the world of the senses. After Dante has shown us how he defends himself against the forces that hinder development, he describes how he ascends to the world that lies behind physical existence. In Dante we have someone who relies on himself, searching within himself and drawing from out of himself the forces that lead into the spiritual world. Human striving, working in this direction, has now moved entirely from the world outside into the inner human being. Thus in Dante we have a poet who describes what can be experienced in the innermost part of the soul. Poetry, as it moves on, is taking greater hold of the inner life, has entered further into the human ego, and become more closely related to it. The figures created by Homer were interwoven with and enclosed in the web of divine spiritual powers. And Homer was indeed aware of this when he says, quote, "Let the muse sing the story I have to tell." Close quote. Dante, alone with his soul, knows that the forces that will lead him into the spiritual world must be drawn from within himself. We see it becoming more and more impossible for imagination to depend on what speaks to us from outside. A small example will show that it is now a much deeper matter than mere belief, and what we see at work are forces deeply rooted in the human soul. Gottlieb Friedrich Klopstock was a deeply religious man and a profounder spirit than Homer, who wished to write a sacred epic poem with the conscious intention of doing for modern times what Homer did for antiquity. He wanted to revive Homer's manner, but also be true to himself. So he could not say, quote, "Sing for me, O Muse," close quote, but has to begin his title Messias, with the words, quote, "Sing, immortal soul, of the redemption of sinful man," close quote. Thus we really do see in these representative human beings that progress in artistic creation is indeed happening in humankind. Now, let us take a further giant stride forward over several centuries and look from Dante to a great poet of the 16th, 17th century, to Shakespeare. Here again we see a remarkable step forward in the sense of a progression. We are not concerned with evaluating or reviewing it, but looking at facts. It is not a matter of which one is greater than another, but of essential legitimate progress. Here in the area we are studying, we see humanity's evolution in its advance from Dante to Shakespeare, going in strange directions. What was it about Dante that specially impressed us? He stands there alone, with his own particular revelations of the spiritual world, and describes the great experience that came to him from within his own soul. Can you imagine that Dante would have given such effective expression to the truth as he saw it if he had described his visions 5 or 6 times over in different ways? Do you not feel that the world into which Dante has transposed himself is such that it can be described once only? This was indeed what Dante did. The world he describes is the world of one man at one particular moment, the moment in which he becomes one with what the spiritual world means to him. Therefore, we have to say, Dante immerses himself in the element of human personality in such a way that it is his very own, and he is dependent on experiencing the whole measure of it. To pass on to Shakespeare, he creates a whole range of characters of every possible kind: an Othello, a Lear, a Hamlet, Cordelia, Desdemona. But their characters are such that we have no direct perception of anything divine behind these characters. When a spiritual eye, EYE, beholds them in the physical world with their purely human qualities and impulses, we look for what comes directly from their souls, in the form of thinking, feeling, and willing. They are all distinct individuals, but can we recognize Shakespeare himself in them, in the way that it is always Dante himself that Dante is describing in depth? No. Shakespeare has taken another step forward. He goes still further into the matter of personality, and not only into one, but into a variety of personalities. Shakespeare leaves himself out of account when he describes Lear, Hamlet, and so on, and is never tempted into presenting how he himself thinks about things, for he himself is completely blotted out, and lives entirely with his creative power in the various personalities of his characters. Whereas Dante's presentations have to remain the experience of one person, Shakespeare shows us impulses arising from the inner ego of a human being, as seen in a wide variety of characters. Dante's starting point is the human personality, but he remains within it and explores the spiritual world from that vantage point. Shakespeare has gone a step further in this way, coming forth from his own personality and slipping into the various personalities he portrays, immersing himself totally in them. He does not dramatize his own soul life, but what is living in the lives of people we can all see. He creates numerous individuals, a great many personalities, as seen in the outside world, yet they are all created out of their own individual center. We can see here, too, how the evolution of art proceeds. Having originated in the remote past, when human consciousness was devoid of ego feeling, in Dante, art reached the stage of embracing the individual human being, so that the ego itself became a world. In Shakespeare, it came to the point where other people's egos became the poet's world. For this step to be possible, art had to leave the spiritual heights where it had actually arisen and descend into the physical existence of sense reality. And this is just what we can see happening when we pass from Dante to Shakespeare. Let us try to compare Dante and Shakespeare from this point of view. Superficial critics may reproach Dante for being a didactic poet, but anyone who understands him and can respond to the whole range and richness of his work will feel that his greatness derives precisely from the fact that all the wisdom and philosophy of the Middle Ages speaks through him. In fact, he owed his whole development, which culminated in the creation of his poetry, to the wealth of medieval wisdom. Its influence worked in the first place on Dante's soul, and was again evident later on in the expansion of his personality into a world. Therefore, for the full effect of an understanding of Dante's poetic creation to come about, we must be familiar with the heights of medieval spiritual life. Only then can we come to appreciate the depths and subtleties of his achievement. Certainly, Dante took one step downward. He sought to bring the spiritual content down to lower levels, and this he did by writing in the vernacular, not in Latin, as some of his predecessors had done. He ascends to the greatest heights of spiritual life, but descends into the physical world as far as the vernacular of his place and time. Shakespeare descends still further. The origin of his great poetic characters is nowadays the subject of all sorts of fanciful speculation. But if we are to understand this descent of poetry into the everyday world, often still looked down on by the highly placed, we must bear in mind the following facts. You have to imagine a small theatre in what was then a suburb of London, where plays were produced by actors who, except for Shakespeare himself, would not be rated highly today. Who went to the theatre? The lower classes, those despised by the higher classes of society. At the time when Shakespeare was putting on his plays, it was more fashionable to patronize cockfights and other similar spectacles than to go to the theatre, where people ate and drank and threw their eggshells onto the stage to mark their disapproval, and overflowed onto the stage itself. And the actors went on acting in the midst of their audience. Thus it was, before a very low-class London public, that these plays were first performed, although many people today fondly imagine that from the first they were acclaimed in the highest circle of cultural life. At best, unmarried sons, who could allow themselves to visit certain obscure resorts in disguise, would go now and then to this theatre. But for respectable people, it would have been highly improper. Poetry had descended into a realm of the most unsophisticated feelings. But nothing in all human nature was alien to Shakespeare's genius, as we see in the array of characters he created in this period of human and artistic development. So it happened, in respect of external details, that art, having been contained within a narrow stream of human guidance, descended to a thoroughly unparticularized human level, and broadened into a whole stream running through the midst of everyday life. And anyone who looks more deeply into this will see how necessary it was that a lofty spiritual stream should be brought down to lower levels in order that such vital figures as Shakespeare's highly individual characters should appear. Now we will move to times nearer our own, to Goethe. We will try to connect up with him the figure he created in his poetic work titled Faust, in whom were embodied all his ideals, aims, and renunciations during the whole 60 years he worked on it. Everything he experienced in the course of his very rich life, in his innermost soul, and in his contact with the outer world, as he climbed from one stage of knowledge to another in his search for ever deeper solutions to the riddles of the world, all this comes to meet us again in the figure of Faust. As a poetic creation, what kind of figure is Faust? What we could say of Dante is that what he described was the work of one individual presenting his own individual vision. Goethe's Faust did not arise in the same way. He does not describe the results of vision. He makes no claim to having had it revealed to him at a particular solemn moment, as Dante does with regard to the Divine Comedy. In each instance, Goethe shows us that the things he is presenting are the result of inner struggle. And whereas Dante must have gone through his experiences from one particular aspect in which he is bound to describe them, Goethe's experiences, though also of an individual kind, were transferred to the objective nature of Faust. What Dante gives us is his most personal inner experience. Goethe's experiences were also personal, but the actions and sufferings of Faust, the poetic figure, are not those of Goethe's life. In no instance do they coincide with Goethe's life. They are a free transformation of what Goethe had experienced in his own soul. While Dante can be identified with his Divine Comedy, it would take almost a literary historian to identify Goethe with Faust. With his immense genius, he transferred his experiences in altered form into the poetic figure. Assertions such as Goethe is Faust, Faust is Goethe, are merely a play with words. Faust is of course a single figure, but we could not imagine that an array of Faust-like figures could have been created, as numerous as the characters created by Shakespeare. The ego depicted by Goethe in his Faust can only be created once. Besides Hamlet, Shakespeare could create Lear, Othello, and so on. It was possible, it is true, that besides Faust, Goethe also wrote Tasso and Iphigenia, but we are aware of the difference between them. Faust is not Goethe. Fundamentally speaking, he is every man. He embodies Goethe's deepest longings, but as a poetic figure, he was actually entirely detached from Goethe's own personality. Dante presents us with one person's vision. Faust is a character who in a certain sense lives in each one of us. This marks a further advance. Shakespeare could create characters so individualized that he immersed himself in them and created them from their very own center. Goethe could not create a second figure similar to Faust. He certainly makes him an individualized figure, yet he is not a single individualized person. He is an individualization of every man. Whereas Shakespeare entered into the soul nature of Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Cordelia, and so on, Goethe entered into the highest human element in each single person. He thereby creates a figure that is representative of each individual person, And this figure detaches itself from Goethe's personality as the poet who actually created it, and lets Faust stand before us as an objective, independent figure. Art takes a further step here along the path we have been describing. Starting from the direct spiritual perception of a higher world, art takes hold of man's inner life to an ever-increasing degree. In Dante, this is at its most intense stage, when the individual is entirely on his own. In Shakespeare, the ego ascends again from within and enters other souls. With Goethe, the ego goes forth and immerses itself in the soul life of every man. But now, and this is what we see in Faust, in the form of what is typically the same in each single individual soul. In Faust, the ego is coming forth, and because it is able to go forth and understand other souls only if it develops its own soul powers and enters into the spiritual nature of another person, it is in line with the continued advance in artistic creativity that Goethe should have been led to depict not only physical actions and experiences, but also the spiritual processes that everyone can experience if they open their ego to the spiritual world. Poetry took its way from the spiritual world into the human ego, and in Dante it took hold of the ego at the deepest level of inner life. In Goethe we see the ego going forth from itself again and finding its way into the spiritual world. We see the spiritual experiences of ancient humanity being brought down into the Iliad and the Odyssey. And in Goethe's Faust, the spiritual world comes forth again and is dramatized for all people to see. This is how we should respond to the powerful concluding spiritual tableau of Faust, where man, after having descended into the depths, works his way up again by developing himself from within outward, and through unfolding spiritual forces sees the spiritual world opening before him. It is like hearing a choir of archetypal sounds coming to life again, but which have grown beyond all recognition. There sounds forth from the intransitory world of the spirit what humankind has attained in place of the spiritual vision which they were given in the past in the form of imagination and were able to present in a transient form. Out of the intransitory world were born the transitory poetic figures created by Homer and Aeschylus. Poetry ascends once more from the transitory to the intransitory, when the mystical chorus at the very end of Faust finishes with the words, quote, "Everything transient is but a parable," close quote. As Goethe shows us, the strength of the human spirit is ascending once more from the physical world into the spiritual world. We have seen artistic consciousness advancing with great strides through the world of its representative poets. Art emerges from the spiritual realm, its original source of knowledge. Spiritual vision withdraws more and more in proportion as the sense world commands ever wider attention and increasingly involves the human ego. Human beings have to follow these stages of world evolution and make the journey from the spiritual world to the world of the senses and the world of the ego. If they were only able to take this path outwardly in a scholarly way, their understanding of things would have been solely in rational terms, superficial and intellectual. But to tide over, they were given something else, imagination. What they could no longer see with clairvoyant consciousness, they created out of imagination, in a kind of shadowy reflection of it. It is now imagination that follows human beings along the way, right into their self-awareness, as far as Dante. But the threads that link humankind to the spiritual world can never break, not even when art descends into the isolation of the human ego. Human beings take imagination with them on their way, And when Faust appears, we see the spiritual world being created again out of imagination. So we see Goethe's Faust arising at the beginning of an epoch during which humankind is to re-enter the spiritual world where art originated. And as in the intervening period, human beings could not reach the spiritual world by means of higher training, the mission of art is to continue spinning the threads that will link the spirituality of the far distant past to the spirituality of the future. Art has indeed already advanced so far that we again have a view of the spiritual world in imagination, as in the second part of Faust. May this intimate to us that human beings are at the point in their evolution where they must once again have knowledge of the spiritual world, where they must develop the powers to enter the spiritual world consciously. Art, in leading human beings in imagination up to the spiritual world, has been preparing the way for spiritual science, when with full consciousness human beings will again see with a clear vision into the spiritual world from which art also sprang, and to which art is returning, giving us a perspective of the future. To point the way to that world as far as it is possible today, the world we reach out to with all our human longing, as we have seen in the examples drawn from the world of art, is the task of spiritual science, and it has also been the task of this winter's lectures. We see then how justified it is when people feel that what artists can give the world are manifestations of the spiritual world. And art had the mission to give these to the world precisely during the period when direct revelations from the spiritual world were no longer possible. Therefore Goethe could say of the works of the old masters, quote, "There is necessity, there is God." Close quote. They bring to light manifestations of hidden laws of nature, which but for art would never be discovered. And Richard Wagner was also able to say that in the music of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony he could hear the manifestations of another world, to which mere reason could never rise. The great masters felt that they were the bearers of the Spirit, the original source of everything human. From the past through the present into the future. And so we can agree with our deepest understanding with the words of a poet who felt himself to be an artist, quote, "The dignity of humankind has been put in your hands." Close quote. This is the way we have endeavored to describe the nature and the mission of art throughout the course of humankind's evolution, and to show that art is not as separate from our human sense of truth as people could so easily believe today, but that Goethe may have been right when he refused to speak of the idea of beauty and truth as separate ideas. There is, he said, one idea, that of the power of the divine spiritual element in the world, with its creative laws and its law-governed creativity, and truth and beauty are two manifestations of the one idea. Poets and other artists are constantly referring to an awareness of the fact that the spiritual foundations of human existence speak through art. Or, time and again, there will be artists of a profounder nature who will have the feeling that art gives them the chance to become aware that their work is at the same time a message to humankind from the spiritual world. And so, even when artists are expressing themselves in the most personal way, they feel their art lifted up to a universal human level, and that, in very truth, they are speaking for the whole of humankind when the characters and manifestations in their work give effect to the words spoken by Goethe's chorus, Mysticus, quote, "Everything transient is but a parable," close quote. And on the strength of our spiritual scientific presentations, we may add, art is destined to fructify the parable of transience with the message of eternity, of immortality. That is its mission. That is the end of Lecture 9 and the end of the second volume of Transforming the Soul, Collected Works, volume number 59 by Rudolf Steiner.